The air was choking with the stench of the dead. The man stood alone on the battlefield, holding his sword in his hand. His long hair was parted by the wind. There was chaos and death all around, and the tattered cloak resting on his shoulders was a reminder of the losses of the battle. The man leaned closer to the boy and put his hand to his head, ruffling his hair lightly. The boy scrutinized the man's face and listened to the words he spoke. His hands clutched the sharp blade of the sword. The man no longer felt pain. The blood from the cuts oozed through his fingers, warm and sticky. A little more and the cold tip would enter deep into his neck. The girl's concerned voice sounded over and over again. She tried to wake His Highness. The girl's hands rested on his body and she pushed him vigorously to open his eyes. Her face was anxious and her voice too squeaky. The maid was decked out in the proper black and white uniform. Ratifa continued to wake His Highness to no avail, as if her own well-being depended on it. The boy lying on the soft bed opened one eye unhappily. He felt intense discomfort from the persistent maid, who was unwilling to back down in her determination to wake him. The girl stopped stirring him as soon as she heard his voice. She dignifiedly stepped back from the bed and folded her arms. The prince's voice was disgruntled and very sleepy. Ratifa politely answered his question and told him what time it was, except that the moment the guy heard that it was too early, he turned away from the girl in the other direction and got cozier in bed. It was too early for him, as Faye was used to getting up no earlier than 4 o'clock in the evening. Seeing this reaction, the maid could no longer be nice to him and tugged at the bedspread with all her might, her loud voice echoing throughout the bedroom. Faye left the girl no choice. She jumped up on his bed, grabbed the bedspread tightly and began pulling it off the prince with force. Ratifa continued to insist that the prince wake up, as the king had given orders to gather all his children. But even that wasn't a valid reason for the guy. He was like a stone continuing to sleep. Sensing her helplessness, the girl had an epiphany. She decided to resort to extreme measures. Ratifa voiced her threat in an ominous voice. Hearing about the older maid, the guy's eyes immediately opened and he even pulled his head off the pillow. Still, he sincerely hoped that Ratifa wouldn't act like this, and it was just a threat, and would back off from trying to get him out of bed. At the same moment, the doorknob to his bedroom creaked open and the door opened slightly. Someone apologetically began to enter his chambers. A girl appeared in the doorway, her long blonde hair reaching down to her waist. She came to escort the young prince, except that Faye was still lying in his bed, and poor Ratifa was begging him to get up. As soon as Faye saw the one who entered his bedroom, with his heart pounding fast, he jumped out of bed. Horror was written on his face as he imagined the consequences that could happen now. His only desire now was to get to the window. Just as he reached out with his hand to swing the flaps open and escape, something flew in his direction. The guy startled and bounced away, shocked at this maneuver. While he was distracted, a blonde-haired girl was already flying behind him. He sensed her approach too late. He could think of nothing better to do than grab what came to hand. It was a bedspread. The guy yanked it with force and threw it over the girl. Ta deftly kicked the bedspread aside. Her face expressed nothing. Only a focused gaze kept the prince in her sights. He felt he was about to fall into a trap. His irritation was growing. The prince tried to bounce to the side, but at that moment, the far-sighted Ratifa foresaw his intentions. The girl leaped towards him and grabbed the prince firmly by his 2 legs. Her hands closed tightly around the boy. Unable to move, he was caught. A second blonde maid came up to him and slapped the prince in the face. The blow was so hard that the guy's head spun around. A sharp pain ignited on his left cheek. Ratifa let go of the boy's legs, or she would have tumbled after him. The prince landed by a shelf of books. The impact caused several pieces to fly out and sprinkle on the floor. The older maid looked at the prince. She couldn't believe he would try to run away from her, and it hurt the girl a little. Faye roared with anger and his cheek burned painfully. Feely did not expect that now he would voluntarily agree to go with her to the king, so the girl grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him to the exit of the room. Despite the whole situation, her voice continued to be courteous and calm. Faye, on the other hand, erupted in swearing. He couldn't fight back and eventually started calling out to Ratifa for help. Ratifa pulled out tongs from somewhere and decided to remove the magic lock from the window, which had been set in advance to prevent the prince from escaping from the bedroom. In a huge hall against the far wall, a king sat on a throne. The older maid led the prince in, and they stopped at the foot in front of the ledge. Philip of Hans was king of Distburg. On his head sat a golden crown with long prongs. The man exhaled in relief when he saw Faye come into the hall. Since he was too late, there was no one else in the hall. Faye grudgingly glanced at the older maid, irritation in his voice at the way he had been brought here. Feely stood behind the guy with a sense of accomplishment. The king didn't like the tone with which the lad spoke, so allowed himself to take notice. A senior maid answered for the prince, apologizing for such disrespectful behavior. The boy's irritation grew with every second he was in front of the king. The king began to drum his finger lightly on the armrest. He was nervous but tried not to show it. He had important information to tell Faye. The king didn't finish his thought, but Faye interrupted him since he had already guessed what was going to be discussed next. The boy looked shocked. He jabbed his finger at himself and couldn't believe his father had decided to send him to help. He didn't think he was a good option for such an important mission. Except the king thought otherwise. He pitched forward slightly and continued speaking. Words of some hero were spoken, and it stirred the prince. A senior maid intervened in the conversation. The girl calmly explained that behind the word hero was some power beyond human ability. The prince squinted at the girl and listened intently to what she was saying. After explaining the situation, the king made the irrevocable decision to send his third son to help. The man pointed his finger at the boy to make it clearer that it was him he was talking about. Faye began to stutter and remembered his sister, who in his opinion could do better. Except that wasn't possible, since the girl had already been promised as a wife, and if anything happened to her, Faye would have to fulfill her role. The boy imagined himself for a moment in a wedding dress with a bride's bouquet in his hands. These thoughts made him feel sick. Philip of Hans continued further in a condescending voice. He explained that he did not want his son dead. It was important to contain the condition of having a member of the royal family. The father did not lay great accomplishments on his son. He could have been in the rear and not risked his life. The king said all this in a voice as if they were discussing an upcoming tea party. As he did so, he pointed out the head maid he would send with him. The girl bowed obediently, accepting her part in the matter. The king praised her magnificent abilities. Faye heard something that encouraged and pleased him. He stopped seeing the case as a threat, so his mood immediately lifted, since he could do nothing and retreat in danger. The king exhaled tiredly. He felt a little bitter that his son was without ambition or drive to win honors and glory. It was as if Faye didn't see what his king saw. He scratched the back of his head. There was no aspiration for the lad to receive honors and fame. He didn't see it as his raison d'être. The king realized that whatever words he said now, they would not matter to his son. Therefore, exhaling heavily, he informed when he would be able to hit the road. The prince heard everything he thought was important to him. Tucking his hand into his pocket, with his other hand he waved goodbye to his father. The head maid bowed respectfully to the king in farewell. The girl and the boy headed toward the exit of the throne room. As soon as they left the hall where the king was sitting, someone came out from around the corner and addressed the prince. The boy and girl stopped and looked at the man who had spoken. Leaning against the wall, Greer, the first heir and Faye's older brother, stood in front of them. The prince had his arms folded across his chest, his face expressing intense worry mixed with irritation. Faye didn't immediately understand why his brother was apologizing to him. Greer pulled away from the wall and walked a little forward. He felt he owed his little brother an explanation. The boy sighed heavily. He didn't like his father's decision at all, but he couldn't affect it, therefore he felt guilty in front of Faye. But the younger prince was in solidarity with his father's decision. He also felt that Greer shouldn't have left the palace and risked his life, especially when he was so indispensable. Greer walked over to his younger brother and grabbed him firmly by the head, beginning to shake the boy with such force that he became dizzy. It was hard for the older brother to contain his emotions. He was very worried about Faye's fate. The eldest prince had always seen the real Faye, and knew that underneath the lazy man's shell lurked a good heart. His younger brother watched Greer's worries with a slight smirk. It amused him to see him in such a state. Greer ended up patting the boy on the head and promising to cover for him if he got scared and went home. The elder prince's explosive laughter rang out in the hall. It was a laugh of relief, for he had definitely forgotten that his brother was incapable of great feats and that he was only nervous for nothing. He grabbed his head again and gave his hair a good ruffle. Greer decided to share his experience on the water of a fight he once participated in. This caught Faye's attention, and he looked at his brother carefully. He told him of his terrible fear. Despite the fact that the fight was initially winnable, the guy was very afraid and could not take away the trembling in his body. Then it really hit him hard. He wanted to share this with his little brother, to comfort him and make him worry less, but he saw that the man wasn't worried at all, and so it relieved some of the guilt he had felt a few moments ago. Some eerie belief stirred and rippled. A man with long black hair was dissecting the terrifying monsters on the battlefield, holding dark swords in his two hands. He was up against an incredible force that made his blood run cold in his veins. Greer and the older maid looked toward Faye together. Something troubled them both. They didn't take their eyes off him. Endless battle, time after time, the swing of the sword and the death that stalked the men. Countless losses of friends and associates. After each battle, bitter tears were shed for the dead. Rivers of blood spilled over and flooded everything in their path. One last death embrace before a comrade in arms closed his eyes and departed this life forever. Even despite all this, the battle continued. There were more and more deaths. Each swing of the sword cleaved and killed the enemy. It seemed like it would never end. To end the loneliness that weighed heavily on the warrior's shoulders, he raised his dagger and stabbed it through his throat, so that he would never again experience that unrelenting feeling of loneliness. He blinked rapidly a few times. The vision vanished before his eyes. He looked at his worried brother and maid, but couldn't muster up the courage to answer them. His change was so quick, the guy pulled himself up sharply, putting his hands behind his head. His face brightened with a dumbfounded smile, and a strange giggle escaped his mouth. He made fun of a situation he could have been in. Lastly, the prince advised his younger brother not to hesitate to contact Fei Li. She was smart, had lived many years, and would be able to find a way out and help in any situation. He turned around and walked the other way down the hallway. Fei and the head maid remained standing still. Fei also waved him goodbye. He promised with a sort of sly expression not to think ill of his father. The older maid bowed to Greer, thus showing her deference to the royalty. The boy lifted his head up. His eyes were closed and his thoughts were wandering somewhere far away, going into the darkest recesses of his soul. Fei Li stood dignifiedly beside the couch and watched the prince lying on it. The one sprawled out on the cushions, not even thinking of something to occupy himself with. He turned away from the girl and started whining about how bad he felt about his first flight. She watched him silently, the heat of anger rising inside her. Eventually, the girl couldn't take any more of his whining and climbed over the guy to the window. With one deft movement, the head maid opened the casement. The prince stared at her in bewilderment. He ended up flying out the window screaming a couple seconds later. The girl very deftly picked him up and threw him overboard. The boy sprawled on the ground. The men huddled around him along with the warriors. The girl looked out the window and inquired about the prince's current well-being. The officials from Athus were very much disturbed by the arrival of this particular third prince to them. They were indignant, for they had expected on Prince Greer. The boy strolled through the square with a casual gait. He didn't care about those conversations, and didn't feel any worse for not being welcome here, and not being the one everyone was waiting for. The girl followed him, accompanying him everywhere. They were the only people to stare at them and discuss gossip. Fei Li was too outraged by this disrespectful attitude, and the fact that the prince himself heard it all. She disliked it too much. Fei, on the other hand, didn't mind such remarks about himself. He felt it was better to know their sincere thoughts than their hypocritical attitudes. As they were walking and looking around, someone appeared in their path, someone who knew the prince. A warlike girl stood before them, her fiery hair braided into a high ponytail, and some parts of her clothes framed by her armor. Her voice was loud and clear, she kept her back straight, and you could tell she was not of the common people. Faye rolled his eyes, trying to figure out who was standing in front of him, and why she was so negative. The headmaid immediately realized the girl standing in front of them was named Manhwa Recap, and she was the princess of Athus. The most vivid memory he could remember came into the boy's mind. The girl would try to challenge him and fight him every time she saw his older brother. He tried to avoid her. Ever since she was a baby, he gave her the nickname Princess Cabana. And now he had the imprudence to say it out loud, which infuriated the girl even more. Faye decided to end her prince's jokes and bad behavior, as well as remind him why he flew here. The guy surprisingly agreed with her, and in a more serious voice, as if he cared to formally introduce himself to Manhwa. The girl walked over to the wall and looked at the city below. Guy and the maid looked in the direction she pointed with her hand. A terrible picture of the aftermath of the battle opened up below. Lots of death and destruction, and all this was done by one hero who got so many soldiers killed. Her voice was drenched in bitterness. Faye stared intently at what had happened below, and she went on and on about how they had been under siege for a month now and why it had happened. The heart of the princess is torn with pain as she sees the smiles of the wounded soldiers who, despite their injuries, are ready to rejoin the battle to reclaim the territories of their kingdom. But she can't let them go into battle until they're fully recovered, or they'll die a certain death. Her voice shook as she spoke of those who might have survived outside. The pain in her chest tore at her helplessness. She wanted so badly to help them, but she couldn't do it. Faye looked at her. He couldn't believe this was the work of the hero alone. The girl didn't answer. She looked silently at the city lying below. Gathering her wits, she reported that the one who had done this was no longer human and had terrifying power. Her whole body was screaming about how her soul ached. She scraped her fingers across the concrete and snapped in frustration. The princess could not bear such a responsibility placed on her shoulders. She knew that if she went into battle head-on, it would be certain doom for her people. Manhwa turned her head toward the prince and immediately made it clear what she expected of him. The guy didn't mind giving her his reinforcements at her command. The only thing he wanted was for Faye to stay by his side. The boy scratched the back of his head thoughtfully and looked around the surroundings once more. He didn't like what he had to say, but knew for sure that the princess needed to hear it. Faye's words dismayed the girl. She stood wide-eyed and didn't know how to react. The bitter truth rang out in the hearing. All of this she thought about quietly, but was afraid to even whisper it, and he gave away all her fears so easily. Neither did he miss the opportunity to pick up on his observation about her spiritual state. The princess continued to stare at him in silence. He was saying all too obvious things that no one had dared to say to her face before. Their conversation was not confidential, because many soldiers who were too close heard a lot of what the guy said. They were no less shocked by his words, and work came to a halt for a while as all attention was drawn to them. He put the final finishing touch on his speech. His look was indifferent, and he thought that telling the truth would make it easier to explain his future actions. A hand reached for the guy, a sharp tug. The princess came to her senses and clutched the boy's camisole with a tenacious grip. She pulled him so close to her and started screaming so loudly that the hairs on his head stood up and his ears started ringing. Manhwa's anger overflowed her body and she spewed it all out at Faye. The desperate voice that came from her mouth a few minutes ago was replaced by a furious scream. She didn't want to believe to the last that this prince could withdraw his troops and leave them without help, despite their alliance. Faye stood by his opinion. Having seen everything with his own eyes and assessing the deplorable situation, the guy already knew that if he entered this battle, he would die here along with his troops. The girl continued to hold him tightly, her hand shivering with the rage she now felt for this insolent man. Faye behind tensed up and gripped the hilt of her sword, ready to defend her prince. Faye batted the girl's hand away from his. He was sick of her coddling him like he was some kind of bum. For the prince, the conversation was over. He turned away from the girl and walked the other way, heading to King Athus to inform him of his decision. He waved her off and apologized. The princess threw that nickname they called him back at him one last time. She also thought he was a trash prince, but still in the beginning. believed, and hoped he would help. Feli looked back and glared menacingly at the princess. Now Mafia has crossed the border by insulting the prince of another kingdom. Realizing her oversight, the girl stopped, tears gathering in her eyes. Except that the prince himself didn't give in to the provocation. It wasn't an insult to him. He did everything to create such fame for himself. A rogue smirk flickered across his face, and that was all. The princess was left alone. The wind howled around her, ruffling her hair. Her bitter pain reflected on her face, mixed with fierce anger and helplessness. Faye and the head maid descended the stairs, left alone and without witnesses. The girl paced behind him and couldn't resist asking. The prince had finally made up his mind, and he found it odd that the girl was questioning him. Except she thought his act was too cruel to the kingdom of Athus. His ability to cold-bloodedly assess the situation was not hidden from her. He spoke judiciously, and could have been a great warrior. It also hurt him, reminding him of who he was thought he was, and how he could make everyone swallow his words. Faye exhaled. He wasn't interested, and the incitements of the older maid failed to ignite the fire of bravery and heroism in him. The guy didn't care who or what anyone called him. The girl continued to follow her prince and tried to understand his thoughts, to unravel this mystery in him. The prince had explained to her quite clearly the reasons for his reluctance to pick up a sword. If he takes it, there's no going back. It was a revelation to the older maid. She had never heard him say that before. Memories of a happy childhood arose before my eyes. Greer's laughter, the way he pulled the little prince behind him, as Feli handed little Mafia wooden apprentice swords because all the girl could think about was practicing hard. As soon as they came down from the wall, someone was waiting for them. He addressed the guy by name. Faye slowed down, raising his head and looking at the man. Standing before him was the king of Athilus himself, Leric. He had aged since the last time they'd met, wrinkles appearing near his eyes that he hadn't seen before. Because of the war, his appearance was tired and sickly. The princess's screams were so loud that even the king witnessed their disagreement. He was a little embarrassed by his daughter's behavior, which caused him to apologize. Faye didn't see the need for this apology, as he felt that he himself was no better, and had said a lot of unnecessary things. He stepped closer to the king and asked him a question that worried the lad, except that the king, folding his hands behind his back, sadly announced that he could not do so. The man looked somewhere in the distance, as if remembering those talks from not so long ago. The enemy made conditions that the king could not fulfill. Hearing the king's strategy gave the boy and girl an electric shock. Watching as the nurses tended to the wounded soldiers, the king continued to speak. He understood the prince's feelings, and why he didn't want to bring his men into this battle. He also said that he would not force him to do so despite the pact that was between their kingdoms. The king addressed him directly. His voice changed. Leric had a single request that only a prince could fulfill. Faye became alarmed. He already didn't like the start of this conversation. He asked with sadness in his voice to take Mafia back to his kingdom. So the father tried to save his only heiress from certain death. Faye was stunned at such a request. The man spoke smoothly, but there was a note of sadness in his voice. It was hard for him to ask for such a thing, but he saw no other way out. The girl was loyal to her people and would not want to leave her home. Faye was very much surprised when the king informed him that he was the one who wanted the prince to lead these reinforcements. He looked at Leric with wide-open eyes. The guy jabbed a finger at himself and asked loudly why he was the one he wanted to see. It was a blow to him. Except the king had his own reasons for doing so. He saw the prince differently, noticed his prudence and calmness, which in his opinion might have persuaded the girl to leave. He often thought back to the old days when things were peaceful, and he spent a lot of time with the prince. Even then, he noticed the boy's kindness. He remembered enjoying the beauty of the flowers, and he didn't need a sword in his hands, just calmness. The king stepped closer to the boy, looked at him with his penetrating eyes, and with a smile on his face said something Faye never expected to hear from anyone, ever. He'd spent so many years building a reputation for being lazy and a scoundrel that he was shocked how Leric had considered something more in him. The prince remembered the day the king had come to him in the garden. He remembered that the man had offered to chat with him about various things and had had a good time with him. He looked at him, gathering his thoughts, and set himself 5 days to fulfill his request. He said all this with irritation in his voice. He didn't like the idea, but he couldn't turn him down. The king grinned, reminding the boy that he was only going to be here for 1 day. The guy turned around and headed further. He replied with irritation that he needed more time to change his daughter's mind about going with him. And to do that, he's going to have to think of a plan. The prince stopped. The older maid was still standing beside the king, who raised his head towards the guy. The horse snorted loudly as he regarded the men in front of him and began to pull him by the bridle. The boy was pacing down the alley. He noticed that Feli had followed him, even though she might not have. The girl led the horse behind her. She considered it her direct duty to follow the prince, even if it was the most ordinary walk. The girl was worried about the prince, for he was about to pass beyond the walls of the siege and assess the situation on the battlefield with his own eyes. Finding the matter dangerous, she followed him. The prince immediately realized that this was the king's idea, so it was also he who provided them with a horse, and also asked them to be more careful and cautious of Feli. Memories reappeared in his mind. The day his teacher reminded the kid of his facial expression, by which you could immediately read everything. He had just killed an enemy and was having a hard time hiding his emotions. Faye furrowed his eyebrows and questioned his kindness. He hadn't given it much thought before, but today it was as if his eyes had been opened. The girl chose to remain silent, her elfin ears only twitching slightly and her lips stretching into a slight smile. The huge gates opened, letting out 2 men and 1 horse from behind the walls. Once outside the wall, they saw only piles of corpses and felt the stench of death that hung in the air. Walking a little further, they encountered warriors who immediately attacked with swords. Feli, with incredible grace, swung her sword several times, and the opponents fell dead with terrible wounds. Having dealt with her opponents, the girl lowered her sword back into its scabbard, surveying the area around her. Faye sat on his horse. He was annoyed by so many enemy scouts who jumped out in small groups attacking them. The girl led the horse by the reins. They continued to move further away from the safe walls. The prince took the hint that the scouts had gotten too far away, which meant there were no warriors left from Athus. Feli looked worried because they were getting so far apart. She stopped and turned to her prince, voicing her apprehension. Faye seemed to only now notice how far they'd moved away from the walls and exhaled heavily. The older maid looked at the prince. She knew that things were very bad for Athus, and yet she wondered if the boy's opinion had changed after seeing what was going on behind the wall. Faye was serious. He assessed the situation coldly. Turning toward the gate, the lad suggested one of the dire possibilities that might soon occur. The gate stood like a lone guardian, the only shield that Athus had left, and it would most likely shake if the hero targeted it. Passing another mountain of corpses, Faye tried to think of a way to convince the king and princess to take refuge in a quiet place. Unexpectedly for Feli, the prince jumped off his horse abruptly and without warning. The girl looked back to follow him. The prince, without explaining his reasons, ran towards the houses. The older maid, a little confused, switched to shouting, asking the guy to wait. But he was determined. Something caught his eye, and he was already rushing through the narrow streets of the settlement. Running out from around the corner, he stopped abruptly when he saw something that made his heart throb loudly. The girl hurried after him. Although she was in good physical shape, such an act by the prince was not expected by the maid. A warrior stood before him, holding a long and heavy sword. He was breathing heavily, judging by the corpse under his feet. There had just been a fight here, and he had managed to kill the enemy. Except that it took a lot of energy from him. Perhaps it wasn't his first opponent recently. Hearing a rustle, the man turned sharply in the direction where Faye was now standing. The warrior demanded an explanation of who he was. The boy was in no hurry to approach. He could see that the warrior could pounce on him at any second, suspecting him to be an enemy. So covering himself slightly with the corner of the house, Faye explained to him from where he came here. The glory of the prince reached the warrior as if in snippets. His head was so overloaded with war that his thoughts were already a blur. But glimmers did light up his mind, and he was able to remember the alliance of kingdoms and the reinforcements they had been waiting for. The warrior, unable to bear the strain, collapsed to his knees. The prince jumped up in an instant and ordered his maid to help him magically. The girl was already there. They were surrounded by mountains of dead warriors and the bodies of their enemies. This was the first soldier they met, and he was alive. Faye couldn't let him die, so he hoped the girl could help him. She focused her hands on his head and tried to determine his condition. She hated to admit it, but her strength would only be enough to ease his pain. She felt too helpless at this point, but wished she could help him at least in this way. The man, breathing heavily, looked towards the girl. He believed that nothing could help him anymore. Apparently the warrior felt his end approaching. It was hard for the warrior to speak, but even so, he refused the girl's help just so she could help the wounded who were hiding in a house nearby. As soon as they heard there were survivors here, they immediately sprang into action. We needed to call in the soldiers Lyric had left behind for backup. Faye shouted out a few commands to the girl, but she knew what she needed to do herself. Philae rushed off to get help, while Faye stayed by the wounded warrior's side. The warrior had his back against the wall of one of the houses, the prince seated beside him. They had time to talk now until backup arrived. Blood was pouring out of the warrior's eye from the split wound on his forehead. He was still breathing hard, but even despite all this, a smile lit up his face. He turned to the guy and wanted to voice his request. The prince assumed he knew what this was about, and nodded to the man and promised he would do his best to make sure the wounded returned home alive. Except that wasn't what the warrior wanted to ask. His head tilted toward Faye. The warrior's body was relaxed, dried blood on his armor. All this showed how long and bravely he had fought for his country and people. And right now his only wish was for the guy to take care of the king and the princess. And also about the country he was defending with his last strength. Those words pricked the prince painfully. He was ready to leave this country as soon as he realized that it was doomed to perish. And this warrior was loyal to his king and his people to his last breath. The prince decided to be honest to this brave man. He exhaled and promised to fulfill his 2 requests, but he couldn't say the same about the country. After a little silence, he concluded that the country was lost. These were hard words for the warrior. Hope burned in his chest that they could stand. The warrior certainly hadn't expected such a straightforward answer, and it brought him back to reality from the reverie of his dreams for a while. Of course, before he died, he wanted to hear that everything he did was not in vain, and his contribution was valid. He laughed at his own words. Closing his eyes with a smile on his face, he agreed with the guy's words. The warrior raised his head, looking somewhere in the distance. Perhaps he saw before him his comrades in arms with whom he had fought side by side. He had only one wish left, and that was to meet his death with a smile on his face. The thought comforted him, and the man smiled. After a while, the older maid came back to them. She was slightly out of breath as she was running too fast. The girl told me that help would be arriving soon to bring the wounded behind the wall. Faye rose from his seat, leaving behind the warrior and the girl. He instructed her to see to the wounded while he went to get a horse and bring her here. Faye stopped, waiting a bit. He wanted to say something to the warrior. His words sounded too frank, but it was what he really wanted. These words were a revelation to Faye. She didn't expect to hear from her lazy and uninvolved prince something that could tear her heart to pieces. As the girl stood like a statue and stared at her prince, the warrior's armor rattled as he began to rise to his feet. His wounds reopened and blood began to drip to the ground. Faye turned around at that sound. He was angry that the man was wasting his remaining strength so carelessly. But the warrior didn't listen to the guy's reprimands. He silently approached him. The prince looked at what he held in his hands and held it out towards him, trying to give it to him. The man leaned over the boy. He held his sword up to him. Faye looked up at him with a look full of surprise. That speech the warrior told him deeply penetrated the prince's soul. He stared at him wide-eyed and couldn't even blink. The warrior continued to hold out the sword to the prince, but he was in no hurry to take it in his hands. Faye always knew that in this life he wouldn't pick up a sword or it would change everything. Even at such a moment, the prince was in no hurry to accept the weapon, even if the warrior dies and never knows if the guy used the sword or not. It was hard for him to overpower his beliefs. Suddenly an image of his past life appeared in front of the prince. He had a sword sticking out of his throat, which didn't stop him from raising his voice at himself now. This image appeared before him as a reminder of what he had been through and experienced. That image swirled around the boy, pulling him into his memories and the pain he had felt years ago. The man looked longingly at the outstretched sword. The question dumbfounded the prince, for he had not even considered it. For as long as he could remember, the guy had only thought of himself. At that very moment, Felai came up behind him and lightly grasped the edge of his sleeve. The warrior couldn't believe that this guy couldn't have someone he could stand up for and sacrifice his own life. Faye felt that light touch of the girl's. Suddenly he turned around and looked at her with a surprised look. From the look on her face, he was exactly the kind of man for Faye. She looked at him with her big eyes, and there was so much longing in them that was unimaginable. He remembered the way she had cared for him since he was a child, was always there for him, playing with him and sharing the fun times in his life, and has been there for him to this day, despite the way he grew up. The girl still stayed by his side and always helped him and tried to steer him in the right direction, even though it was getting harder to do so every year. Philly couldn't stand it and wanted to say something to him, something very important, but her words were cut short. This moment was interrupted by an enemy suddenly popping out of nowhere. He was bearing right at the prince with his dagger raised high. At that moment, it was like the whole world stopped. The girl immediately grabbed the prince. His safety was the most important goal for her. As she pulled him aside, Faye pulled his hand from her grasp. He turned back to the warrior who still stood holding his sword and reached for his weapon. The man was very surprised at such an act by the lad, and the girl only had time to turn around when he was about to draw his sword. The man watched as his sword changed hands. The guy made a promise he hadn't even thought of keeping before, but the warrior's words had awakened something in the prince's soul. Holding the warrior's sword in his hand, the lad raised it higher and promised to fulfill his word. He had never been more determined than at this moment. Only at that moment did the warrior realize that in front of him stood not just some guy, but the prince of another kingdom himself. The warrior smiled, and through coughs and pain bowed to the prince, pressing his right hand to his chest where his heart was. It was the last thing he could do, and then his body failed the man treacherously. He could no longer stand on his feet and collapsed into the prince's arms. Faye picked up the man at the last moment. The warrior's eyes had already lost their luster, and he wasn't able to pronounce the name on the first attempt, jabbing his face into the boy's chest. And as he said it, the smile remained on his face. Eventually, the warrior died on the prince's chest. The guy cradled him in his arms. He didn't want him to die alone. Luring his gaze, the prince saw a beautiful smile, a dead warrior for his kingdom. He did his best and left this world with peace of mind. As he laid the fallen warrior down, the prince pondered his next action. They needed to help the wounded people in the house as soon as possible and head for the city wall before it was too late and the enemy blocked their way. But the girl didn't like what she had just heard. In that dead silence, the rustle of her shoes was heard. The girl stood in front of the prince and spread her arms wide, blocking his way. She clearly didn't expect her prince to change his mind so drastically about this kingdom. After all, she agreed with his initial opinion, and just like him, saw no hope that the city could stand up to this battle. He raised a tired look to Faye. The prince understood her resentment and the reasons why she was now blocking his path. But his mind was changed. The girl didn't want to realize what had changed in the few minutes she'd been gone. After a little silence, gathering her courage, she blurted out his own words to him, especially as she understood more than anyone the responsibility they would place on their shoulders when the prince took up the blade. She wasn't going to let that happen and put him in such danger. The girl switched to shouting. She could no longer be restrained and tactful. They stood opposite each other, staring intently into each other's eyes, and it seemed to them that they were now seeing strangers, though they were so close. She tried to change his mind, to stop him before it was too late, before anyone knew of his decision except the dead warrior and herself. Hope smoldered in the girl's soul. The prince was stubborn and determined, so much so that he wasn't even afraid to grab the hilt of his sword and start pulling it out of its sheath. The weapon yielded lightly to his touch and like a faithful friend came out of hiding to meet its new owner. The boy swung his new sword, the hilt resting comfortably in his palm. It was as if the weapon was made for him, perfect in weight and shape. To show his true intention, the prince ordered the girl to bare her sword. In one quick leap, he reached the girl, who was surprised to see such a quick reaction from the guy. She had never seen him like this before, and was now reeling in the dissonance of her emotions. In order for his true intention to reach Feli, he had to lunge in her direction. She managed to pull her sword from its sheath just in time. A ringing clang echoed down the empty street, echoing away from them. The headmaid couldn't believe her eyes. The boy, who had never held a sword in his hands, and had spent his entire childhood admiring flowers, was now a completely different person. He spoke too loudly, and his words were like a cutting blade. Caught off guard, Feli didn't even try to resist his orders anymore. She hugged her sword. The girl didn't recognize her prince. There was a completely different person standing in front of her now. Faye grinned evilly as he gave her the order, and turned sharply in the other direction himself. There were about a dozen opponents running towards the prince. All were armed with swords and held shields in front of them. He alone ran toward them, unafraid before the terrible battle. One swing of his sword in the front row was pierced by the tip of his weapon. Blood slammed from the bodies of the warriors. They were flying in different directions. The prince advanced deep into their unit, cleaving flesh and bone with his sword. Blow after blow and a new death. His enemies fell one by one with mortal wounds. Remembering his teacher from his past life, Faye broke out in a mad laughter. After destroying a sufficient number of enemies, the guy stopped and laughed as if victory over the enemy depended on that laughter. At first, the enemies didn't see much of a threat from one warrior, who proved too brave to stand against so many warriors. But with each passing minute and new death, their voices faltered into a scream. Another swing and the bodies collapsed to the ground, blood whipping from their wounds, and no one could reach the prince. The teacher's words from a past life throbbed in the boy's temples. He remembered his voice, his lessons, and advice as he continued to carry death into the ranks of the enemy. Shouting loudly, trying to hurt him, didn't help them. They tried to reach him, but only met the void where he had just been and in return received deadly wounds. At some point it dawned on them who they were facing. They had never seen such a strong warrior from the side of Athus, and could not even think that they would run in droves to escape from this madman. When he saw the opponents start to leave the area, he stopped and looked after them, except that he had no intention of letting them go alive, or they would return and stand before him again, with renewed strength and menace. Another swing and a few more deaths. The warlord mounted on his horse gave orders to his soldiers. He made the decision to ignore the one guy their goal was to capture the gate. Other warriors rushed to the wall, obeying the order. Faye waved his hand and strange spires stretched around him. Its shadow rose up under his feet and reached for him. The enemies fearfully began to jump aside. Shouts spread across the field. The warriors turned their attention to their shadows, which came into motion and began to wriggle beneath their feet. The hustle and bustle began, turning into chaos. The prince raised his sword high above his head. Shadows stirred from his movement, reacting to the lad's will. He shouted the order loudly, that voice sounding from somewhere inside, from where that terrible power had burst forth, which had slept obediently all these years and only waited for the day when its master would turn to it again. The shadow turned into thousands of black swords and pierced its enemies. The warriors fell dead, not realizing what had happened to them. Swords pierced their bodies without pity or regret, and Faye stood and silently watched what was happening around him now. Somewhere in the distance from the wall, a man was perched on a horse. He fidgeted restlessly in his saddle, eager to hear the latest news from the warrior who was keeping watch through a telescope. He clearly didn't like what was happening there now. The warrior on the enemy's side kept an eye on their only opponent, who was fighting against their entire squad. The man determined that the man was from the kingdom of Distburg, and assumed he was a member of the royal family. The one on the horse was enraged. He had clearly not expected such a repulse. It seemed to him that there was not much left to achieve his goal. On the cart sat a girl with long, loose hair. A long two-handed sword was fixed behind her back. The soldiers were snooping around her, trying not to look in her direction, and she silently watched everything that was happening. Vili stood behind her prince and looked at him with a sad look, holding her sword in her hands. Though he didn't look at her, he knew the girl's feelings, and didn't mind if she left him. The prince could stand up to the wall alone. When her voice sounded, the boy's heart twinged, his back leveled. The girl began to slowly walk towards the prince, hugging her sword. Her eyes expressed deep sadness. She was silent and came closer and closer to him. Faye called out to the girl. He didn't understand what she wanted to do. Vili took out a handkerchief and touched his face, gently wiping the traces of still fresh blood from his cheek. He tried to talk to her, but she continued to wipe his face in silence. There was only so much she could do for him now. It pained the girl to see this side of him, and the prince didn't understand why she looked like that, why so much grief was in her soul. He tried to ask her, but the answer never came through. For so many years since she was a child, she had been by the prince's side. The girl knew all the expressions on his face and was able to recognize it. A fake smile that hid the unthinkable pain and sadness in his soul. The one thing he couldn't learn in his past life and this one, to truly hide your true feelings from the world. After a little silence, the prince leaned his tired head on the older maid's shoulder. She silently accepted it, giving him a chance to be himself and not try to seem like someone else. Despite everything, pulling himself together after a moment of weakness, the prince pulled away from the girl. She looked at him with incomprehension. Touching his fingers to the spot where she had just wiped the blood away, he smiled. He had something to say to her. In her eyes, he had always been a glorious child who tried to be detached from everything. Stay out of political affairs, live your measured life, and don't think about problems. Only today she was able to realize how wrong she was, and that in this shell of a body lived a very brave and strong guy. He wanted to say something, but his voice was cut off halfway through. He felt an incredible force that was rapidly approaching. Feely hadn't realized it yet, and couldn't understand such a drastic change in his behavior. She looked at him with a concerned look. The headmaid was trying to figure out what had happened and why his face had changed so much. The prince picked up the girl, pulling her close to him, and walked a little away. Very close to his head, something whizzed by. It was something of incredible power, and if he hadn't sensed such a force approaching, there would be nothing left of them now. For Fayle, the world stopped. She heard a loud whistle and was already in the arms of her prince, who jerked her sharply to the side, covering her with his body. An explosion of incredible force sounded behind them. The ground shuddered beneath their feet. Rocks and dust rose into the air. The prince let go of the girl, and they looked at the place where something strong and dangerous had just flown in. The impact was so powerful it left a crater in the ground. Not far away from them, someone's wimpy voice was heard. Who it was coming from, Faye couldn't see, but he was able to see energy begin to build up on the ground, transforming into a tangible form. In the air circled and collected particles as if puzzles were put together into one whole. That voice came from over there. A second later, someone's face had already appeared, hovering in space while other particles gathered around. The guy looked at the place where the voice was coming from, while he was talking to Fayle, who, like him, didn't take her eyes off of what was happening. A gate opened in the wall. There was someone standing too close to the exit. And behind that person, the rest of the people clustered. It was Princess Mafia who stood there, her face twisted with anger. Apparently, she recognized this power in the one who now arose before the prince and the maid. The particles had almost completely restored the girl's body. She had long, loose hair that rippled in the wind. In her hands, she held a broad and long sword. It looked very heavy, but she held it in one hand with ease. A hunch came to Faye almost immediately. He realized that such power could not be wielded by an ordinary warrior. Edis appeared in all her glory before her enemy. She was smiling full mouth, anticipating the upcoming fight. Stepping forward, Faye ordered the girl to hide behind the gate of the wall. He didn't want her to get hurt. Fayle clenched her jaws. She was completely unwilling to leave her prince. After all, she was the one who was supposed to protect him, but their roles were reversed this time. She realized that she didn't have the strength to stand up to such an opponent. The girl in front of them was not an ordinary warrior, but a hero with incredible strength. Because of that, Feli obeyed her prince and ran towards the wall. Edis didn't like the fact that he'd sent his maid into hiding. She couldn't let anyone survive her attack. The girl had only one goal, and that was the destruction and death of all enemies. Edis swung her sword and prepared to attack. Faye watched the girl carefully. Shadows stirred around him, rising higher and responding to the boy's call. He was completely focused on the enemy, and now that Feli was gone, he didn't have to worry about her. One swing of the sword and an incredible shadowy power went in a fierce wave towards the enemy, surging and swirling. The blow landed where the opponent stood, but Edis's reaction was as quick as her strength. The girl was able to bounce away from that spot in one jump, and the shadow attack couldn't hit her. Flying through the air, she smirked eagerly. She liked that she finally had a worthy opponent in front of her. But even though he was strong, she didn't see him as a threat. The prince didn't stand and wait. He quickly rushed in her direction to strike again while she was still in the air. He wanted to finish off the enemy as soon as possible. The guy's sword was able to reach Edis's body. He even managed to cleave her in half. Except there was one problem. It didn't help him. Any other warrior would have fallen by now and would never be able to rise again. Except she didn't. Edis hovered in the air, her body still functioning, and the spot where the blow had been began to fill up again with particles of energy, coalescing together. Black petals flew at Faye. The girl attacked him, but those petals didn't bring him pain. He tried to take cover from this attack, but it was too late. A moment later, the prince was surrounded by pitch blackness. He couldn't see anything around him. The battlefield was gone. The sky was gone. Edis was gone. The guy couldn't see anything but feel. He looked around, trying to figure out what had happened and perhaps hoping to see some glimmer of light. Unfortunately, he noticed too late that he had fallen into Edis's illusory trap. No matter how much he looked around now, he saw nothing but blackness all around him. Faye began to feverishly consider what her illusion had affected, what sensory senses it had attacked. After learning of her ability and experiencing it firsthand, Faye guessed that this was the way she had managed to destroy the Apheli's army. Faye continued to analyze what was happening. Thoughts jumped from one to the other, and in parallel he tried to figure out what was left available to him. The boy raised his hand and felt the fingers clench and unclench. The girl was joined by enemy warriors. They noticed the guy stopped and kept his attention on them. Edis happily reported that she had managed to trap him in her trap of illusions. One of the warriors jumped off his horse and was about to finish the guy off quickly and ruthlessly. As the man approached him, the man extended his hand with his sword, wanting revenge for all the deaths the prince had recently caused with his shadow attack. Faye, under the power of illusion, did not react to his opponent's approach. The moment the warrior got as close as possible, the prince swung his sword, inflicting a dissecting wound on his opponent's chest. The one screamed wildly. He didn't even think of the carelessness that would ruin him. The opponents, who saw their comrade in arms being mercilessly killed, rushed to the attack, shouting at the guy. As soon as the group pounced on him, he made several swings of his sword and cleaved their bodies. Edis, who was standing aside and watching what was happening, opened her mouth. The girl did not understand what had happened. After all, the guy was under the influence of her illusion. This was the first time such a thing had happened. Shock and incomprehension enveloped her. She couldn't let him continue to swing his sword so mercilessly and chop down all the warriors who had rushed towards him and were now dying from his sword. The moment Edis took a swing in his direction, the guy finished off another enemy by slicing open his neck, hot scarlet blood rushing out. The prince's eyes were closed, but he sensed the girl's approach, so he spoke to her. She stopped before she got close to him, marveling at his insight and ability to bypass her illusion. The girl snapped into a scream, her emotions bursting out. This was the first time such a thing had happened, that someone had the power to bypass her power. She had clearly underestimated him, thinking he was a secondary warrior who could be broken just as she had been doing lately. Anger mixed with fear, she frantically tried to think of what she should do next. Unable to find a better solution, Edis lunged at the guy. hoping to rely on her masterful swordsmanship and agility. She assessed his condition, watched his every action, and was able to determine that he was still under the power of her illusion. The girl tried to identify his weaknesses. Edis tried to break through his defense, but she was having no luck. And when the guy went from defense to offense, it was something unbelievable to her. The prince lunged in her direction, and the girl didn't have time to put her sword on the block. It happened so quickly that it took her a moment to realize that his weapon had been able to reach her body. Hot blood spurted, drenching her white clothes red. Feeling the sharp pain, she couldn't hold back a shriek. The guy was able to hit her arm, but for her it was the first time anyone had ever gotten that far before. Faye cringed at her scream. He knew he had only inflicted a scratch on her, and that wound didn't affect her life. But the scream was so strong it was as if it had split her open. She held onto her injured arm and looked at the guy fearfully, or rather in her eyes he was some kind of monster. She listened in horror about how he had once been exposed to illusory traps and could be under their influence for hours. Realizing her immediate loss, the girl went to extreme measures. She was too worried about her life that she decided to spit on orders from above and offered the prince a deal. He looked back in her direction, interested in such an abrupt change in her voice. Edis spoke quickly. She didn't want to fight against this guy anymore. The girl was even ready to leave her kingdom and go to the enemy's side, just so he would leave her alone. She continued to praise her abilities and fantasize about how once she joined his kingdom, everyone would tremble in fear of their greatness. He listened to her in silence, and a shiver of fear sounded in the girl's voice. Still, the prince exhaled heavily and interrupted her endless monologue about a wondrous future together. All her words were disgusting to the guy. The shadowy swords collapsed around her, digging into the ground. Edis fell silent, trying to see if one of those swords had pierced her body, but other than the pain in her shoulder, she felt nothing. The girl looked around frightened. Black swords surrounded her, but not one hit her. The prince continued to speak, his irritation in his voice growing. Shadows began to come to life beneath his feet and flowed in a circle, surrounding the girl like wild rose vines winding up the walls of an old castle. The prince was infuriated by how easily she was willing to betray her allies. All her words that she was ready to lay down her sword and swear allegiance to the prince were just empty words to him. It was like being doused in cold water, fear creeping into her very bones. Prince has clearly made it clear that there will be no deal, and yet he decided to give her a chance at life, on one condition. His insane smile played across his face. He extended his arm, and the sword became an extension of him. Shadows hovered around him, reacting to his every movement. Madness played in the prince's eyes, and his voice was too cheerful for such a moment. Hearing the condition, the color drained from the girl's face, leaving her as pale as a shadow. Hope had gone out from under her, leaving her with the realization of her loss. And then an anger and rage came over her that she had never felt before. In the face of death, madness awoke in her, and she was not ready to leave this world humbly. Edis raised her hands, her power surging around her, picking up small particles. The prince focused on the girl, who clearly still had the strength to resist him. Furious, she screamed at him and threatened to kill him in the most elaborate way she could afford. The particles swirled around her in a whirlwind, and she gathered her strength and shouted out the name of the technique she had decided to use on the guy, putting everything on the line. The illusion of the past began tongues of flame making their way towards the prince, surrounding his consciousness and filling the space around him. Faye looked around. He was trying to figure out what was happening now, for his hearing and sight had returned to him. Only he had lost sight of Edis. He assessed the state of his shadows, which he had released in order to control the girl's movement. But they had not reacted and were perfectly fine. The guy felt the presence of someone behind him. It was like a stab in the back, but no one touched him. Seeing the one who stood before him, the prince froze at the last second. Opposite stood his teacher, whom he had only seen in his distant memories. Still the same as the prince remembered him. His sword stopped a few millimeters away from his teacher's body. The boy looked at the man, not believing he was seeing him for real. The teacher reached out to him and began to walk toward him. Faye's body trembled treacherously. Though he continued to hold his sword at the level of the teacher's face, the teacher fearlessly came closer. Finally, he raised his hand, and Faye was amazed to feel his touch on his cheek. Too real, as if he was standing alive in front of him, and all those years and deaths were just a fabrication of his mind. His look, his smile, his voice. All this belonged to the teacher whom he had loved and treasured so dearly, after whose death he had suffered so much. And now he stood before him, as if all that had happened was just a dream. The teacher standing in front of him stirred up all the memories with him. The old painful wounds bled again in the lad's soul. Giving in to his emotions, he clung to the man. The unbearable pain in the lad's soul unfolded its tenacious tentacles again. He looked into his teacher's face and couldn't believe he was seeing him again, for he had missed him so much and was so glad to see him again. He touched his forehead to his chest and pressed himself against his real, tangible body. Edis was pleased with her work. She watched the guy's reaction and how he fell for this illusion. Taking on the guise of the boy's teacher, the girl stood beside him and hugged the prince, pretending to be the closest person to him. She was enjoying her work. The prince was completely absorbed in the illusion, and no longer realized where reality was and where the game that Edis was cruelly running. It was the perfect moment for the girl. While the prince was under the influence of the past and completely stupefied by the teacher rising from the dead, Edis raised her sword to end this fight, ending the guy's life. The warriors of Athus saw first Edis's intentions to destroy the prince. Even Mephia was ready to rush to the rescue. Frightened, Feely turned back around. She was afraid to see what was happening there. The girl left her prince believing he could handle it. Now she watched as Hero swung her sword over him. The air was pierced by her scream, but the prince did not hear her. He stood like a puppet resting against Edis's body, taking her as his teacher. He remembered his lessons, the way, with a smile on his face, the teacher gave him his instructions. As always, he was kind to him and wished him to gain strength sooner. He recalled how grueling the training sessions were, and what threats were made by the teacher, so that the boy would sooner learn discipline and restraint. How the rest of his friends helped him learn new techniques and always supported him. And he also remembered the fact that his teacher had always been kind to him, even despite all his failures. He lifted his head and spirit as he continued to invest knowledge and instruction. The teacher's smile lit up his face like he was talking about something really fun, but he was actually asking the guy to kill him and be serious about his intentions. Feely called out to her prince in horror, but he didn't respond, and continued to stand there, slumped against the pseudo-teacher's chest. Edis raised her sword enthusiastically over the boy and was ready to do her justice. The guy's eyes became crazy. He was muttering something to himself, not paying attention to what was going on around him, and also not hearing anything. The shadows rose from their plane and peaked somewhere upward, growing in different directions. The girl twitched in surprise as she continued to hold the prince tenaciously. Shadows began to envelop the girl's body, clutching it tightly. A black river flowed throughout the area, around the warriors, trapping them. The terrified allies stopped, unable to believe what was just happening. Everyone was terrified of such a deadly force. The shadows swelled to incredible proportions, consuming everything in their path. The terrified opponents watched as the shadows gained their strength and began to creep towards them. The enemies began to fidget in their positions. Orders were given that held for extreme measures. The commander-in-chief wasn't worried about what would happen to their hero. It was more important to him to stop the guy who could control such a powerful force so easily. Faye swung his sword, and the shadow obediently repeated his movement many times stronger and more powerful. Hero recoiled from him, her heart thudding in her chest. The prince looked toward the warriors who were approaching him to help Edis, and in a moment, obeying the voice of their master, the shadows rose up around the warriors. Those frightened started screaming and trying to bounce away from the blackness, but it was everywhere. No matter where they tried to escape, the shadow would always chase them. Something began to happen to the shadows if, before they were wriggling, now they reached for the sky. Small particles broke off from the larger mass and turning into a sword rose high to the sky. The girl watched the shadows with horror. The prince kept talking and controlling the shadows that were everywhere. Anything that had a shadow, he could control. The blades were rising, more and more of them, and some of them hit the warriors, and they fell into the arms of death. All the warriors present raised their heads up. They had never seen such power before, and didn't know what to do next. They were afraid to move, because at any moment they could be pierced by the shadow sword. Swords rose from everywhere, not discriminating between good and evil. The prince continued to accumulate their numbers. He didn't care how many grand he had to spend. Even if it was 1,000, he would do it. Feely raised her head high into the sky. She looked at the swords flying upwards, and how infinitely many there were. The entire sky was obscured by lines from sharp weapons. The boy spread his arms out to the sides, feeling his superiority and the power that bubbled in his veins. The way the enemy feared him, and how horrible the picture of swords in the sky was. The sinister black swords hovered in the air, waiting for their master's command. At some point, the swords that were in the sky began to turn their sharp ends toward the ground, toward where the people were. Mephia stared at this sight without looking away. She was afraid of such power. Everything inside her clenched with terror. The worried girl gave the order to close the gate. She was too anxious and feared that the prince would not hold his power and might hurt her men. The warriors at the gate began frantically smoking the mechanism to get the gate down sooner rather than later. The enemy side saw something start to happen in the sky. There was a whole rows of shadow swords gathering. They didn't believe that such a thing could really happen. Frightened and terrified, the warriors watched as the swords turned pointed to the ground and trembled with exertion. Vili couldn't stand it and tried to run to her prince, but she was grabbed in time by the warriors of Athus. She tried desperately to break free of their grip, only there were more of them, and they held her tightly. Terror gripped the girl. It was the first time in her life she had ever been so scared of something. A rain of shadow swords rained down on the warriors, mercilessly piercing anyone in its path. Terrible screams echoed from all corners of the battlefield. Some tried to run away from the massacre, but death awaited everyone. Swords from the shadows slid into bodies like real steel. The men of Athila stood outside the gate, eerie sounds reaching them and the way swords were thrust into the gate and collapsed nearby into the ground. They stood with bated breath, and from behind the wall, the cries of terror of the enemy kingdom's warriors could be heard. The dust that had risen from the shadow sword attack began to settle little by little. In the chaos of the battlefield stood the prince, surrounded by his shadow swords that were already peeking through the veil of dust. The memory of the teacher only agitated the prince's mind more. The girl didn't know she'd stumbled into her own trap, and with Move the Guy to go to such extreme measures. She also didn't know who would appear before him, and that was her biggest mistake. Perhaps without reminding him of the past, none of this would be happening now. Edis lay on the ground with her sword clutched in her hand, and her body was filled with about a dozen shadow swords that the prince had used to pierce her. She was so sure of her illusion that now she couldn't see where she had made a mistake. She no longer had the strength to hold on. Her sanity lost its ability to think straight, and a black blanket draped over her eyes. Her head fell heavily to the ground. When everything had already happened, and the illusion had released the prince from its grip, he remembered that his teacher had been long dead, back in his past life. He remembered all the feelings he had experienced with his death. Still conscious, Edis tried to reach out to the guy and desperately begged him to help her. Blood was gushing out from under her body. Faye knocked the sword out of the girl's hand. It flew off somewhere to the side. He towered over her and reminded her of the conditions he had set for her not so long ago. She could only stay alive if she killed him. The prince looked at his sword and reminded the girl of her ruthless actions. She was a monster like himself, and apparently forgot that when it came to her specifically. When she stopped screaming, she quietly mumbled pleas for help, her face tucked into the ground. Her pleas only angered the guy even more. He looked at the girl with irritation without feeling any leniency towards her. His sword sliced through the air and Edis's body with a sharp thrust. Her head snapped off her body, flying off to the side. Scarlet blood dripped from the sharp blade of the prince's sword. Hero is silenced forever, and will no longer be able to beg for mercy or harm anyone. The lowering dust offered a view of the battlefield. It was strewn with the fresh corpses of the enemy kingdom. No one could escape the execution of the shadow sword. Fei looked off into the distance, thousands of his swords sticking out of the bodies of dead enemies. There was an oppressive silence, only the wind walking through the area howling a sad melody of death. He had seen such a picture once before. He had gone through it in a past life, and now it was as if he was plunged back in time again. What he had tried so hard to avoid had happened. He walked through the mountains of corpses and couldn't believe it was his doing. That he single-handedly managed to commit so many murders in such a short time. The prince froze, feeling someone very familiar pressed against his entire body from behind him. His heart skipped a beat. The girl was glad he was okay and that the guy wasn't hurt. Philly supported her prince. He leaned into her slightly, sensing her concern. There was an appeal to everyone. Manhwa looked toward the boy in surprise. The gates have opened. The girl took his hand, turned it toward him, and informed him with a genuine smile that the prince had protected everyone. Fei stared at the girl. He wasn't expecting gratitude or joy, or even warmth in her voice. But it all transpired and a warmth sprang up in his soul. Holding the sword in his hand, not believing his ears, the boy once again questioned. Perhaps it was once again a play of his imagination. Fei looked at him with warmth and joy. She nodded her head and repeated her words. King Lyric was raring to go to the wall to find out what had happened, but he was kept out for his own safety. One of the warriors came running to them with breaking news. Lyric couldn't believe what he was hearing. It seemed to him that it was a dream, or someone had decided to play a wicked game with him. Even since the morning their situation was too dire, and now he is informed that the enemy troops have been defeated, and also the hero is no longer alive. The warriors went beyond the wall, no longer afraid of being under enemy fire. From various corners came cheers of joy that Athus had won the war. The prince and the princess met each other. They stared straight ahead. Their last conversation hadn't come out well, but things had changed too much since then. The prince informed Manhwa of his future plans. He didn't want to linger in this kingdom, but decided to leave his army behind to help at first. He also offered to help if he needed it. The girl stared silently in his wake, clutching the pendant he handed her. Her heart fluttered and she was unspeakably grateful to him for saving and protecting her home. The airship was ready to depart. Night had fallen. The stars illuminated the cloudless sky. Fei collapsed on the couch, contemplating everything that had happened lately. Now the guy was relaxed and calm. 2 swords lay beside him, something he had always been so reluctant to see near him. He was anticipating his return to Distburg. Suddenly, the lad realized that he had grown too tired over the past few weeks he had spent in this kingdom. He joylessly raised his sword and looked at it in a fitful way. Things were shaping up for Athus in the best possible way. The prince was able to influence the course of the war and changed an entire history. If he hadn't intervened then, this country probably wouldn't exist anymore. The guy's thoughts swirled around in his head. He tried to sort himself out, but he wasn't very good at it. He was distracted by someone's voice. The guy flinched in surprise. Manhwa walked up to him. The girl looked different now. Her clothes were no longer hung with armor. She wore a fitted jacket, short skirt, and dark stockings, and yet a sword was attached to her belt. The princess looked around, trying to find the older maid who was always by his side. Fei didn't even lift his head when he recognized the girl's voice. In rank, he was on an equal footing with her, so he didn't feel it necessary to salute her and greet her with various honors. Fei went to the party to oversee the order of the party, lest their warriors make a mess or start another war. Manhwa was surprised that the guy didn't attend the party. She was curious as to why he didn't go there. The prince's answer was very simple. He did not enjoy being in the presence of large numbers of people. The girl took a seat on a nearby bench. She felt a little awkward and worried about disturbing the guy, but he rolled over on his side and reported that she was not disturbing him. Still, he wondered what had brought the princess to him. He was willing to keep her company if it didn't last too long. Manhwa liked his answer. She smiled and with a cheerful note in her voice suggested he talk. The girl began to say all the things she had accumulated over such a long period of time, without fearing for her words. The boy's face stretched as she spoke. He was even surprised that she wasn't afraid to say that to his face. What she said next was hard, and a lump rose in her throat, for now she admitted she was wrong. The princess clutched her jacket and her hands trembled slightly. Being on the wall, she watched the prince and saw his true face. She didn't have to take his words to heart, but look at the actions he took. It was on that day that the girl realized that he was a good man. Still, her words managed to interest him to the point that when the girl fell silent, the prince lifted his head and looked at her. The princess witnessed her father give orders to forbid anyone from divulging that Faye had powers, and that he was a hero. Then she was very much surprised at this decision. But what struck her most was that they didn't want even his homeland to know about it. The king also emphasized precisely that his powers should not be made known in Distburg. At that moment, this statement of the father shocked the girl greatly. She couldn't even think that Faye would want to stay in the shadows and no one would be able to know about his exploits. As King Leric proclaimed this decree, he went to the window and gazed out at his beautiful kingdom, which had suffered too much at the hands of the enemy. He wanted to do his best to thank Prince Faye, and right now, he could only keep his secret and not divulge what had happened. He felt he had to protect the prince as he had done, unafraid to reveal his true power, for the sake of saving them. After spending no small amount of time thinking about it, the princess had only recently realized why he was so eager for no one to know about what had happened on the battlefield. But now she looked at the guy, and everything fell into place. He cheerfully replied to her that this was exactly what he wanted, and to continue to be thought of as he was. He certainly didn't want glory for what he had done to the enemy side's army. The princess took her sword in her hand, corrected it, and began to get to her feet. She then slowly walked over to the bench where Faye continued to lie down valiantly. She wanted to tell him something important, her voice as calm and confident as ever. She stood between the two benches, staring intently at Athus' savior. Everyone saw him as a trash prince, but only a small fraction were able to recognize who he really was. Hearing her words, the prince jumped up from his seat. He didn't understand what the girl was talking about, and when he looked at her, Mephia folded herself in a low bow. The girl pressed her hand to her heart. She spoke sincerely, and with every word her heart clenched tighter. She was disgusted that she had allowed herself to behave so rudely to him. But now she could pay off her old actions and sincerely apologize to the prince for her words, and thank him for saving her kingdom. All this she said, while continuing to stand in a bow. The guy stared at her, not expecting the girl to be able to get over her pride. She was infinitely grateful for the salvation of her people and country. Having never felt such feelings, Faye continued to stare at the princess in surprise, and tried to understand why his heart had started pounding so frantically in his chest. Faye then picked up the sword that was lying beside him and held it out to the girl. She glanced in his direction with incomprehension. Mephia looked at the sword and immediately guessed that it belonged to one of their warriors. The prince continued to hold it out to her and told her where he had gotten it from, but now changed his mind about taking it with him to Distburg. The girl smilingly agrees to accept this sword, but only on one condition. The prince, as soon as he heard about the condition, he twitched. He was afraid it might stress him out too much. The condition turned out to be interesting, though. She decided to ask him to dance, but not an ordinary one as it might seem. The guy's hunch was confirmed, because she had already started to draw her sword from its sheath. The princess wanted to dance to the tune of the ringing of swords. He watched her actions in silence, listening to what she was saying. A warmth resonated in his soul. Full of excitement and anticipation, the princess drew her sword fully and playfully prepared herself for the upcoming dance between them. She called him by his full name one last time. This roused him. The boy reached for his sword as he did so. They stood against each other and were ready to begin their dance that was meant just for them. This is a night the prince and princess will remember for years to come. Radafa's voice echoed throughout the bedroom. The girl bent her head over the prince again and tried to call out to his highness. The maid stood at the prince's bedside and endlessly reprimanded the guy who had climbed into his bed as soon as he got home. He hadn't even bothered to go to the king with his report. From behind the castle walls came the shouts of the prince and the maid. He wanted rest so badly that he demanded to be awakened even later than usual. Ratifa was ready to go mad at his stubbornness. Ratifa did not stop talking. She was most concerned that the senior maid had taken a vacation, although, in so many years of her faithful work, the girl had never had a vacation. This raised many questions, the answers to which the maid tried to elicit from the prince. He raised his head and his mind displayed all their recent adventures and events, which could have easily provoked the girl to take a vacation and get some rest from all her experiences in Aphelis. Sly chuckles erupted from under the blanket. The guy was satisfied with his story, which the maid believed. She continued to stare at him puzzled. When she heard from the prince himself that the rumor that had gone around the castle was confirmed, the maid recalled another gossip that stirred the minds of all the servants and hers included. It was said that the prince defeated the hero while he was in Aphelis. The boy's eyes opened wide, and his heart thudded in his chest. He hadn't expected that rumors could have gotten this far. The boy lifted his head from the pillow and sat silently in the bed. The girl dignifiedly continued to stand by her side. He exhaled and addressed her by name. She waited in anticipation for the details. Only Faye spread his hands apart and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know what to say to her himself, but as he gathered his thoughts, the words flowed out of him, describing in a very coherent way how such a layabout could save an entire kingdom. The girl grabbed a pillow and wanted to smack the prince with it. She chastised herself for actually being able to believe such a thing. At that time, someone knocked on the open doors. Prince Griel appeared in the doorway, a welcoming smile shining on his face. He had come to call the prince to his father as he was waiting for him. The eldest prince was in full parade, not like Faye, who was still dressed in his pajamas and hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. The eldest prince bowed his head slightly and said that they had received a letter from King Leric, thanking Faye for his work. It was also strange to him that Faye had gone on vacation as soon as she arrived in Distburg, as soon as she packed her bags. Faye rolled his eyes when he knew his father wanted to hear the details of his time in Aphelis. His brother looked at the prince, and in his eyes he could read the slight excitement and joy that he had returned home safe and sound. So he also said that he and the king didn't want to know about the war he'd gotten into, but his history of what had happened there. Faye was surprised to see such strong interest. The change in the boy's appearance could not be hidden from the eldest prince. Though he hadn't noticed it himself, his brother's words drew his attention to the fact that he really did feel differently now. They continued walking towards the throne room and kept talking. Grier had many more questions, but one bothered him more than the rest. Hearing him, the boy staggered and didn't know how to answer properly to him. Faye scratched the back of his head, mulling over his answer, his thoughts unable to formulate the right answer. He himself didn't know if he could consider her his friend, or if it was right to say so. He felt embarrassed for his inarticulate answer on the matter. The prince looked away, as if there might be a clue hidden there somewhere. Grier looked at his younger brother with a wince at first. It was like he was seeing him for the first time in his life, but after a second it all caused him to cheer unrestrainedly. He laughed so loudly that it made Faye feel even more awkward. It pleased him greatly that his brother was able to change so much, for before he would have denied any friendship with anyone. Satisfied, Grier began rubbing his brother's head, ruffling his hair. Faye tried to stop him, only it didn't work out well for him. Calming down, the elder prince looked at his younger brother. His voice sounded calm and soulful. He took his hand off his head and Faye lowered his head slightly and smiled in a way that no one would notice. He was pleased with his brother's attention. The memory of Mafia rose before the boy's eyes, their last sword dance and how ardently she wanted to know how he had become so strong. At that moment, he felt like she was blaming him for it, and he only had to defend himself against her onslaught of questions. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and pushed the girl away just as he exploded into a scream. Taking a wide swing, the girl jumped aside. The prince's emotions burst out and poured in an endless stream of words. In that moment, he felt better about venting his anger. He remembered running after his friends and teacher then, how good it felt to be around them then. and also his soul was tormented by the thought that if he had just been strong, then he would have died with them. It wasn't until he knew the pain of loneliness that he realized he was the strongest, and that title came next to unrelenting suffering. It wasn't clear to him why anyone could desire such power without recognizing what the consequences might be. He tried to explain to her that having such power doomed one to loneliness and a terrible fate. The price was too great. The girl was dumbfounded by such a statement from the prince. Perhaps her thoughts were too shallow. She had no idea what a heavy load he had to carry. Faye couldn't stop anymore. He screamed and screamed at the weight of such power, the grief and pain that goes hand in hand beside it when there is no way to protect loved ones, even when you have such power. They continued to attack each other, spilling out their emotions in this iron dance. After learning about all the problems that went along with the power, the girl still strived to become even more powerful. She always thought of others first, and no longer wanted to be that weak girl who not so long ago stood on the wall and cried, looking into the distance where her people were dying. Between the girl and the guy, it's like time stood still. One swing, a strong gust, everything around lost its colors. In that moment, only they existed. Faye lunged towards her, swung his weapon, and the sword flew out of the princess's hands, flying somewhere far away. She stood before him, unarmed. Clenching her hand into a fist, the princess was determined to become stronger. The wind blowing her hair, fire burning in her eyes. The guy stopped. He looked at the girl once more. His words were as direct as ever without embellishment. She frowned, waiting to see what he would say next. He wondered what motivated him to become stronger. Who was the one for whom he was ready to throw everything away and plunge into the maelstrom of a desperate battle to protect his loved ones? The prince held out the sword hidden in its scabbard to her again. His voice softened. He would not change her mind again. They each have their own path and their own reasons. The girl silently accepted the sword. This moment was too momentous for her. Holding the sword in her hands, she flashed a smile. She was grateful to the guy, and not just for saving her kingdom, but for all those words that evening. Surprised by this reaction, the prince stared at the girl, the corners of his lips lifting as he was pleased that she had accepted the sword. Seeing her from this side, Faye staggered. He had once again lost the ability to reason his thoughts. All the while, Faye stood nearby and listened to their conversation. She was happy for her prince, and the fact that he was able to vent his feelings and open up to the princess. The king also heard their conversation and was pleased. Mephia was surprised when he said that. She was pleased to hear that the prince was not, as she remembered him or as he had been when they first met. He's changed a lot in that time. Her hands clutched the cold chain, the dangling pendant swaying slightly in the warm breeze. Mephia clutched the pendant tightly in her hands. Her heart warmed at the thought of it being in her possession now. The girl left the guy and went on her way. The king went about his paperwork, dealing with the many issues that had gathered. Now he could look forward to the future of his country with peace of mind. The soldiers in the infirmary were on the mend, and everyone was happy about it. Remembering this conversation, the prince thought of all the people he had known and loved. They were all dear to him, and now he knew he could raise his sword to protect and save for the sake of his friends and family. The contented prince continued to spend his time in lazy oblivion. He had completed the king's task, and could now enjoy the king's idleness with ease. One day Faye rose as he always did at 4 o'clock in the evening. Though he rose, his eyes were still closed. He wasn't ready to face the day. Radifa was already busy cleaning and only squinted at the lazy prince. She began to resent that the prince was in no hurry to change his way of life, and promised him that it would last only until the elder maid returned, for she was the only one who had any influence over the lad. Faye didn't even listen to the girl, but only nodded and agreed to everything she said. Seated against the mirror, Radifa began her daily ritual. She groomed the prince's hair every day, brushing it gently and styling it lightly. She calmed down and started talking to him about light topics, but even that might have stirred up Faye's memories. That night he dreamed of his old friends and the life he had once lived. The most ordinary, everyday life of those days, unencumbered by terrible battles. These dreams caused a slight sadness in his soul. He missed that life, and despite that he tried to live here and now. When the maid helped him to fully pack, the guy decided to lie down on the couch reading a book that was interesting to him. Deep into the story, he didn't immediately notice the attempt to disturb him. Ratifa looked out from behind the door like a ghost. The girl had come to invite the prince to dinner. He had to put the book down and head to the dining room, since they always had dinner as a family. Stepping into a large hall with a long, decorated table in the center of the room, Faye found Greer waiting for him alone. He called out to him cheerfully. The boy also noticed that the table was set for just the two of them. Faye stared at the empty seats in surprise. There were no plates for the rest of the royal family. The older brother began to explain to the surprised Faye where a large portion of his family had gone. The maids stood rankly against the wall of the hall, ready to come to the rescue at any moment. He was surprised by this decision of his father, and also worried about his brother's health. Greer staggered a bit, for even when Faye was in Athilia, his brother had a fever, and in doing so he assured the younger prince not to worry about it. His brother's look was relaxed. He wasn't so worried about Stan's health, especially after the maid reported that he was feeling fine, but still cranky for some reason. The elder prince held out his hand with a smile on his face, beckoning his younger brother to sit down next to him and begin dinner. Faye used to sit at a different chair since he was estranged from his siblings, but as of late, he was moved to his older brother. It was Greer's wish. Despite everything, he tried to reach out to the withdrawn younger prince. The prince glanced at his plate and saw an exquisite and flavorful dish of fish. Everything looked very appetizing. Knives and forks were raised. Faye had already popped a hot piece into his mouth and was savoring the juicy, bright flavor. He turned his attention to Greer, who had stopped halfway through and was looking at his plate with a frown. Seeing his brother's reaction, Faye turned to the maid, ordering her to fetch water. The girl immediately took off her seat and rushed to the table where everything was in place to make the royal family comfortable for dinner. Meanwhile, while the girl was distracted, the younger prince swapped plates with his brother. The girl started offering different drinks to choose from. Greer, under her fidgeting, quietly thanked his brother for his attentiveness. Faye had no trouble eating his portion of fish as well. He didn't have as much aversion to it as his brother. If Dad was here, or even Feely, that number wouldn't have gotten past those two. They were too strict and did not tolerate such behavior at the table. Greer sadly began to make excuses about the fish, while Faye continued to listen to his brother with interest, drinking his portion of water. It was a very ordinary evening, but there was so much coziness in it. The two brothers were sitting at the table eating dinner and having their usual conversation. The eldest prince had gotten the idea to travel with Faye to the coastal cities someday, where they would be able to taste the flavor of real fish. Except that for his younger brother, the idea seemed too soon. He felt a little embarrassed at the eyes his older brother was looking at him with, full of excitement and hope, and he didn't really feel like embarking on a new journey. After taking a hot bath and enjoying himself thoroughly, Faye headed to the palace garden for an evening stroll. Finding a secluded place to rest, the boy laid down on the green grass. He did this every time the night sky wasn't covered with clouds, and the bright stars shone like little fireflies. He studied the constellations, and was able to observe that the position of the stars in Distburg was different from Athilis. When believing it was late, the boy went up to his room and began to settle down to sleep. The maid, having cleaned his room and fulfilled all the prince's wishes, wished him good night and departed. The lights in the room went out, and he rested his head snugly in the soft pillow. The prince exhaled with pleasure once more, convinced of how wonderful the life of a slacker was. His eyes closed and he pulled the bedspread higher, resting his nose against the soft fabric. A sense of pleasure consumed the prince. He wished he could stay in that feeling until he died. The king was seated in the throne room. His expression was surprised yet puzzled at the same time, and what he saw also caused a sense of annoyance to gnaw at him like a cat scraping at his soul. Standing next to Philip was his eldest son Greer, silently watching as Fayle entered the hall. The king sighed heavily. He was uncomfortable stressing the girl after all she had just returned from vacation. This did not disturb the headmaid in any way. Fayle, humming a cheerful tune, was striding down the hall towards the king. And behind her stretched the younger prince. The suffering of all mankind was written on his face. After all, with the return of this girl, his life can no longer be so carefree. She could subdue him too easily. Greer was clearly amused by the situation, and he also informed his brother with equal amusement that he was once again ready to be sent somewhere. Not expecting such a turn, the younger prince had already forgotten about his recent dream. Fei was also shocked by this news that she stopped. The memory popped up in the boy's mind with a bright flash. It was as if Edis was still standing in front of him, holding a cup in his hands. He looked back when he heard him address him about his lost hand. The man finished the contents from his cup before giving his answer, and gave the guy his answer. His right arm was missing, the sleeve on his camisole dangling from behind the void. The guy looked at him intently and listened to his answer. When the man finished his story, it didn't seem like anything unbelievable to the guy, much to Edis's dismay. He had his own thoughts on the matter, and they were too different from the man's feelings. The girl laughed out loud. She found the guy's thoughts amusing. The boy was angered by her reaction and started swearing loudly and gagging her. Edis exhaled heavily and poured himself another cup from the bottle. The bottle clattered against the table, so much so that the cup next to it jumped and its contents spilled out. The man spoke again. Though the children laughed, he realized that they had not yet grown to understand great love. He wanted to get his point across, so he went on to talk about why it was so important to protect those he loved. At this moment, they looked at him with bated breath. Apparently, he had managed to reach them. Edis decided to fully disclose his thought, and proceeded to tell them and present arguments that he believed to be true. The boy, who was Fei's past recreation, lowered his head and agreed with the teacher's reasoning, as he now understood what he meant. The teacher picked up another cup again, and his tongue loosened even more, except that the kids started listening to him even more attentively. This expression evoked a lot of emotions from the guy. It was as if he was learning about the existence of first love for the first time. But the girl sitting not far from him jumped with laughter. She found it too funny. Tiara turned away from the teacher and the boy. The girl could barely contain her laughter. She turned to Edis and continued to giggle to herself. Thoth tipped the bowl into his mouth, drinking all of its contents. One guy with black hair sat and watched the girl incomprehensibly. There were loud cheers. Edis couldn't stand it and spit out whatever he had in his mouth at that moment. Tiara shouted at him, and the teacher and illusionist sitting nearby took their eyes off their meal to look in their direction. Despite all the horrors and consequences after picking up a sword, becoming an executioner for someone, these people found time for fun, which for a while allowed them to get lost in the oblivion and unencumberedness of hard days. Despite all the strictness of the teacher, he always treated the boy kindly. Even when anger boiled over, he found the right words and gestures that immediately helped him let go of the anger. The guy stopped, sword in his hand, fingers clutching it tightly. But at that moment he saw something that made him look away. Then he approached Tiara. He was saying something to her in a raised tone, but the girl looked at him with a smile on her face as if she didn't hear what he was saying. He fell silent and looked into the girl's eyes. Tiara laughed merrily. The guy's presence always gave her a positive vibe. The girl felt the same feelings as the lad, or perhaps they reached her much earlier than they did for him. The teacher silently watched what happened, his face expressing no emotion at that moment. He only felt pain. That day the guy lost Tiara was one of the worst days of his life. Even though he had a sword in his hands, there was no way he could protect the girl. Her blood was everywhere, and he was cradling her dead body against him. Fei stood surrounded by people. His gaze was too scared. He himself didn't know what he really wanted. But his hand reached for his sword, and finding the hilt, his fingers gripped them tightly. A senior maid approached Fei. She lifted a small sealed bag higher and pointed her hand at it, informing him that this had been sent for him as a gift. There were souvenirs in there. Fei looked back at the girl. His irritation was growing by the minute. His face twisted with anger. He really didn't like this all that much already. The prince jumped off his bed. He had no desire to do anything on his day off. The girl quietly watched his actions. Noticing him heading for avenues of retreat, Fei immediately warned him of the pointlessness of these actions. On every door and window loomed special devices that would keep the guy from escaping. A sly look appeared on the prince's face. While Fei was on vacation, he had prepared a window for himself, for just such an occasion. The guy made it so that it would open immediately when pressed, and so he could leave the room. Upon reaching that window, he turned to the girl and shouted to her that his plan would work this time. A few seconds passed as he rested his hands on the window. The prince looked up at the girl, and a drop of sweat dripped off his forehead. She continued to watch him. Fei turned away from her and started banging on the window, but it wouldn't budge. Fei nudged on the window. Then he saw that there was someone on the other side. Outside the window stood Ratifa with equal tenacity. The girl had to do her best to keep the prince from taking out that small window. Seeing her on the other side, the guy stopped and glared angrily at the maid. The girl replied in a squeaky voice that she was just cleaning the window at that moment. In her hands, she held a rag to wipe the glass. The older maid reached out and clung tenaciously to the boy's shirt. She pulled the boy toward the exit of the room with incredible calmness. Fei frantically fought back, but it didn't help him in any way. The girl seemed to have incredible strength. Ratifa, gazing out the window, waved goodbye. The window could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed inside the room with a clatter. Fei gave a few instructions to the second maid before leaving, and the latter cheerfully replied that she would get everything done quickly. The prince's shout made the walls shudder after words of a new journey. Screaming gulls flew over the water country harbor wharf. Children walking along the marina laughed merrily and tried to copy their screaming. A week passed, and they reached the friendly country bordering Distburg. The huge city sat on the beach and was incredibly beautiful. Fei asked himself the same question every 2 minutes. It stressed him out that he had to travel so far, and it interfered with his plans for a lazy vacation in his room with a pillow in his arms. Hearing his muttering, the girl stepped closer and interrogated the prince. He remembered the day Fei had drawn him to the throne room, and the smile with which Prince Greer had announced that he had been invited to the birthday celebration of the third Prince of Linzel. The eldest prince lifted the envelope with the invitation as if he was trying to confirm his words. Fei decided that since his brother would have to sail to another country, he would have to help his father with matters of state, and his face straight up filled with irritation. Greer, on the other hand, smiled more than ever when he reported on their journey together. The elder prince couldn't stop smiling, but Fei didn't like the idea at all. He certainly wasn't planning on going anywhere anytime soon, and so he began to find excuses, except that his brother answered him immediately, solving any problem that arose. So far, the Silent King had not interfered in their little squabble, but seeing that there would be no end to it, he did speak up. The younger prince turned to his father. His words moved the boy, and it was a loss. That smile never slipped off Greer's face. He was pleased that everything was going according to his plan, and there was nothing Fei could do about it. Then he answered in a way that didn't think about his words, and it produced the fact that Fei was now walking through the streets of a city he didn't know, and Fei was weaving behind him, reminding him of what had happened. They had free time now for sightseeing in the country. Of course, Fei had his own plans for the evening, and it didn't include a walk through the city, but since Fei insisted he had to go with her. That's why he kept muttering and being disgruntled. The boys walked out to a small jetty. Fei had never seen the sea before. Noticing something interesting, the guy stopped, and the girl looked out from behind him, trying to figure out what he was so interested in. There was a man sitting on the dock with a fishing rod in his hands. His clothes caught the boy's attention as the coat of arms of his kingdom of Distburg was embroidered on the back. The man picked up the fishing rod and pulled up the fishing line with the bait. He looked sadly at the empty hook. The cigarette clenched in his teeth continued to puff a trickle of smoke. Fei came closer and asked him a question about the nibble. The man sadly replied that nothing had been caught. When the man saw the one who asked him the question, he jumped up on the spot. His fishing rod almost flew out of his hands. He recognized the guy, and it really startled him since he wasn't expecting to see him here. Fei looked at the man's face, and a situation that had happened seemingly a long time ago surfaced in his mind. The man continued to stare nervously at the prince. It turned out to be the same man who had run after them in Athus, but then he had been very afraid of Fili. Faye jabbed a finger at him, remembering that he was the one they had taken the horse from then. The man sprang to his feet and abruptly made a bow at the waist to his prince, and apologies sprinkled from his lips. A girl intervened in the conversation. The man turned pale upon hearing her voice. She pulled the cigarette out of his mouth with 2 fingers. Fili was ruthless. She could easily crush any slacker. The girl glared at the man and clenched his smoldering cigarette in her fist. The pale and inconsolable man started to make excuses, but even here Fili was on top of things. Fili was seething with anger. The girl didn't like it when people on duty were doing something that did nothing to improve things. Except the prince took a seat next to the man and enjoyed the light and warm breeze that just blew in their direction. The man lowered his eyes to the prince and noticed the change in him. He was curious. He decided to risk inquiring. The prince had a sword attached to his belt. That's what got the man so excited. He didn't notice it right away. But when the guy sat down, he had to hold his sword, which drew the fisherman's attention. Fili stood behind the prince and drilled the curious man with her gaze. He immediately hesitated and couldn't think of what to say. Faye raised his sword and nodded understandingly in his direction. The man turned away and resumed his fishing rod, but he spoke in a calm and serious voice. The warrior had something to say on the matter, though it was strange to him that everyone was forbidden to talk about what they had seen back then in Athus. The prince looked at the man and turned away from him and continued speaking. He didn't want to cause trouble for his kingdom because of his power, and remaining silent was the right move. Now he had arrived here with his older brother and saw no reason to hide the fact that he carried a sword. The warrior exhaled a sigh of relief, worried that this city could be dangerous. Raising the rod higher, he was ready to make another cast and hope for luck. There was a large and beautiful ship in the harbor. His sails were hoisted. People were scurrying around. Everyone was in their own business and preoccupations. The man's words caught the boy's attention. He turned to him and tried to understand what the man meant. Maybe he noticed something that he and Feli hadn't seen yet. The man with a smile advised the prince not to relax, but to be more attentive to political games. Faye looked at him, becoming serious. He thanked the warrior for the advice. The knight was pleased that they had been able to have a quiet conversation with the prince, and he was honored. He put down his fishing rod and, taking the bucket in his hand, began to lift it. It was clear from his voice that he was already saying goodbye. Without waiting for an answer, the man rushed away so quickly that the prince didn't even have time to react. Feli shouted a few more times at his back, but he was already too far away and wasn't going to stop at all. Feli continued to stand rankly by her prince, but anger boiled in the girl's chest. If she was alone, she would not have given the warrior a chance to escape. The guy waved a hand at him, asking him to forget about it. He was already hungry and wanted to taste the local fresh fish that he had only heard about before. There was another guy sitting on the dock who witnessed the situation. After walking a bit through the streets of Linsel, the guys chose a place where they decided to stop and eat. They waited for their order, and after a while their table was set with exquisite dishes. Faye couldn't stop thinking about the reasons that had moved his brother to take the younger prince with him. Nibbling a piece of fish on his fork, Faye brought it to his mouth while continuing to speculate about the elder prince's actions. This all raised many questions in the younger brother's mind, and he shared his thoughts with Feli. Thinking back to the relationship they had before, the younger prince wondered if someone might have advised Greer to take him along. It couldn't be otherwise. The older brother had always handled things by himself before. With a firm motion, the prince cut off another piece of fish, holding it with his fork. His thoughts flowed like water, he reasoned at once in his voice, so that Feli heard every word, since he had already guessed what the answer lay beneath all these questions. The description was too obvious to think for anyone else. The girl didn't look up from her plate and didn't look very good. She hoped that her actions would remain private and the prince would not think so deeply on the matter. The guy popped another piece into his mouth. The tension between them was building. He waited for Feli herself to give answers to his thoughts. The girl remained silent and stared at one point. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and started talking. All of Faye's hunches were confirmed, and she was the person who had advised the elder prince to take him along on this journey. For such a willful act, she was to accept any punishment from the younger prince. The prince chewed his food. From the strain of the conversation, he could barely taste the fish. That said, he held no grudge against the girl for such an act. He brought his knife up to the new dish, his thoughts so deep and straightforward. He speculated about other countries and their differences with Distberg. His sword stood nearby, resting against a chair. He continued to reason, and the girl staggered even more. She felt the depth of her guilt. Even when the guy understood why she did it, she clutched her skirt tightly, ashamed now that she was trying to hide her fears of the younger prince. There was sadness mixed with sadness in her eyes. Her face-to-face encounter with Hero, too, changed the girl's worldview. She realized that she could not stand up to such an opponent, and then there would be no one to protect the eldest prince. The plate on the table empty, Faye reached into his pocket with his hand. He understood, but was saddened that the girl dared to distract him from an important vacation in this way. The boy reached for his sword. The girl was still sitting with her head down. Rising from his seat, he spoke some very profound words. The older maid's heart skipped a beat, her eyes widening. Clutching the sword tighter in his hand, Faye promised something he would never have said before. Now his world was changed, and his thoughts had changed direction just as much. Turning around, he took another look at the still-seated Faye. He slowly continued speaking, and paused for a moment. When he finished, the girl raised her wide-open eyes at him. Her heart pounded so fast it was like she had never felt such a heartbeat before. And I didn't expect to hear such words from the younger prince. The girl was deeply surprised at this change in the guy. She decided she should tell him about it. He didn't know what to say to her remark, only scratched the back of his head and nodded gently. Philly continued talking. She felt more at ease that the guy didn't hold a grudge against her. Everything she did was for a reason. He glanced at the girl, realizing that this was her plan, both to protect her brother and to get the guy finally out of the room. The older maid smiled sweetly at him. The girl calmed down and saw her prince in a new light. It warmed her heart and soul. Faye looked at her, and it was as if something important had just now come to him, something he'd been ignoring, or perhaps studiously ignoring. He remembered Tiara, her smile, and the girl's incredible desire to protect him. Though it was a distant past, now in the current life, the feeling was echoed too much. Fearful of the sensation, the guy put his trash prince mask on his face. He tossed a few coins on the table, thus paying for their lunch. Walking a little further, standing with his back to Faye, who was watching him, the prince put on his outer garments. He had two states. One, not having a sword in his hands, he considered himself a trash prince, and didn't even mind being called that by outsiders. But the second, when the sword lay firmly in his palm, was something else, and no one else would be able to tell him he was a trash prince. A surprised Faye silently watched him and listened to his words. She couldn't even say something to him as he got ready to leave the hall and wait for her at the bottom of the establishment while the girl finished up. Suddenly, Faye threw himself over the railing of the balcony where they were having lunch and flew down. The girl was left sitting alone at the table, her hands still trembling. She clutched her skirt nervously. The prince landed like a cat. Jumping from such a height, he didn't even feel any discomfort. He couldn't stay by Faye's side any longer until he figured out for himself the feelings he had just had. The image of Tiara came back to his mind, the day the girl had stopped him, put her hands behind her back in embarrassment, and said something that made his cheeks flame red. Her sweet smile wouldn't leave his mind. Faye pressed his palm to his mouth and couldn't understand how come he started comparing Faye to Tiara. After all, the girls were too different from each other. Tiara was a strong and resilient girl. Despite her pretty face, her strength surpassed the guy's skills, as well as the teacher himself recognized her skills. Despite all the power the girl had, she was too soft, a bit naive, and a very loving girl. She didn't miss an opportunity to indulge. She liked to act like a little kid. So he also remembered her last moments of life, her incredible smile and the words she had said then. Even as her gaze faded, The girl continued to smile and died happy because she was able to protect her loved one. Despite everything, chose to sacrifice her life just to protect Faye's past life. He also remembered Rati's, whose words at the time had seemed to him too funny, too ill-considered. To protect the one you love at the cost of your life. It was perceived differently now. Clutching his sword on his belt, Rati's words only now reached the prince's heart. With his head down, he began to realize what it was like to love someone so much that you could give your own life for them. It was only when he raised his sword in this life that he realized he could no longer stand by, and now he would have to protect his loved ones. And it did not burden his heart. This desire arose in his breast of its own accord. At that moment his gaze was menacing and his intentions too serious. He could no longer allow himself to see the deaths of those close to him. Therefore he was serious about protecting them at all costs. Griel was taken aback by the words he had just heard. Not believing his ears, he questioned in complete seriousness what it was about and gave Wales a chance to answer normally, because if it was just a joke, it was too inappropriate. It was just the two of them in the room. Wales stood closer to the window and gazed out at the passers-by and the life of the city itself. The guy had his arms folded across his chest. He didn't look in Greer's direction. For some reason, he had decided to break the news to him, reasoning that they were good friends. Greer glared at his back and didn't know what to say to that. Despite the scary words he said, his face looked overjoyed. A cunning smirk showed on his lips, and sparks of excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Faye entered the small store. He was greeted by a friendly guy with a wide smile on his face. The prince had a hood on his head, and upon entering the room, he reached up to remove it. It was a flower store. Taking off his hood, the guy placed an order for flowers, but he also came here to learn something. The two princes from Distburg entered the Great Hall, where they were greeted by Wales, the second prince of Linsel. He addressed the guests in a friendly manner, inviting them to make themselves at home. Greerian stood a little ahead, as he was supposed to. When it came to Faye standing in his brother's shadow, he raised his head slightly, realizing that he was the one being addressed. Bowing slightly, the younger prince introduced himself to Wales. He remembered with delight that he had heard of him more than once from Greer himself. With undisguised curiosity, the Prince of Linsel examined Faye from head to toe. Slightly embarrassed, Greer frowned at the other prince, for he clearly didn't want Faye to misunderstand anything, as if he was being discussed behind his own back. Wales laughed and nodded, slightly embarrassed that he might have blurted out too much. They walked to a small seating area where there were soft couches around a table. The table was set with a tea set, and everything was ready to enjoy the delicious tea that had been delivered to the palace not so long ago. After learning that many in the palace had fallen ill, the eldest prince began to worry about Mebia. His look was too worried. The girl sat all night at her older brother's bedside. As he was getting worse, she couldn't leave him. Being too tired, she was allowed to go rest and not greet the arriving guests. Faye watched his older brother's reaction. It was obvious he was upset about not being able to see the girl. Greer's drooping gaze lowered to his teacup. The second prince spoke for his relatives as if he didn't care about their well-being. There was no note of sympathy at all on his face or in his voice. Durisios Dase. Wales set his cup on the saucer. The elder prince looked up at him, realizing what he was getting at, and decided to ask the question out loud. The Prince of Linsel bowed slightly, confirmed the lad's hunch. Guy did not see his older brother as a rival, as he was far from political affairs. Even the younger brother, who might have been the best candidate for the throne, Wales didn't think the power would fall into his hands. Folding his arms across his chest, the prince leaned back against the couch. His smile brightened at the words he had just spoken. Except it wasn't fun at all for Greer. Unable to resist, he slammed his palm loudly on the table, and even jumped up from his seat. The guy was clearly unhappy with what he heard, and even raised his voice. Faye pulled a face, not expecting this reaction from his brother. He spoke loudly and with irritation in his voice. Despite this, the second Prince of Linsel was too calm and didn't even raise an eyebrow. It was as if he was expecting such a reaction. Greerian was furious. He started speaking in riddles because Faye couldn't understand what such an event could be talking about. The second prince's look was slightly detached. The smile had slid off his face, and his voice had become slightly rough. It was evident from him that he was not expecting advice from the Prince of Distburg, but was simply putting it to him. Greer stood opposite the guy, his fists clenched tightly. Wales didn't even try to listen to him as he had already decided everything beforehand and didn't need the prince's help. The elder prince was just as stubborn as his opponent. Abruptly turning around, his cloak billowed in the wind. His voice was too irritated, and if he had stayed even a minute longer in the same room with Wales, he might have said many irreversible things. All this time, Faye had been silently watching their altercation and didn't even try to get a word in edgewise. Sipping his tea, he jumped when Greer beckoned him to leave together. The younger prince looked at his brother with wide eyes, already about to head after him. Except Wales stopped him, asking him to stay and finish his tea in peace. He didn't see the point of such a great rush. Greer turned around, glaring at them with annoyance, and as he turned toward the door, ordered them to join him when he was done with his tea. The doors slammed too loudly. Faye very rarely saw his brother in such a state and couldn't believe that his kind and smiling brother could be so angry. Prince Wales exhaled as Greer left the room. He thought his associate was too kind, and therefore, it was difficult for him to understand the lad's thoughts. Faye glanced at the prince, bringing his teacup to his lips, and dared to address him. The question was too direct. Faye guessed about the war between the kingdoms of Linzel and Sadens, and still decided to clarify this point with the prince himself, so as not to settle for rumors. Wales marveled at the lad's so shrewd a view of all events. He continued to sip the indeed delicious tea from the cup without raising his gaze to the prince sitting against him. The boy exhaled contentedly. He smiled as various rumors about Greer's younger brother began to form in his head. His smile grew even wider when he realized that the rumors about the third prince were not rumors at all, and that the prince in front of him was not a foolish boy, but a thinking prince. Faye continued to hold the cup to his mouth, and was in no hurry to confirm his hunch. The man holding the flower carefully placed it in the wrapping, creating a composition. While the florist took care of the bouquet ordered by the prince, Faye sat down at his workstation, listening thoughtfully to the guy's story about the kingdom of Linzel. He told in order about each heir what he knew. They were all too different and each had their own power. Only two of them did not interfere in the political games of the kingdom. He kept talking while doing his job masterfully. The man was now deftly trimming off the excess stems with sharp scissors. Listening, Faye pulled a cookie from the florist's table and was already crunching on it. A turning point in his story sounded. The guy felt the tension rise. There was the death of the queen. In the midst of the tea party itself, the woman collapsed with no possibility of recovery. It all happened too fast. No one had time to help her. The florist continued his work, and his voice was too monotonous. He recounted the war and how it ended, and under what conditions it happened. The finishing touches were left to be done. Tightening the ribbon on the bouquet tighter, the boy presented it into the prince's hands. He had already gotten up from his chair. The man dictated the order. Faye glanced at the bouquet he took from him each time. Before the prince left, the florist told him about the significance of the licorice flower. He was curious if the prince had those 7 people he wanted to meet. The prince did not like such an intrusive question, and with only a word he pulled the one back, and the look spoke for itself. The florist stooped and apologized for such inappropriate behavior. Lastly, he said a few more words about the Linzel kingdom, about how it had become dangerous there and needed to be more vigilant. Walik warned the prince that the first impression of the second prince of the kingdom of Linzel could be deceiving. He considered him someone who was concerned about his family and did the most for their well-being. The strong friendship between the two princes from different countries only confirmed the florist's hunch. Faye continued to listen to him, holding the bouquet from Lycorea. Putting his foot on his leg, the second prince grinned and told him that once he became the ruler of his country, his hands would be untied, and then he would direct all his energies for revenge. Faye continued to stare absent-mindedly into his cup. Prince Wales kept his piercing gaze on him. He was curious about the guy's reaction to his statement. The Prince of Distburg left his cup on the table and began to rise from the couch. Wales tensed slightly, as he expected some sort of reaction from him. Except Faye didn't feel the thirst for revenge in him. He was driven by something else. When Faye's words reached the second prince, his eyes widened in surprise. He probably didn't even know the reasons for his actions anymore. Pretty sure he only wanted revenge for that incident. Roddy's words came to mind as he spoke of pride, which began to come to the forefront of a man's mind and lead him down the winding road of destiny. Before leaving the room, Faye decided to make a point about this and the declaration of war. The boy's voice was calm, and his words were judicious. He opened the doors and turned to the prince sitting on the couch. He left the prince. He clearly needed to think about all that Greer had told him, as well as about Faye's last words. As long as this war didn't affect his loved ones, he wasn't going to get involved like his older brother had tried to do. Faye said goodbye and walked out. Wales was left alone with the thoughts that weighed heavily upon him. This meeting was hard on him. Too much controversy and no support. He leaned back on the couch. The light in the room seemed too bright for his eyes, so he covered them with his hand, trying to rest. Walking a little further down the hallway, Faye stopped when he saw his brother waiting for him with his back against the wall. The guy stepped closer. He didn't expect the one to stay waiting for him. Greer couldn't afford to abandon his brother and leave, as he feared Faye's anger. Faye answered his brother honestly, regarding meeting the second prince of Linzel. Lowering his head, he added that he didn't think that was what the prince had meant to say. His brother's mood was depressed. He didn't want to believe what could happen at the whim of the second prince. Faye wondered why his brother didn't want to help his friend. His answer surprised his younger brother. Raising his head, he looked to the back of the walking Greer. It was hard for the prince to admit that in order to preserve the safety of his own country, he could not do all he could to support his friend. It is only when he himself asks for help that he will lend him his helping hand. But not before. Being a prince, he couldn't act rashly. His brother pointed out that Faye himself wouldn't have rushed to his aid at the first call. To think of Athus when he arrived there, he was in no hurry to get involved. Greer stopped abruptly and turned to his brother. The younger prince's heart thudded against his ribs. He looked at his brother with surprised eyes. Faye lowered his head, his brother standing against him with his arms at his sides. He kept talking and eventually, in a gentle, brotherly way, placed his palm on his little brother's head. The prince opened his eyes. The gesture was too kind. Big brother didn't insist on Faye sharing his thoughts with him here and now. He was ready to wait. His smile was too kind, and his gaze so bright, it seemed that now he surpassed himself in the kindness he radiated toward his younger brother. Greer stepped aside and gave himself a good stretch, bringing his arm up. He turned to his brother again, flashing his best smile, offering to walk with him tomorrow and eat something delicious. Faye gladly agreed to his proposal. At night, when the castle had already fallen silent and the lights were out, the doors of one bedroom opened. Someone wearing a hoodie was carrying at an incredible speed. The guy in the hood turned out to be Faye, who decided to get out of his bedroom. Using his strength, the guy was able to slow his fall. Black tongues of shadow burst from the ground, coiling around him. Too many thoughts accumulated in the guy's head and kept him from sleeping well. So the guy decided to go out for a night walk, hoping to find a secluded spot. He adjusted his sword on his belt. The decision was quick, so he immediately headed toward the sea. Reaching the pier, Faye looked out from around the corner and saw the sitting fishermen. One of them he quickly recognized, but the other man was a stranger. The only thing the guy was attracted to was his clothes. He thought it might have been a doctor's robe. The warrior from Distburg was having a lot of fun talking about the younger prince to the strange stranger. At this moment, Faye himself looked out from behind him. He wondered what the man was talking so cheerfully about him. The man was once again jumping up and down in fright due to the sudden appearance of the junior prince. Just a little more and his heart would definitely stop because of such surprises. The man in the white robe looked back in the direction of the arriving guy, and Faye stared intently at the warrior. The second fisherman intervened in the conversation. His look was too tired, and the bruises under his eyes gave it away. Her blonde, disheveled hair was ruffling in the breeze. He raised his rod to remind his comrade of their occupation. Faye nodded in agreement, agreeing with the stranger's words while settling down next to the warrior, laying down on the wooden pier. The man was so shocked that he reached for his cigarette. It had been a nervous day. The warrior, with a hint of doubt, began to tell what he knew about the country of Satins, as he had also heard about an incident that had happened 5 years ago. A little nervously, he tugged the reel of his fishing rod. Faye listened silently, watching him. So he also gave him the information he had heard from the florist. But he wanted to know the details, so he asked his question. The warrior hesitated. He hadn't expected such tricky questions from the prince. With a little reluctance, the man did give an answer to the lad's question. Faye found this very interesting. An island with magical beasts. The stranger intervened in their conversation. He decided to tell them a legend that the guys obviously hadn't heard. The legend concerned an island of magical beasts and the rainbow flower, which had healing powers and could cure any disease. He also added that it was just a legend that was over 200 years old, and he couldn't say for sure if it was true or not. Was there ever a princess who was cured of a terrible disease with just one flower? Faye logically assumed that Lindsel should have gotten the rights to this island. The guy got up and sat down, folding his arms on his chest. The man lowered his head and refuted his guess. The man continued to speak, answering the prince's questions. Faye was shocked at this turn. He doubted for a second everything he knew before, and so he decided to ask if the queen could really have committed suicide. The answer sounded ambiguous. Who could have known what really happened that day? The stranger's answer did not satisfy the lad, and he looked at him glumly. Faye began to reflect on all that he had heard in his voice. He hesitated and fell silent. The stranger, seeing no more point in sitting on the pier, picked up his bucket of fish in his hand. The man gathered up all his gear along with his fishing rod, and rising to his feet, walked a little way down the pier. Stopping, he spoke in a more cryptic voice. He remembered that the warrior addressed him with the prefix, Your Highness, and so the man assumed that the guy who was now in front of him was none other than the third Prince of Distburg himself. This statement did not move the prince in any way. He continued to stare at the water with a hand under his chin. The man only hummed. He did not react in any way to the fact that the third Prince Faye himself was actually in front of him. A long minute passed, and the man's face changed. He smiled and praised the guy. Faye stared at him with incomprehension. He found the stranger's behavior strange. Just one phrase made the whole world stop for a moment. Faye felt his heart skip a beat. This person knew about him and what had happened in the kingdom of Athus. He spoke as if he'd seen the fight between the prince and Edis firsthand. The man continued to look at Faye with a smile. As he did so, he turned his attention to the guy's sword that he now had on him. Faye continued to stare at his face, not realizing who he even was. The stranger started telling me that he really wanted to meet him and talk to him. There was a really unexpected meeting. Faye remembered that he still didn't know who exactly was standing in front of him, and it was too disgusting that this man knew too much about him. The man apologized for forgetting to introduce himself. He said he was the owner of a small store where he sells medicines, and he gave his name. Hearing the stranger's name, the warrior who had been too relaxed all this time jumped to his feet. In his hand he clutched his sword tightly, and with his other hand he covered his prince. Faye stared at the warrior in bewilderment, not understanding what could have caused him such a violent reaction. The man began to speak, his voice low and rough, not at all like it had been a few minutes ago when he was casting his fishing rod and lighting another cigarette in a relaxed state. He recognized the man's name, and it made him feel threatened and want to protect his prince. Roel seemed amused by the warrior's reaction, and a smile lit up his face. A question sounded, at which point the wind blew, sweeping the hem of Roel's robe. He waved his hand, showing himself in all his glory. Roel denied that he was immortal, reporting that it was only a nickname, but he also added that he was a hero. He added nothing more about himself. Wishing him a good night, the man turned around and went on his way. Faye didn't say anything to him. The warrior continued to protect the prince with his body. The Lindsel National Library was bustling with life. Some were arranging newly arrived books on shelves, some were wandering around looking for interesting stories, and some had long since left the real world, plunged into the story they were reading. Faye stood by one shelf running his fingers over the spines of old and dusty books. An older maid appeared beside him, the girl curious as to what the prince was looking for. He pulled out one book. The girl quickly read the title and wondered who the author of the book was. Faye hoped he could find the most reliable records of those days and this story. The author of the book supposedly visited the island, along with the rest of the warriors and heroes who were sent to find the rainbow flower. The author's words about the island were not very pleasant, as he barely survived. Faye slammed the book shut and put it into Feely's hands. The girl took the book machine-like. She turned to the shelves and told me that she had once felt such feelings after reading it. The guy put his hands behind his head and leaned his back against the shelving unit. The prince looked towards the girl, his gaze slightly puzzled. Feely spoke calmly. She had her own thoughts about this legend and wanted to share them with the prince. Faye gibbered something stupid, for which he got a kicked leg from the girl. He hopped in place, lifting his sore leg and muttering quietly to himself, while she continued her thought on the legend as if nothing had happened. The prince glared angrily at the girl, but realized he had gotten what he deserved. The girl walked forward a bit, finding herself between the bookshelves. She spoke softly, not turning in his direction. The boy shrugged and drew the girl's attention back to himself. Apparently, she had forgotten who she was dealing with, for Faye was too lazy, and it would be strange to see him eager to rush off on an adventure after a flower whose existence was in doubt. He glanced toward the girl and remembered their recent conversation on the terrace of a restaurant, where he'd been overcome with too many feelings and vivid memories. The boy fingered one book, examining its spine. He was doing it machine-like now, occupying his hands, and the words poured out by themselves. He wanted her to know that if the case involved someone in his family or close circle, then he would act then. The girl was slightly embarrassed. She already knew it well enough that for the sake of her loved ones, the guy would be willing to sacrifice anything. Stepping away from the shelf of books he had been studying so intently, they walked along the rows, continuing to talk. The girl assumed that for his older brother's sake, he would have done the deed. Faye, of course, agreed with her reasoning, and also decided to add that he would act for her sake as well. Hearing his words, the headmaid stopped with a surprised face. Noticing that she was no longer walking beside her, the prince stopped just like that and looked back to her with a question. There were people scurrying about in the rows of the library, each busy with their own business and pursuits. And from the girl came a rather strange and sudden question. The boy staggered and couldn't understand how their conversation could have turned that way. The eldest prince entered the library hall. He saw his brother with the eldest maid and called out to him. The guy stepped closer, apologizing for leaving him and now interrupting their conversation. Faye was only glad their conversation had been interrupted, as it had gone in a very unknown direction. Faye stood dignifiedly beside her prince, and Faye noticed that his brother was not alone. Behind the older brother stood a girl. She had a very pretty appearance, black hair framing her face and a long ponytail gathered at the side, covering her shoulders and part of her arm. Faye faltered slightly upon seeing the princess in person. The girl bowed slightly to the third prince of Distburg. Greer told him that she had come to introduce him to the librarian. Faye decided that he would only get in their way, turned around and tried to head the other way, but his brother's tight grip on him stopped him. Mivia stood back with a smile watching her brothers. Faye tried to pull what he did every time he didn't like something. He wanted to run away, but this time his brother couldn't let him. Faye, who had been silently watching his actions, exhaled tiredly. Toward evening, sitting in his office, the second prince of Linsel was diligently writing something on a piece of paper. All his attention was focused on the notes. Someone knocked on the door a few times, distracting the prince from royal business. He looked up when the handle creaked and the doors opened slightly. Guesses were sprinkled as to who might have been there to bother him so late, but Wales couldn't guess. The first prince of Distburg, Greerian, appeared in the doorway. He flashed a smile as he entered his old friend's office. The second prince continued to make a note, While he was not surprised that a guest of the castle would be wandering around the grounds at such a late hour, the guy was still standing in the doorway. In his hands he held a bottle of alcohol. Lifting it slightly, he offered the prince a treat to join him. Leaning back in his chair, Wales folded his arms across his chest. He wasn't in the mood to be drinking with his friend. Greer entered the office, closing the doors behind him. The guy locked them. His next words were no longer so cheerful. The smile fell off his face, and he looked back toward the other prince. Wales averted his gaze as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Greerian's words were like a blade. He told him of his hunch, and that the boy might have believed in the healing flower that had once saved the queen. He knew that Wales was a descendant of hers. 200 years ago, a princess met a prince from the kingdom of Linsel. They fell in love with each other, and with her came the legend of the healing flower. Greerian continued his reasoning. He had learned from somewhere about the princess's illness, and that her ailment, even this flower, could not cure it completely, and also that the disease was hereditary. The elder brother and his younger brother were stricken with this terrible disease. Their health was very much compromised. The prince had to watch his favorite people suffer. Wales pressed a hand to his head. He squeezed his eyes shut, his head immediately sore from Greer finding out the whole truth. Greer did not hide what his fiancée wrote in the letter, so he also reported a meeting with Clive, who revealed the whole truth to the Linsel family. Mephia and Clive told everything to the Prince of Distburg, as they hoped he could help them change Wales's mind about starting a war. Though they accepted his desire to help his family, there was no way they wanted war to break out between the kingdoms. The Prince of Distburg called his friend by name. The latter looked up at him tiredly. Greer informed him in all seriousness that there was no point in war if only one flower was the cause. Greerian moved closer to the second prince's table. He was telling him about how the island could be accessed without permission from the Saden's kingdom. Wales listened to his arguments in silence. Also mentioned was the name of the hero, Roel, who once visited the island and was able to return from there unharmed. The second prince, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He had already spoken to Roel about it, and the latter had told him how things really were on the island. He did not hide the truth from Prince Distburg, and told him what it took to sneak onto the island, and all but gave a 5% chance of success. Greer remembered the second princess and her seeing ability. That horrible ability the girl had was being able to see everything. It was because of her that the princess became alienated, as she could see the true thoughts of the people around her. Since the girl loved her family and understood all the grief and distress of this disease, she was ready to go to this island. Sitting at her brother's bedside, she informed Wales personally. Unable to bear the tension, the prince banged his fist on the table with force. Greer exhaled heavily. He pondered further, and suggested that even if his friend's plan worked and he conquered the country of the Sadens by war, it would only loosen the hands for the Empire to start a war with them. The eldest prince bluntly stated the outcome of what could happen if the Empire interfered in this matter. Those words made Wales angry. The boy shuddered with annoyance and the fact that his friend was right. Anger blazed in the second prince's soul. Through clenched teeth, he ordered Greer to be silent. The elder prince disobeyed him and continued speaking, trying to change his mind. The sudden movement provoked the chair Wales had just been sitting in to fall. He jumped up sharply at Greer and grabbed his shoulder. Clutching the guy's camisole, the second prince, too close to his face, began to scream. His anger was bubbling. He didn't like the truth the guy was telling. But Greer didn't take his gaze away from him. He understood such a violent reaction from the prince. As a child, he had already begun to think about how he could help his family. Even then, he knew about Roel, who had been to that island, and how he had come back. All he did, all his childhood, was think, nurture his ideas, and couldn't find the answers. He looked at his brothers and wanted to help them in any way he could. The day his mother died, his thoughts went so far that he was afraid of them. Then he saw no other way out. And when his younger brother got sick, everything changed. The second prince continued to spew his anger in the face of the Grian standing in front of him. He had to do it, or his body wouldn't be able to handle the strain and responsibility he had placed on his shoulders. It pained Greer to watch his friend suffer. He tried to help him, but he didn't see a way out of the problem himself. and yet war was the last thing to think about. The guy lifted his foot and stepped on his friend's foot with force. Thoth crouched down from the sharp pain, clutching his aching leg. The elder prince set the glass on the table. With his freed hand, he began to uncork the bottle of alcohol. Even despite what he had just listened to, Greer thought there were still options. Wales continued to rub his sore leg, and in an already calmer voice wanted to hear his thoughts. There was the sound of liquid being poured into a glass, filling it to the brim. The guy held it out to his friend. The one looked warily in his direction. Greer smiled at his friend, the glass still raised in his hand. The prince already had some plan. It was a suggestion, one that Wales himself had not expected to hear. He couldn't believe his ears, and his eyes stared in wonder at the prince standing before him. Still holding the glass in his hand, he reminded him that if he were to enter the island's territory, the right number of warriors could be taken along with him. Greer thought his plan was perfect. He continued to speak with a smile on his face, but his friend didn't like this idea too much and switched to yelling again. This suggestion brought a new wave of emotions to Wales. He started to worry about the fact that Greer was the crown prince, and if something happened to him, it would cause a lot of problems. He continued to scream and waved his arms vigorously, not knowing where to put all of his anger and rage that had been stored inside his body for so long. Greer continued to speak calmly. It seemed to him that right now his head was clear and his thoughts crisp. Guy leaned against the tabletop, bowing his head. He reminded his friend of his engagement to Mephia, and it connected them all directly. He couldn't stand by any longer. The boy laughed as he talked about how his brothers were worthy of becoming kings. If something happens to him, the country won't be left without a crown prince. Taking a good sip from his glass, he added a few more words. These thoughts were coming from his heart, the way he felt it, and he didn't want to hide those emotions. Greer thought his brothers were far more intelligent, and it also frustrated him that they kept their distance from each other, and from him as well. Looking into his glass, it was as if he was trying to find the answer there, as to why it was Faye who was most estranged from his family. Sincere words once again burst out of the elder prince's mouth. His voice trembled slightly, and his gaze became sad. Greer began to tell stories related to his younger brother, and what he was worried about. Wales listened to him amazed. It seemed to him that there couldn't have been a problem in his family. Likewise, the elder prince couldn't help but notice how his younger brother had changed as he grew older. As his fake smile appeared on his sad face, he was afraid that one day he might leave and never come back to them again. Bringing the glass to his lips, the boy said something that he had been pondering for a long time and had not spoken aloud to anyone. He loved his brothers very much, but was most concerned about the fate of the youngest. They stood opposite each other. Greer smiled again. He certainly didn't have the goal of dying on that island. He still needed to help his little brother find meaning in this life. The second prince of Lindsel continued to stare at his friend in surprise, and at that moment, he couldn't find the words to answer him anything. Remembering his childhood, remembering the time spent with his friend, all the sorrows and joys amidst it all, only the younger prince's phrase throbbed in Wales's temples. The Prince of Lindsel snatched the glass from Greerian's hands with a sharp movement. He drank the entire contents in one fell swoop and placed the glass on the table with a loud clatter. Hitting his chest with his fist, the guy asked his friend for help. These words were sincere and came from the very depths of his soul. Greerian glared at him as he continued to speak, pounding his chest with his fist. It was a watershed moment in their conversation and in the future of their countries. The elder prince extended his fist to his friend's chest, tapping it lightly. Greerian was willing to help and was glad to hear him make the request. The prince brought another full glass to his mouth and looked obliquely in his friend's direction. This whole situation was just another confirmation that Greer was too kind and helpful. That was the reason Wales was hiding the whole truth. The boy to the last could not believe that Greer had offered such generous help without fearing for his own life, as well as parting with his younger brother. He didn't worry about him, since he always had a reliable Fayle by his side, who could protect him and wouldn't let him down. The boy remembered the older maid. She had once been by the elder prince's side and protected him, but now that privilege had passed to his younger brother. The girl found an approach to Faye. Despite his difficult character, she could easily harass the guy and guide him to the right path. A little embarrassed, Greer apologized to Wales for being able to count on the girl's strength, but he hadn't even thought about it yet. Taking another sip from his glass, the other prince looked into his own. He stood still for a moment, peering into the bottom of the glass. Greer poured another glass and noticed his friend's confusion. Wales began to say goodbye to his friend. It was time for him to go rest. The day had been too eventful. They said their goodbyes and the doors to the study opened. Faye stood against the wall, his arms folded across his chest and his gaze thoughtful. He stood in a secluded place from where he could not be seen. But at the same time, he could hear the conversation between the two princes perfectly. The guy slid down the wall and sat down, wrapping his arms around his legs. He thought about the words his older brother had spoken recently. He began to remember the reasons why he had once taken up the sword. Back then it was for survival. Over time there were people he grew to love and wanted to protect. He also remembered himself in the past, and his loneliness that made him kill himself, so that he would never be alone again. Sadly, death did not bring him to those he loved so much, and not a guy could not be reunited with them. He felt no change in his new life. He felt a little different feelings now. He had a desire to die, but with a smile on his face, realizing that he was able to protect the one he loved. Images of his past life popped up in front of his eyes every time. He wanted to be reunited with his lost friends. His thoughts were oppressive and heavy. He kept everything to himself, and could not share his pain with anyone. But now he was living a different life, one that also included those who were dear to his heart, and to whom he had made a promise to protect them at all costs. The smiling image of his brother, who always treated him kindly and saw him differently than the others, surfaced in his mind. The boy's gaze changed and became serious, as if he had found what he had been looking for so long. Vili turned around fearfully and exclaimed in surprise. The girl was too worried about missing the moment when the guy was able to sneak quietly out of his room. She demanded an explanation from Faye. The boy made his way into the room. His face was not the same as before, and his voice was too low and serious. The older maid looked up at him excitedly, trying to figure out what might have happened during his absence. The guy was standing against the girl. She was looking right at him. What he said knocked all the air out of her chest. She anxiously and somewhat cautiously decided to figure out what had happened, and what he was even talking about. Faye repeated his words, only slightly rephrased, but the meaning remained the same. Faye stepped closer to the older maid, and with every step he took, the words became harsher. The girl listened to him in silence, not understanding what could have happened in such a short period of time, and why his thoughts had changed so much. As if waking up from a terrible dream, Faye, shocked by his statement, began to protest. The girl was still in shock. Despite her arguments, Faye presented it to her as an order that could not be challenged. The older maid fell silent. This was a turn of events she hadn't expected and didn't even know how to react. The guy's gaze was too sharp, his whole appearance screaming for her to keep quiet and not resist his order. As he walked past her, he said something that made her heart stop. The girl's breath caught, and for a moment she forgot how to breathe. The words came over her like a terrible dream. The prince's voice was too detached. He walked on, not lingering near her. His footsteps rumbled through the empty room. Stepping back a little further, his head lowered, he did what he needed to do. It seemed to him that it was the right thing to do, and it was the only way out for him to protect the girl, even if it caused such sharp pain. He didn't want to interfere with the girl, figuring the best course of action would be to remove himself from her. Despite everything, the guy recognized her strength, and yet his decision was unwavering. He didn't want to put her in danger. The elder maid caught up to her prince without a second thought and struck him with force. He had time to react and put his hand up, blocking it. Faye was too determined. Yes, he caught her off guard, but when she came to her senses, she couldn't stay away. She heard his words in her own way, and had no idea what the reason was that he thought it would be best for her to pull away from him. The girl was angry and surly. She didn't like that the prince was underestimating her. Faye looked up angrily at the guy. He was standing in front of her with his fist raised. the same hand he used to put up a block when she came at him. Slowly, he lowered his hand. Faye certainly didn't expect her to resist his order so strongly. He had hoped it would go a lot smoother, but that was a mistake. He looked at her, and she stood against him and glared at him with her menacing gaze. The prince should have warned her that whatever was going on here was not the same as in Athus. She nodded in agreement. Picking up her sword that was always on her belt, the older maid was ready to show what she was capable of. Faye frowned at her. Faye was too brave to give up on him so easily. She drew her sword and extended her arm with it. Her attitude was serious and unwavering. On the day when thousands of shadowy swords rained down upon the enemies of Athus, the girl broke free of the warrior's clutches and rushed to the edge of the wall to see for herself what had happened. She clung tightly to her shocked-looking down. Then she saw the much death that the young prince had brought with him. Then she ran out to the battlefield. Seeing her prince, the girl rushed to him. She was glad to see him alive. And as soon as she got closer, the smile fell off her face and her legs stopped running. The girl saw the strength leaving the prince's body as he staggered at that moment, still holding his sword. Then she saw a completely different person. Shocked to the core, the girl continued to stand and stare at his back. She felt an unbearable longing at what she saw before her. The guy was standing in the midst of death, and he had a death wish coming from him. Making a tisking sound, her lips curled. It was as if she felt all those feelings herself, and her heart ached to see him in such a state. The seagulls flying over the city screamed loudly. The guy and the girl had been out on a wide platform since morning, with a beautiful view of the sea. The morning sun was blinding her eyes from the bright light. She had to cover her eyes with her hand to be able to look at the sea. Walking a little farther, Faye shuffled his foot against the tiles that lined the entire area. A tongue of living shadow emerged from beneath his foot. Wriggling, it began to rise. From a small tongue, the shadows transformed into long tentacles as they continued to wriggle. The shadows shuddered and broke free from their master's onslaught. Two shadows separated from the main mass swirled and flew somewhere upwards. The tongues of shadow still raged beneath the prince's feet. He raised his head and reached his hand up. The girl repeated after him, reaching out to grab what the shadow had turned into. She tightened her fingers around the hilt of the shadow sword. Faye had removed the blade from it, therefore this sword couldn't cause serious wounds. The girl looked at the new object in surprise. The prince's mood was serious. He prepared for battle, expecting the girl to give her full commitment with the use of her magic. Now he wanted to see what she was really capable of. Looking at Faye, he spoke the terms of this fight. It was all too easy, and it depended on it whether she would continue to protect him or go with his brother. As soon as he said that, questions were added on her part. Faye immediately informed her that she wouldn't hear from him again. The boy stretched his arm forward. His voice began to change as the sword appeared in his hands. He no longer looked like a slacker, but acted like he had matured 1,000 years. The girl similarly prepared for battle. Her shadow sword was at the ready, to proceed to attack at any second. She kept her eyes on the guy standing in front of her. In spite of all the experience of years lived before this life and during this life, he still could not say firmly that he was strong. The shadows surged higher. They were reacting to his voice as well as the feelings that were now bubbling up inside him. Fingers clenched tightly on the hilt of the shadow sword. All throughout, he was more serious than ever. A lot depended on this fight, and he wasn't going to give up that easily. The shadows echoed his voice again, reaching upward like tentacles that wanted to devour everything in their path. Faye wasn't going to give in to him and summoned her strength. She was just as serious about defeating him. The girl knew the guy was strong, but she didn't consider herself weak either. The water gathered around her and swirled in thin streams, rising above the girl. Faye prepared himself. He noticed that the girl was preparing to attack him. Faye's mouth opened and her voice poured outward, creating a visible wave in front of her. That sound accompanied her. It was as if he had activated an extra power in her. The girl jumped up. He tried to keep track of her actions. She moved like she was the wind, too fast for a normal person. If Faye were a mere human, then perhaps he wouldn't have been able to notice her movement so immediately. He quickly began to fend off her attack, his whole body focused on the girl. Faye added another sonic circle, her voice vibrating and her strength increasing. The impact came against the void. If Faye hadn't reacted in time, he would have been sick already. The girl obeyed him and did not restrain her strength. It was the truest fight between them. The prince fixated on the girl's voice. He had already heard about this ability from his father. He speculated that it might have been the language of the elves. Elves had the ability to activate spiritual arts with their voice. It was only through this language that their power was revealed to this world. Several times their blades came together in strong blows. The girl had incredible skill, wielding a sword. She already outnumbered the warriors without the extra strength. And now, taking advantage of her elven essence, Faye was incredibly strong. Faye raised his hand, and the girl took advantage of that moment to step into his open space. He darted his eyes at her, realizing he couldn't fend off her blow now. Without pity, Faye struck the guy in the open. He somehow managed to put his sword in a block to such a fierce blow. Still, he was amazed at how close he'd been to losing it just now. Even though he fended off her attack, the girl didn't stop pouncing on him. She uttered some words that stirred her magic, activating the power. Water began to accumulate in her hand, gathering into a single ball. And a moment later, the guy's sense of the strongest stream of water. A strong pressure came from her hand like a crevice, swirling like a tornado, thus causing more damage to the opponent without giving him a chance to repel this attack. Faye lands a painful thudding leg kick that lands on his heel. He focused his gaze on the girl around whom the water elemental was fading away. The girl's strength appeared to be on levels with the strength of the hero. Faye was pleasantly surprised by this discovery. She kept throwing attacks at him, and he deftly dodged her shadow sword. Deciding not to hold back any longer, a pleasant feeling tickled in the guy's chest. A smirk appeared on his face. The power he released flew towards the girl in a wide wave. Faye immediately responded to his attack, using her voice and language that was only understandable to her. The girl summoned a powerful stream of water to stop the prince's attack. The water thickly covered the shadow wave. A loud bang was heard, the two elements crashing into each other. Before the force could settle, Faye was already flying towards the girl with another attack. She spotted him too late. He had cleverly used the shock of their powers to sneak up on her undetected. Getting off the ground, the guy swung his sword, attacking her from above. Faye recoiled and hurriedly put her sword on the block. The blow was so strong that her arms trembled under its onslaught. It also didn't escape her that he wasn't done here. She was focused on the prince's every move. He decided to start his next attack with a leg kick. Rising into the air, the guy took a swing. The girl prepared to fight back. As soon as his foot made contact with her body, the girl was thrown many meters aside. The girl slid down the tiles of the square and could barely stop, wiping the sole of her shoe on the floor. Such a powerful force Faye definitely didn't expect to feel on her body, her frightened gaze wandering around the area, searching for her opponent. The moment she stood up and opened her mouth to speak the elven words, the girl felt the tip of the sword against her chest. The guy didn't make a strong push that would hurt her, only pressed in a way that made her feel that defeat. He stood against the girl, continuing to hold his sword near her heart. The girl had only to accept the fact that she had lost to him. Lowering her head, she didn't believe to the last that the young prince was much stronger than her. Dark memories flashed through the girl's mind. The pain she had once experienced came back to her with renewed vigor. The humiliation she used to feel and the belittling of her dignity. She remembered the day the maid's uniform had been thrown at her, as if she wasn't worthy for a better life. In a quiet voice, the girl turned to her prince. Faye had never heard such a bitter note from her before. Something trembled in his soul. The girl continued speaking with her hands down and her head bowed. And yet her words evoked a strange emotion in the prince. He looked at the girl again, as if he were seeing her for the first time. So many things happened during this time that gave us the opportunity to see each other from sides that didn't seem to exist before. Raising her head so that their gazes met, despite her defeat and their agreement before the duel, she was fully intent on disobeying his order. And judging by her tone, nothing was going to change the headmaid's mind. An unthinkable pressure crashed down on the area. The guy felt this force and started looking around. He felt like he might be flattened at this point. The girl didn't consider herself a loser. Still afraid of hurting her prince, she held back her strength. But it's time to stop being afraid and start taking action. Faye immediately bounced away from her to a safer distance. Seeing no other option, she warned him of the seriousness of her intentions. It was the only way she could stop the prince from making a big mistake. The water, subject to the girl's will, surged with renewed fury. Her condition was desperate, and at the same time she couldn't let the prince turn his back on her. The girl's voice trembled with tension. She clutched the shadow sword tightly. The prince crouched slightly, expecting a sudden attack from the older maid. He sensed that there would be no more indulgences, and now she would show her true strength. The girl stood at the edge of the square, and behind her the sea began to come alive. It responded to her power and call, swirling in a watery vortex and rising above her head. The girl's hand reached for the garment that had been thrown to her, as if it were some sort of offering. She took the cloth, clutching it tightly. Pulling the maid's dress up to her, the girl cried, hugging the garment to her chest. The water behind her churned even more violently, rising in huge waves hitting the wharf, foam rising and settling. Faye watched such a phenomenon, not believing that the girl was capable of such a powerful force. She kept talking without lifting her head, the words drowning in the sound of splashing water. Raising her gaze, she shouted the call of the power she had been hiding from everyone. The sound of the water became even stronger, the waves rising higher, turning into some sort of image that was still hard to see. Behind the girl's back rose an incredibly large water dragon. Its scales shimmering in the sunlight, it had a formidable appearance and was simply an impressive creature. Faye stood with her hand raised, holding the power that the beast had just been summoned with. Taking a fully tangible form, the water dragon stepped to the edge of the square. Only its head was several times larger than the girl herself. The beast looked intently at the guy standing in front of them. The girl didn't take her eyes off the guy and continued to communicate with the water dragon. Faye warned him that, although the guy looked harmless, he was too strong. Faye was wary and awaited their next move. After a moment, the water dragon disappeared from sight, turning back into water. The jet hit the girl's back, entering her body. Faye let him in unhindered. The prince noticed the abrupt disappearance of the monster and couldn't understand what the reason for such a move was. He didn't know if the girl had removed it herself or if the dragon had done it on its own. Faye pointed her hand in the guy's direction and whispered just one word. A powerful jet of water burst out at her command and flew towards the prince. He miraculously managed to bounce to the side, a little more, and the powerful stream would have knocked him off his feet. The guy was stunned by such a sudden and increased force, the water crashing into the ground, leaving devastation there. The girl's appearance changed. Her eyes darkened and her irises stood out even more. Small scales appeared on her cheeks, the water swirling around her like the wind whirling around her. Also, her mood changed. She became more confident. A wry smirk played on the scaly face. The dragon now dominated the girl's body, passing on subtle traits of her own appearance. Faye, though he stood far away from the older maid, but her changes were not hidden from his gaze. The guy noticed the change in her face with her eyes. He started to guess what this was all about. The prince continued to keep his eyes on the girl. He realized that the water dragon itself had entered her body, and it was now the one speaking to him. Up until this point, the guy had only heard of such an ability and was overly amazed when he found out that there was a person around him who was capable of it. The dragon completely subdued the girl's body and spoke in her voice. He continued to smile, and at the same time was pleasantly surprised that the guy knew of such an ability. While they stood and talked, the sea behind the girl's back continued to rage furiously. The waves moving chaotically, splashing, crashing against each other and rising again in long vines, hugging the wharf. The dragon in the girl's body raised his hand and the water rose at his will. Many long currents taking on a distorted dragon shape, continuing to wriggle. They awaited their master's next command. The girl prepared herself for the attack. Her mood had completely changed. She now looked excited and anticipating the upcoming battle. Still stunned, the prince similarly prepared himself for the dragon's onslaught. With a wave of his hand and a single word, the water obeyed the order. Sharp needles swept past the girl and directed their anger towards the prince. A multitude of blows rained down on the ground. Faye quickly tried to bounce back from the omnipresent water attack. Because of such rapid attacks, the guy didn't have time to notice that the older maid had disappeared from where she was just a second ago. He felt the pressure behind him and dodged her attack at the last moment. Without giving him a break, the water dragon in the girl's body attacked the guy once more. Faye could only grimace at the girl's relentless attacks. Feeling her superiority, the guy didn't even have time to lunge to repel the blow. Clenching his jaws, he noticed she was aiming for him again. This time he didn't manage to dodge so deftly. Feli's foot slammed into the guy with all his might. He felt a sharp pain and his eyes darkened for a moment. Blood stained his face, writhing in anger and pain. But that wasn't enough for a water dragon. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, Feli's body dealt him another powerful blow to the chest area. The guy spit out all the air he had, feeling his bones sag under the onslaught of the girl's fist. The girl made a kick with such force that the prince was thrown many meters aside. Except it wasn't what she'd planned for herself. At the last moment, the guy was able to make a maneuver that kept him from flying toward the sea. It smashed resoundingly into the wall, and a dense cloud of dust rose up around it. The water dragon sensed some sort of force approaching. She managed to jump aside, avoiding the shadow sword attack. A few slammed into the ground, piercing the stone slabs. The dragon marveled at such an interesting ability and examined the swords. When the dust cleared, the prince's view opened up. He had managed to create some sort of cushion out of the shadows that softened his blow. With a wave of his hand, the guy summoned his power and several dozen shadow swords rose into the air, pointing their sharp ends towards the girl. The water dragon turned around and was surprised that the guy was still on his feet. It added to her excitement and ignited her desire to continue the fight against a worthy opponent. She also realized that after such an attack, a normal person wouldn't even be able to get up. He remembered the words his teacher had told him. His shadow swords were ready for action, and only one swing of his hand separated him from attacking. Water flowed around the girl. She watched the guy while continuing to hold the shadow sword that Faye had originally created. The water dragon felt the guy's strength. After he stood up to such a blow, she wondered if the guy was human. The prince smirked, her question seeming quite amusing to him. Simultaneously, they exclaimed summoning techniques, their faces full of determination, and neither of them could lose in this ruthless fight. The water vortex met resistance to the shadow attack. The two forces once again clashed with each other. The girl's hair swept upward. She suspected something wrong with this attack. Correctly deciding that it was a distraction, the water dragon assumed that the prince's next attack would come from above, but there was no one there. Then the only option left opened from the bottom. The guy was already bearing toward her, too low to the ground. The prince raised his hand in which a black shadow thickened. He shouted out another summoning technique, directing it towards the girl. A sword with black, binding thread stabbed into the girl's shadow, which sprawled beneath her feet. She didn't have time to bounce back and fell into the prince's trap. Turning around, the water dragon angered even more, sensing the vulnerability that could produce to his loss. She couldn't move, her body trembling from the exertion and trying to make any movement. Feeling that something irreparable was about to happen, the girl looked up at the guy who was already anticipating his victory over her. He raised his shadow sword into the sky, his shadows streamed upwards. In a commanding voice, he shouted another call. Everything was happening too fast. The guy's attack was frightening, so the water dragon gathered all the energy he could afford and summoned several techniques at once, combining them with each other. The ground beneath them shuddered and cracked, the water spiraling around them, crashing into the floor, destroying everything in its path. Prince and Feli collided, attacking each other. Their shadowy swords slammed into each other with a clang. The stones of the shattered tiles were flying in different directions. The energy around them raged unabated. They struck each other relentlessly, using their strength as well as the swords they had in their hands. Total chaos ensued. Neither of them was willing to concede or lose. Their battle was incredible and horrific at the same time. After another clash of their swords and forces, the pier they fought on failed. The tiles collapsed, and the earth began to fall into the water, eventually pulling them with it. Huge cobblestones began to crumble into the sea. Loud splashes were heard from the water, which was already raging too much due to Fei's strength. Losing the support under their feet, they began to fall along with the pier. Fei was trying to grab onto something. The girl was busy with the same. No one wanted to get in the water, or it would be an obvious loss. And even though they were rapidly approaching the water, their swords never stopped clashing against each other. The water dragon was the first to lose her balance. The ground disappeared from under her feet. The girl flew sideways with a scream. Fei didn't miss a moment. In one straight motion, the guy knocked the shadow sword out of the older maid's hands. The stones continued to crumble into the water, and a little more they would be swallowed up by the sea. Fei's body fell into the watery abyss. She felt the cold sea on her body, which enveloped her from heels to head. Fei, on the other hand, was trying to keep his balance and not fly after the girl. A loud splash and the sea swallowed her whole. The guy stayed clinging to the cliff, trying to regain his balance, searching out his opponent with his eyes. He steadily rooted himself to the cliff and crouched down slightly to make it easier to find the girl. The water splashed again, and Fei appeared on the surface. She didn't look cheerful. Her hair was sticking to her face, and all her clothes were soaked to the skin. Reaching up with her index finger, she raised it, a smile reappearing on her scaly face. The girl decided to remind him of the condition of the duel. The guy was standing on the rocks, but there was water dripping off one of his boots. It couldn't be hidden from the water dragon that, as they were falling, the guy's foot sank into the water. Taking the boot off his foot, the prince threw it far into the water. The water dragon in the girl's body spent a surprised glance. Flying shoe. Shock fell upon the girl. She hadn't expected such a turn. The boy placed his bare foot on the rock, confirming that his body remained dry and his clothes were not part of the bargain. She looked in his direction with irritation. She didn't like the thought of losing. He had yet to twist it around like he hadn't lost with her. The boy showed the water dragon his tongue, teasing her. All the terms were negotiated with Fei. It couldn't escape the girl that the guy, despite everything, tried to avoid direct hits on her. She swam over to his shoe and picked it up. She still wondered why he was so eager to pull her away from him. The prince couldn't stand it and told his thoughts on the matter. He looked at the girl. The boy remained standing on the rocks while the water dragon made his way out to the shore they had created with their fight. Tired from the grueling fight, the prince crouched down on one of the rocks, lowering his sword. He also confessed that he didn't want to see any more of his loved ones die, while he remembered Tiara taking her last breath in his arms, and that painful feeling scrambled in his chest again. The girl threw his wet boot on the rock. It fell splashing water. The water dragon stood beside him. She looked at the water, which had calmed down and was no longer raging. The girl asked him one important question. Lowering his head, the prince confessed his fear to her. It was hard for him to talk about it with anyone, especially when he was used to keeping things to himself. She held her breath as he opened up to her. Fei considered the destruction they had created during the fight. He spoke slowly with a bitterness of sadness within his soul. Remembering the past pain, he was afraid to feel those horrible feelings again. Never again to see the faces of those he cared about. Even after his death, fate did not allow him to be reunited with them. Despite his best efforts to become detached with people from this life, there were still those he had warm feelings for, and was afraid of losing them, as had happened once. His own contradiction gnawed at him from the inside out, disgusted that he couldn't find answers to his own questions and desires. The water dragon humbly listened to his words. The guy kept reasoning on this painful topic for him. He opened up, and the girl was afraid to scare this moment away. For a moment he laughed at his own words. Still, he was back to where he started. Now there was a regular guy sitting in front of the girl with abrasions and a bare foot. He chortled because of how much more complicated his life had become. The girl stood in front of him all soaked, trickles of water dripping from her hair and clothes. Something trembled in the water dragon's soul. The guy shifted his attention to the older maid who now had the spirit of the water dragon in her body. She turned away from him, as if trying to hide her expression. Faye raised his eyes, looking somewhere in the distance, nodding in agreement at the girl's words. The words he said next struck a chord with the dragon. He had heard something important. When she raised her palm, the water swirled around her. Thinking about his loved ones, only now did he give himself permission to savor their care for himself. It was only from that moment on that the guy realized how nice it could be to realize that you were worried about and wanted to protect you. Thinking about his older brother and Faye, the boy's thoughts changed quite a bit. But even that is enough to live a little longer in this world, for them. Faye smiled. He was feeling good about this conversation, and seemed to have some of the debatable thoughts in his head resolved. Suddenly he felt his back as the girl pressed against him. Faye leaned her head into his body quite lightly, savoring this moment. Feeling that he wasn't pushing her away, the girl closed her eyes, and even so tears came in thin streams. After giving her a chance to be like this, he looked up and motioned for her to return. Back at the castle, Faye went to the room together with Faye. The boy sat alone on the couch, holding a white handkerchief to his nose. His body throbbed and ached unpleasantly from the recent fight, and the wound on his nose was still bleeding. The older maid entered the room, only now she was in different clothes as she was completely wet. The girl dressed in comfortable pants and jacket, changed her shoes and dried her hair. She felt a little awkward in her new look. The prince's attention was immediately drawn to the girl's changed image. He had seen her dressed like this once before, long ago. Faye took a seat next to him on the couch and set aside her towel. She looked at the boy, reaching up to his face, feeling guilty for giving him such wounds. She rose to her feet and used her magic to speak a few enchanting words. Light sparks swirled around him, descending on his body, completely weightless. After a few moments, the abrasion was gone from his face and the pain no longer throbbed in his ribs. He groped his body with some surprise. Though he didn't like healing with magic when they were in Athus, he let her do the same then. Guilt for what she had done still clutched the girl's soul tightly. She couldn't let go of the feeling so easily. After all, to her, Faye was a loved one she swore to protect, not maim. Because she was nervous about it, her hands would automatically start clutching her clothes. In a quiet voice and with her head down, the girl apologized. She needed to say it, and if Faye let her, she'd shout it every step of the way. Except the guy cringed. He didn't want to hear her apologize for what had happened. As soon as he wanted to answer her something about it, the girl abruptly turned around, remembering something important. She took the sword he had given her from the dresser. Her hands reached out to him, and in them she held a black blade. He accepted that sword, looked at it. A small black shadow began to flow from the hilt of the weapon. He uttered a summoning word, and a shadow spread around the entire sword. Faye stared in surprise at his mastery of shadow magic. Though she had seen his actions more than once, it was still a gimmick to her. The sword in his hand blurred into a shapeless figure that began to twist. Eventually, something else appeared in his hand. In his careless style, the prince tossed the newly created object towards the girl. She caught it deftly and looked at what now lay in her palms. It was like that sword in the scabbard she had just given him, only scaled down several times. Twirling the object in her hands, the older maid guessed that the dagger in front of her was a dagger. Faye watched as the girl regarded him curiously. He also added that this dagger would be in the girl's possession and would not disappear as long as he lived. She looked up at him, full of surprise. There was an awkward pause. Faye turned away from the girl, who continued to stare at him with all eyes. He shocked her with that statement, and he, feeling embarrassed at what he wanted to say next, began scratching the back of his head. Remembering all the things that had happened between them and what they had been through, he made a promise to her that he would try not to do anything that she should be worried about. The boy turned back to her, and in a serious voice asked her to take care of the crown prince. It was the only thing he wanted so badly right now. She was still holding the gifted talisman dagger and gazing at it in awe. After a moment, It was as if she had awakened from a long sleep. The senior maid changed in her face, clutching her dagger tightly. The girl gave her word to protect His Highness Grerian. Fei was pleased with himself. He was able to accomplish the goal he had set for himself, because when the girl finished speaking, a slight smile shone on his face. Slipping her sword onto her belt, the girl turned her attention to the clock, deciding that the crown prince must be awake by now. She would immediately head over to him. At last, Fei took another look at the prince, and when she saw him with his eyes closed, she called out to the guy. He lifted his head in her direction, but he still didn't open his eyes. Since the girl was leaving her room, the guy decided to let himself take a nap on her couch. He sprawled on top of it, putting his leg over his foot, letting the girl know it would be impossible to kick him out. Realizing his tiredness, Fei offered him her bed with a smile. Except he didn't appreciate her offer, promising he wouldn't stay here for long. As she was about to leave the room, the girl threw him a certain phrase that made the guy immediately open his eyes. He didn't even believe for a second that he'd actually heard it. Fei heard a rustle on the couch and looked back toward the prince. He glared at her with a sizzling gaze, a terrible aura wafting from him. Except that the girl reminded him that there was no word in their agreement that if she left him, no one else would look after him. Despair reflected on his face. He threw her last words back at her, but the door slammed horribly, leaving him alone. The girl went to the crown prince. Fei exhaled heavily. Getting up from the couch, the guy walked around the room, continuing to scratch the back of his head. Fei swung the window open sharply in one motion, the swigs flying in different directions. The warriors who sat under the window froze fearfully, hoping their company would not be noticed. They were slacking off from work, playing cards. The prince leaned over the windowsill and grinned at the intruders. The prince noticed something amiss even as he and the older maid returned to her room. Though the warriors were neither seen nor heard, a thin trickle of cigarette smoke gave away their company. Watching their reactions, Fei continued to mock them. The warriors boasted their heads, worrying about their future, which could turn into hard labor if the incident became known to Fei. Hearing the prince's suggestion, the warriors raised their heads, looking at him in surprise. Interested in such an offer, one of them rose to his feet and thanked the prince for being so trustworthy. Really, he wanted to know what the guy's motives were. Fei started pulling out a mysterious stamped letter from his pocket. The prince lifted the envelope, grinned and twirled it in his fingers, showing it to the rest of the warriors. At the same time, in Linzel Castle, a noise could be heard coming from the meeting room. The people inside were actively discussing something. Warriors stood still at the door, guarding a room full of nobles. People were seated at the table. With that, they had already started discussing the future trek to the island of magical beasts. There was a moment of silence as everyone gathered in their seats. Everyone looked at each other, waiting for someone to start first. On one side of the table sat the second Prince Wales, as well as his younger sister and a hero named Roel. The prince was in high spirits as his plan began to come to fruition. The guy sitting in the hoodie was the first to raise his voice. His mood was not very positive. Roel decided to diffuse the situation in a peculiar way and reminded everyone that he was the strongest in the room. The guy lifted his teacup, wanting a hot sip. The second prince put in his word. He wanted to get to the important issues as soon as possible. Raising her hand, his sister had something to say. The girl revealed that she knew who would be attending today's meeting, and it suited her just fine. The others listened intently to the girl and tried to figure out where she was going with this. The only thing that confused her was the unknown person sitting directly across from her, who the princess knew nothing about. Fei stared at the girl in surprise and didn't know what to say to her. Prince Grerian intervened in the conversation and immediately stood up for the girl, pointing out her strength and ability to aid their upcoming endeavor. He spoke like a true diplomat, calm and firm. The princess squinted at Prince Disberg. Who this girl was the least of her worries. She was concerned about something else. Lishan extended her hand and pointed her finger in Fei's direction. Lishan spoke slowly, as it appeared the finger was pointing not at the girl herself, but at the dagger that was on her belt. For some reason, the princess felt that Fei should leave him in the other room. Everyone looked at Lishan with incomprehension. who continued to glare at the dagger on the girl's belt. Philly froze. She had never thought that her prince's gift could attract someone's attention so much, and not in a positive way. Greer questioned the girl with incomprehension as to what she meant. Lishan explained a little about her ability as a seer. Even from early childhood, the girl could see things that were hidden to the eyes of the rest of the people. She also informed those present that in places like this, she tried to keep to herself and not show her power in public, but she couldn't control her power when such a powerful object was around. She covered her eye with her hand, trying not to see what she already felt. Taking her hand away from her eye, she continued to see that dark power again. If you didn't look closely into her eyes, you might not have noticed the strange iris surrounding the pupil. Now the princess saw what no one else could see. Dark energy was spreading out in all directions, and it was coming from this particular dagger. Lishan didn't like the fact that such a dark object was in the same room as them. The girl demanded in all seriousness that Feli get rid of that dark dagger. The older maid lowered her head guiltily. She didn't know what to answer. Her hand automatically reached for the scabbard of her dagger. Fumbling for it with her fingers, the girl squeezed it in her hand. Immediately, he remembered their conversation with the prince this morning, and the fact that he called that dagger a talisman. Clamming up, she had a hard time doing what her princess asked her to do. Another man intervened in the conversation. His words made Feli's breath catch, and her eyes widen. The man's words hit right on target. It was Roel who raised his voice. He sat with his hands folded in a lock and watched Feli with a smile. Lishan stared at the guy in surprise, rendered speechless. The second Prince Wales was equally surprised. He did not know that Roel was acquainted with the younger Prince of Disburg. The immortal hero nodded cheerfully and talked about where they had crossed paths, as well as his sword that was too similar to this dagger. He turned to Her Highness the Princess. The girl turned in his direction, waiting for his next words. Roel spoke with a slight chuckle, not at all hostile. It was more like friendly advice than admonishment, and in doing so, he didn't miss the opportunity to remind the princess of what these people were going to do for her family. The girl listened to all his words, lowered her head, and thought about her behavior. It wasn't long before raising her eyes towards Feli. The princess apologized. The senior maid was once again taken aback, as she certainly didn't expect Her Highness to apologize to her. Feli got to her feet and bowed to the princess. She was pleased that she no longer insisted on such a hard decision, and was sympathetic to the dagger she had been given. Such a gesture from the girl also surprised the princess. Despite the ominous energy emanating from the dagger, Lishan couldn't see anything wrong with the girl. Recovering, the princess allowed the older maid to raise her head, asking her to introduce herself. Pressing her hand to her chest, Feli gave her full name and explained her position. Satisfied with the answer, the princess smiled at the girl and placed her trust in her. The guy in the hoodie spoke up. His words triggered a wave of emotion from Feli. She cautiously looked in his direction. He recognized her as a certain priestess of the sacred mountain. All those seated turned their attention to him, interested in his words. He thoughtfully went on to say all the things he had once heard about elves, and was also pleasantly surprised that one of them was still alive, having been in Distburg all this time. Feli was surprised at his knowledge. Roel informed her that he was a historian of antiquities, and he was also a hero, a divisive void. The boy nodded in agreement and took a hand to his hood. Pulling back the hood from his head, the guy's face was revealed to them. The entire top and just below his nose was mottled in horrible scars. He warned her to memorize his face, for it would be the only time she would ever be able to see him. Feli, along with Greerian, looked at the guy. They tried not to show any emotion as they knew it would be inappropriate of them. The hero threw his hood back over his head. When all was quiet and the side discussions had ceased, Prince Wales took over the opening remarks. Gesticulating, he explained their purpose for this meeting. As he spoke and warned everyone of the danger, everyone looked at him, deep in their own thoughts. The prince asked them not to be heroic and to be extremely careful, for this mission was extremely dangerous. He went on to talk about the training and their first actions. They were scheduled to set sail in 2 days, and the first thing they should do was head to the Saden's kingdom. When Wales fell silent, Lishan raised her head with a question, worried about the two heroes who might not have been missed in the Satan's kingdom. Roll noted that Zelm was a hero from a neutral state, which gave an advantage. The historian himself added that he would go on his own to the Sadans, so as not to be involved in their plan. The second Prince of Linzel went on to talk about their mission plan, and the next step that would happen when they were granted permission to visit the island. He held 3 fingers up, thus showing the others that there would be 3 groups, each with a different task. The first group was made up of Lycan and the hero of the separating void. They both looked at the prince and listened to their assignment. Turning his attention to the soldiers who stood meekly against the wall, the prince added their participation in the mission and informed them of the task that would be assigned to the warriors. He assigned himself, Roll, Feli, and Prince Greerian to the task, which was to lure out and destroy the higher-level monsters while leading them further away from the first group. The Prince of Distburg was surprised that Wales was going to go with them. Thoth smiled and extended his arm, which was tightly bandaged. He slowly began to unwind the bandage. Greer's eyes went to his forehead when he saw what was hiding there. Wales showed everyone his arm, which had a tattoo on it that allowed the prince to use some sort of power. Their meeting concluded by discussing the intricacies of the mission. All that was left was to prepare for departure. Greer and Feli left the meeting room, and the two of them walked down the long corridor of the castle. The prince spoke first. He was excited by the fact that the girl was the center of attention. The girl lowered her head sluggishly, still feeling guilty about that incident. The crown prince was already surprised by everything he had learned about the Linzel family. But what shocked him the most was that Faye had picked up a sword. The girl did not tell the truth about the younger prince, and told him only part of the events. This elicited a slight chuckle from Greer's side. Feli and the prince approached Faye's room. Near his door stood warriors guarding his majesty. When they saw the elder prince approaching, they all abruptly began to fall into line. They reported that the younger prince was now asleep, and also requested to be awakened in the evening. Not wanting to disturb the prince's sleep, Greer, along with Feli, decided to meet him later. The girl turned around to ask the warriors to take care of him. Those with one voice responded in agreement. The sight of them was overawed, but the girl didn't pay much attention to it. Left alone, the warriors continued to guard the empty room, hoping that His Highness would return as soon as possible. Seagulls circled the city in small groups. From where Faye and the knight were, the view was incredible. It seemed as if the whole city could be gathered in the palm of one hand. The warrior was pointing his fingers at certain parts of the city and telling the prince about their features. The one sat silently and listened intently, memorizing the information. After hearing the required amount of information, the prince began to rise to his feet. He also informed the warrior that he could go back to the castle, but the knight, gathering his wits, would not dare to do so, for he had taken the responsibility of accompanying the younger prince. He was very proud to tell Faye about it, except that the guy didn't finish listening to him and abruptly disappeared from his sight. The one didn't even have time to react, and was terribly afraid for His Highness. Landing on the ground, Faye lurked in the thicket, reached by the startled cries of a knight who was trying to get a glimpse of the prince. After a while, the junior prince was already pacing the streets of Linzel City. There were people scurrying around, tents by the roadside where you could buy food or valuables. He continued onward, paying almost no attention to passers-by. A sort of map had formed in the boy's mind, by which he kept his bearings. Faye went to the door and knocked on it. There was no answer. Then he decided to reach for the knob to try and open it. Behind him, a voice was heard with unpleasant notes of indignation. The guy froze in place. Turning around, he saw the boy. He looked at him unhappily and wanted to find out the reason for his arrival here. Faye replied that he was here to see his boss and would like to meet him. The boy proved overconfident and began to kinder him. When he found out the guy was unassigned, he didn't hesitate to send him away. Behind the prince came 4 men whose appearance was not at all favorable. Each of them carried weapons that they were eager to use against the guy standing in front of them. One by one, they began to outline options for what they would do with their prey. Each had their own elaborate plan that they would gladly put into action. Faye, listening to all their words, exhaled heavily. The guy turned to them and warned them that this could all end in death. His words caused only laughter from the thugs, who immediately decided to pounce on him and get what they wanted as soon as possible. The prince didn't think long, and let his living shadow pass in their direction, uttering a summons. Blackness spilled in a thin trickle from his foot toward them. And when she got to the guys, she started piercing their bodies. The wounds inflicted by the shadow were not fatal, but enough to scare these thugs properly. They frantically began to look around, pain from all sides piercing their bodies, never having seen such power before. One shadow pierced his shoulder, another his nose, a third his leg, and a fourth his arm. Scared out of their wits, they began to run out of the alley where they had just considered themselves kings of this life and wanted to kill the guy. They were screaming and calling for help like little boys. Listening to their distant shouts and stomping, Faye decided that would be enough for them. The only one left standing was at his back. He turned sharply in the direction of where the kid was. Jumping out on the crate, terrified, the guy tried to reach for the hidden weapon. Shadows spread across the ground, rising in thin tongues. Hearing the prince's words, he froze, afraid of making a fatal mistake. He looked once more at the guy standing before him and demanded an answer from him with irritation. The prince stood opposite, ready to draw his sword at any moment. In a calm voice, he gave his full name, title, and where he came from. Taking a long black ribbon from his pocket, the prince announced his firm intention to meet the merchant. Feeling that the prince would do nothing to him, the boy jumped from the crate to the ground. He irritably began to explain to the prince that his boss wasn't always here. Faye lowered his eyes to the black lettering tape. He had 3 more addresses there, but then he just sat down on a crate and decided to wait here. The guy didn't like that, so he ordered the guy to get out of here. Another voice was heard, causing the arrogant youngster to be startled. He shuddered, turned around apprehensively, and looked in the direction the question had come from. The girl approaching them had an overly disgruntled and overbearing voice. The boy immediately began to justify himself, actively waving his arms. Faye looked at the girl and asked if she was a wealthy merchant, and his look was slightly surprised. In front of him stood a woman. With gorgeous black long hair, she wore glasses on her face. Her pretty face gave away nothing sinister. The woman was dressed in too tight clothes that emphasized her large breasts with deep cleavage. The man's name threw the guy off a bit, but he quickly came to his senses. The woman waved it off, not giving any importance to the names. She invited him into the room and indicated a seat on the couch. Faye questioned the sincerity of her intentions. He continued to hold the black ribbon in his hands. They sat on the couch opposite each other, and a servant girl brought a tray of tea and began pouring it into cups. The woman with a sweet smile kept talking to the guy, reminding him of her busyness. Faye watched the girl's movements. She was very calm and quiet, doing her thing. Dwarg also noticed that the guy wasn't afraid to come here without a single guard. Suddenly, the girl, who just seemed quite harmless, grabbed a sharp object and pointed it sharply towards the guy, trying to hurt him. Faye didn't even waggle an eyebrow as he continued to hold the teacup in his hands. But her face immediately changed when she felt a strange feeling. The girl looked at the guy with fright. What she tried to wound him with was a fork, but it never reached its target, freezing in place. The girl could no longer move her body. A living shadow was spreading from his foot, which quickly reacted to the danger. He didn't even need to look in the direction of the frozen girl. He showed with his whole appearance that he didn't care about her. An old man appeared behind the woman's back, clearly tense when he saw what was happening, and the trapped girl didn't realize what was going on at all. Her legs got caught in the guy's shadow trap, restraining her movements. He hadn't brought security with him, as he was sure she wouldn't even want to hear him out if he did. The people who were in the room froze in excitement. The woman silently sipped from her cup of tea, and the prince continued to sit like that, holding the girl in his shadow, waiting for her verdict. Eventually, Dwarg explained to him who the girl was, and her actions were only in order. So he also decided to let him talk to her and listen to his proposal. Realizing what was next was going to be a conversation, the prince released her from the grasp of his shadow. The servant girl nearly fell over when the grip released her. The girl bowed to him and apologized for her actions. A plate with a cake generously drizzled with sweet syrup was placed in front of him. Bowing her head, the woman was ready to listen to him. She asked him the question directly. The guy looked at her and gathered his thoughts. His wish was voiced. Everyone present stared at him because of such a loud statement. He also added what he needed the ship for, and specified that it had to be very sturdy. The woman was slightly surprised at such an impudent request, but didn't give any sign of thinking about it yet. She decided to clarify about his intentions, but when he corrected her, the woman sighed heavily. She didn't like it anymore, and what he wanted was hard to do. She told him of all the risks, but it did not embarrass or frighten the prince in the slightest. He listened to her, and began to taste the dessert that was placed in front of him. There was one question left for her to ask him. The guy didn't immediately decide to answer it. He put a piece of sweet biscuit in his mouth. He set his fork aside on the saucer, and began to explain to Dwarg in a calm tone the reasons for such a risky journey. The prince drew his sword and clenched it in his hands. It was the only way he could protect those he loved. The woman had been scrutinizing him the whole time. She sipped from her cup, giving her opinion on the matter. The guy spread his hands. Supposedly, it will be as it should be, but at the same time, if he dies, at least with the knowledge that he did his best to protect his loved ones. His last words caused some emotion in the woman. She once again scrutinized him and remained silent for a while, thinking over what she had heard. She was curious about his name, and he immediately introduced himself and showed his coat of arms on his clothes as proof. Before sipping more tea, the woman didn't hesitate to call him by a nickname that was known even here. That made the guy laugh, and he confirmed her words in his nickname. Looking with a slight smile at his companion, the prince asked her a question. Dwarg laughed with him, but then her tone changed and she finally showed herself and what she really thought about it. Her tone sounded too sweet now, even luscious. Tilting her head to the side, the woman gifted him with a smile. But within moments she had completely changed. She talked a lot, all to the point. She didn't like the prince's plan or his judgment at all. She didn't see all the benefit in lending him her ship. The words were like sharp needles flying towards the prince, and the last one hit it right on the spot. The guy looked at her dumbfounded. He heard all the things he had hoped not to hear. Unfortunately, that was the answer he had expected. All her men looked at him. The prince's head drooped and his fingers began to clench into a fist in frustration. Still, he hoped this conversation would go easier. At that moment, he remembered his teacher. That look he'd looked at him with when he'd lost once again. He was lying on the ground and breathing heavily. This fight was hard and unfortunately doomed to failure. Athus threw his cloak over his shoulder, looked toward the boy with a smile, and gave him some sound advice. His words infuriated the boy. He jumped to his feet and began to shout fervently at him, but the man was unshaken and did not pay attention to the boy's outbursts. When the lad had calmed down, Athus stepped closer to him, and almost in a half-whisper gave him another lesson that the lad was to remember for the rest of his life. The boy turned away from him, and Athus looked worriedly in his direction. Noticing his friend's frustrated look, he added one last thing, leaving the guy stunned and digesting what he had said. Looking in the direction where their friends were laughing, he noted that as long as they were around, it was the most important thing. The man finished his philosophy, and the boy continued to stand and stare in the direction of his favorite people. Unable to bear the guy's exertion, Athus decided to cheer him up by kicking him with his foot. The guy immediately came out of his trance and reacted to everything he said. The man brightened with a smile. This moment from a past life, very timely recalled to the prince. He also remembered Tiara's face the first time she told her that she would protect the girl. He found those words hard to say then. But she didn't give him a chance to be embarrassed and turned it into a joke. They got into a verbal altercation. He was already embarrassed, and she made it sound like he told her that because he lost to Athus. The girl didn't hesitate to tell him straight to his face what she thought of him. Her words flew like an arrow into the boy's chest. It pained him to think that Tiara didn't see him as a protector, and the next words finished him off completely. Since the girl was much stronger than him, and it was strange for her to hear him make such a statement. She also didn't forget to mention the incident yesterday when she had to save him. All this she said with a cheerful note. The girl liked to cause the guy a storm of emotions. The others came closer to them. The teacher was the first to decide to stop the girl, as he saw that she was unknowingly trampling the guy's pride into the ground. Lying on the ground from such words, the boy lifted his head and looked at Edis, the latter glaring at him. Jumping to his feet, the boy shouted at the top of his voice so that everyone could hear him. The teacher and the others turned around on him, and he couldn't stop now, promising them that he would soon become stronger, and then he would be able to protect them, instead of them protecting him. He stepped closer to the girl, roughly jabbing his finger at her, promising that someday there would come a day that he would be the one to save her. The girl looked at him in surprise. She had no idea that her taunt could get his blood so hot. The others were just as surprised at his fervor to protect her. The lad's face was burning then, and his look was as serious as ever. Edis was amused by what had just happened. The teacher was surprised at such ardent zeal to save the girl, and she fell silent, not knowing what to say to such a statement. Feeling the hot warmth spilling into the girl's chest, she smiled sweetly at him. It was very pleasant and important for her to know that she was so precious to him, that he wanted so much to take care of her. He remembered her two states of mind, the unbridled joy over the fact that the guy wanted to get stronger for her, and then her last breath when she died in his arms, and he never got to protect her. Remembering all of this, the prince couldn't help but laugh. It was like a detached, unreasonable laugh. The woman wanted to know what his value was, but it came out that the prince didn't have it, and didn't hide it from her, didn't make up his value, but told it like it really was. Clutching the sword in his hands, he also added that he hadn't negotiated before, since he was just a trash prince, in fact. Extending his sword arm in front of him, he added that other than being able to swing his sword, he wasn't capable of anything else. With a clatter, he slammed his sword against the table that stood by the couch. He had a lot to say, and maybe it all sounded stupid, but his determination was boundless. He rested his hand on the table. He wanted her to feel his desire. Thinking of his loved ones in this life, he could not back down from his promise to protect them. That's why he was standing in front of her now. The prince was willing to go along with any terms. The consequences were of little concern to him now. The only thing he was thinking about right now was his loved ones. All this time he had only thought of Feli and his older brother. He saw them, felt his need to protect them. It was the only thing that made him want to live. Feli and Prince Gririon look back to him and watch him with a smile. They feel the same warmth and care he feels for them, and the same unbearable desire to protect them. The word was like a lump in my throat, lodged somewhere very deep, and it came out. It was extremely hard for the prince to overcome himself, but the lives of his loved ones were at stake. He rested his hands on the table and bowed his head to Dwerg Zalch. Finding himself in this position, he finished his sentence. His eyes were closed and his body tense. His fate will now be decided. The woman continued to watch him in silence, not betraying any emotion. The guy was surprised at this turn of events, and didn't even notice his mouth was ajar. The old man, on the other hand, only frowned his eyebrows. After coming to his senses, the white-haired guy decided he had the right to answer for his boss, and began to speak with disdain in his tone. He was unable to finish his sentence to the end, as the woman interrupted him. She said something no one expected to hear. All eyes turned in her direction, and her men began to exclaim with surprise. Faye was equally surprised and looked at Dorg with wide-open eyes. She folded her arms, propping her lush breasts up. The woman clucked her tongue and shamed him for bowing so easily before her. Their relationship began to build on a mutually beneficial trust. The woman relaxed as she continued to sit on her couch, and the prince was more tense than ever. He couldn't believe that they were now getting to the point where the woman would give him the ship he wanted. He didn't care about the terms she would give him for the favor. She nodded approvingly, closing her eyes. I guess she was already imagining what she'd charge him when he got back. A new question followed, which cooled the boy's ardor a bit, as he had never had the chance to steer a ship on his own. He hadn't thought about that nuance yet. The woman was too generous in offering the sailors, and pointing with her hand in the direction of the boy, informed him that he would go with the prince, so that in case he did not return, the boy could take the ship back to Linsel. The boy stared at the woman in horror. Faye was stunned. She had thought of everything so quickly, and was ready to provide everything he needed for his journey to Magical Beast Island in just 5 days. Placing her palm on the table, the woman was ready to leave. Since there were no more questions, she rose from her seat and walked to the door. Before leaving the prince, Dwarg turned around and said goodbye to him with a smile. The guy had already taken the plate of dessert in his hands, and with his fork was ready to continue eating it. Her errand boy remained standing beside the prince. Her voice was incredibly sweet and kind. As the woman walked out, the doors slammed shut, leaving them alone. Finished with the treats, Faye walked out of the wealthy merchant's office and walked through the streets of the city. He was pleased with the way things had gone, and yet there were many things that bothered him. The most important thing he did was to get a ship, and with sailors who, unlike him, knew how to operate it. Buried deep in his thoughts, the prince walked out of the alley. Suddenly, from the other side of the street, the knight that Faye had abandoned not too long ago shrieked at the top of his voice. Vrog's office was packed with all her people. The guy couldn't stop being indignant and extremely surprised that his always calculating boss had gone for such a dubious deal. And just as he was about to add something else, the boy looked at her and was himself shocked at what he saw. Dark clouds gathered around the woman. She sat with her arms folded and her head down on them, and strange sounds like the howling of a wild beast came from her. The woman started talking about how she was left with no choice and just had to take this deal. So she also told of the morning's visit from the apothecary, who had decided to make a wager with her. He made terms she found tempting. The kid stared at her in surprise. The woman was thrashing around hysterically, berating herself for agreeing to this bet. She pounded her fist on the table and was more nervous than ever. Her hands shook with anger and irritation. She hated to think that she couldn't change his mind about leaving. He wasn't intimidated by the alleyways. The bandits' attack and even her cruel words didn't stop him. But what angered her the most was his bow at the end, when before that she had brazenly berated the prince himself. The woman continued to arrive in a rage. She jumped to her feet and thrashed around the room in different directions, continuing to swear loudly. As her energy sank, lowering her head, she remembered the name of the person the guy originally came from. That name spoke volumes to her. All of these facts came together to cause her to bow out, allowing him to get his hands on the ship. Dwarg also knew that this man would not give out that name to a stranger, but only to those he trusted, and that meant something. Walking over to the table, the woman slammed her palm on the tabletop. Her voice changed immediately. She gathered her wits. After such a surge of emotion, she felt better. She began giving orders for her men to get started with the ship's preparations sooner rather than later. The boy decided to wonder what fee she would decide to charge this prince for such a generous favor. The woman did not answer anything, only smilingly reflected on her devious dreams. The ship had just sailed away from the harbor. The bow was confidently parting the sea, and the wind blew the sails. The water wheels were actively paddling the water, spinning relentlessly, picking up speed. Prince Gririon stood at the bulwark and watched the water surface. A girl came out behind him. She spoke quietly to him. The guy looked back and said with a smile that didn't surprise him at all. The rest of us were spread out on the deck, each busy doing something different. His sister and brother were quietly discussing something among themselves. Roel was reading his pocketbook, and Zelm was crouched on the steps, watching the others from above. Feli looked at the water, thinking about her own thoughts, and she was a little sad that Prince Faye didn't come to say goodbye to her. Greer called out to her. She closed her eyes and followed him. Right now, the girl had to turn her full attention to the Crown Prince and see to his protection. The ship sailed farther and farther away from the city. Faye stood on one of the higher points, the steps leading down to the harbor stretching out in front of him. He didn't go down and see his loved ones off, but from afar the lad wanted to see them sail away. He stood like that for a long time, watching the ship until it became a small dot on the water surface. The prince lowered his eyes to his sword, a fire of determination and energy burning in his soul. He believed he was doing the right thing, so nothing could cause doubt in his actions. After a few more days, the prince stood in front of a small but seemingly sturdy ship. with Dwarg beside him. They both watched as the sailors made the final preparations for departure. Faye was surprised by such a ship, especially when the woman told him about the magical engine that would make them expensive in much less time than he had thought. Behind her stood an old man scrutinizing the list. The woman didn't miss the opportunity to remind the guy that this vessel was no cheap toy, valuing it at a couple of lakhs. So she urged him not to sink this marvelous ship. Slightly nervous, the guy lowered his head. He felt like a very heavy weight had been placed on his shoulders. Bending over the bulwark, the guy reported that they were ready to set sail, but something was bothering him. Faye and the woman raised their heads and looked at him. He told of a rumor, which had already spread among the sailors, that not so long ago a terrible dragon had been seen in the expanse of the sea. Faye immediately realized who was being talked about, and imagined Fayley's anger if she heard it. The lad came to the gangway and began to rise, carrying his cloak in his hands, his trusty sword hanging from his belt. He stopped when Dwarg spoke to him again, just as she was looking at her watch. Putting all doubts aside, Faye raised his head and looked at the ship. He was more determined now than ever. The ship of the prince and the others arrived at the port of Sadens. The boys were out on the town. They should have gotten ready. The streets were crowded with people. Various noises were coming from everywhere, and the city's market was located right next to the harbor. The streets were filled with various aromas of delicious pastries and sweets. It was the largest bazaar in the city, with stalls everywhere from something very mundane to incredible items. Fabrics for all tastes and wallets, fruits and vegetables, women's trinkets, souvenirs, and much more. Lishan watched people scurrying about, shopping. She tried not to go into large crowds of people, as she immediately felt ill. Zelm understood her well, as he didn't like this kind of crowding either. Feely watched them silently and with a smile. The princess was in a depressed state, having spent almost her entire life in confinement, and very little time among people. And now that she had been given free rein, she didn't know what she wanted to do. The two princes and the hero went to the castle for permission to visit the island. The princess berated herself for not daring to go with them. Feely couldn't bear to speak to the princess in a courteous voice. The girl remembered Roel's words, that she thought he should have said to the princess. Seeing Lishan's slumped state, Feely saw fit to tactfully remind her of the preparations they had originally planned. She stood in front of her and said it all. The girl listened silently, sitting on the bench, while Zelm wandered back and forth, listening to her words with the edge of his ear. Just like that, the head maid pointed out that the success of this mission depended only on these two people. And now was not the time to be discouraged. We needed to pull together and get to know each other. The boys listened to her attentively. The girl placed her hand on her dagger automatically, as she spoke about how they all needed to get back alive. She thought about the one she wanted to go back to. It didn't escape Lishan's eyes. She only further emphasized how important this dagger was, which was an integral part of Feely. It's not the first time the princess has seen the girl search for the dagger with her fingers, and when she finds it, her shoulders relax. She herself hadn't noticed how this action had become a habit of hers, that now Feely jerked her hand away from his, apologizing for it. Lishan raised her head and looked into the girl's eyes. She was curious to know more about Prince Faye from her. The older maid was surprised at such a question, so I didn't have an answer right away. The princess shared a few things she already knew. Of course, it wasn't his best behaviors that made Feely not know what to say. She meekly closed her eyes and tried to calm down, as remembering all his antics made her want to see him and strangle him. Next to Lishan sat Zelm on the bench. He was also curious about something. Feely stood caught off guard from such fervent attention from these people. From beneath the hood, the lad's horrible scars were visible. He suspected the prince was not what he was trying to appear to the others. Rumors also reached him that he was able to single-handedly change the course of the war in Athus. Not quite understanding what Feely meant, both of them stared at her with round eyes. She had to clarify that she thought he was a kind man. The elder maid opened up to them and spoke what she herself truly thought of the prince. The way he puts a trash prince mask on his face and successfully plays the role. Remembering all the events that had happened between them, she could describe him in many words. But most importantly, she realized that it wasn't all him, as he was sometimes bad at hiding his good side. A warm smile lit up her face at the memory of him. The girl's cheeks turned slightly pink. She felt good remembering him. Despite everything she knew about him, she still had a hard time fully understanding him. Leekin was satisfied with the answer. She agreed that Prince Fei was an interesting enough individual. The Zelm sitting next to her nodded in agreement at her judgment. There was another question that sounded, and it was difficult for Fei to answer. She asked herself that question every day, and every time it scraped at her soul that she had to leave him. Pulling a smile on her face, she did answer, and did so in the way she was trying to convince herself. Once again, unknowingly, her hand reached for the dagger on her belt. Fingers ran gently over the already studied patterns of the hilt. The girl delved deeper into her memories. On the day the duel between her and the prince took place, the water dragon she had summoned stayed a little longer to talk about what she had learned. The dragon ringed her body around the girl and continued to say what she could notice. Her words were frightening, for now they spoke of the prince's feelings and his desire to die. The excited Fei then listened very carefully to her every word. The water dragon told her what bothered her the most, pointing its clawed paw at the girl's face. It warned her that if she died, it would inevitably bring the lad closer to his own death. The water dragon's words embedded themselves in the girl's mind. She'll never forget it, and that's a good reason to come back from the Isle of Magical Beasts alive. She could talk about it with a smile now, as she had time to think it over and rethink things. Therefore, motivated by the fact that she needs to return to her prince, Fei was ready to go to all the tricks to prepare for this mission as best as possible. When she finished speaking, the princess stood up abruptly from the bench. Fei looked questioningly at the girl and turned to her. The older maid's words helped Lishan's spirits rise. Clenching her hands into fists, she was just as unwilling to fail this task. Turning to the others, she motioned for them to come with her. Zelm looked in her direction and was fine with it, offering the princess freedom of choice and action. They descended and walked to the streets of the marketplace. The people scurrying back and forth weren't bothering the guys so much now. Everyone was busy doing their own thing and didn't pay any attention to them at all. As they approached the food counter, Fei offering the girl a few items that she found tantalizingly delicious, Zelm was similarly looking at the counters. But they were most interested in the row where they sold various weapons goods. Fei looked at them with annoyance, for they had never been able to let go of their worries. After walking between the crowded rows, they decided to stop by a bookstore to look at some new products. Taking a book each, the boy and the princess scrutinized their contents, and the older maid went to the bookshelves, studying their spines in search of something interesting. The princess was holding a small purse. She thought it would be very handy to collect the flowers they would find on the island. The guys were walking further down the street. The princess suggested that the guy should also look out for something, but he didn't want to do that, so he just walked behind them and only looked at the merchandise. Fei stopped and turned her attention somewhere to the side. Fei spotted Prince Gririan in the distance, brightening her smile. She was ready to go to meet him. Zelm looked in the same direction the girl was looking. In the meantime, the princess turned around, seeing something interesting. Suddenly, Lishan crouched down abruptly. Fei was the first to notice that something was wrong with her. She called out to her, but the princess did not respond. Zelm was just as scared for her. Fei ran up to the girl and leaned over to her. She immediately noticed the change in her eyes. Her face was frightened and detached, Lishan holding her hand over her other eye, feeling painful. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down her cheeks. The princess spoke in a voice that was not her own, trying to explain to Fei what she had seen and where she needed to hurry. The older maid listened to her carefully, memorizing the landmark. Zelm also stood nearby and listened to what was being talked about. Without waiting for more words, Fei ordered the boy to stay with the princess, and herself, throwing her bag, rushed in the direction in which Lishan pointed. Zelm was taken aback at such a harsh reaction. He obeyed Fei and stayed close to Lishan. The girl was in a hurry, She ran as fast as she could, running past the surprised people, trying not to knock them down. Slowing down with her eyes wide open, she tried to orient herself in the new place and decide which way she should run next. Faye saw the very market stall Lishan had told her about. There was a black-haired girl behind the counter. She was having a nice conversation with a man who had white hair. The girl was in high spirits. She giggled and continued to sweetly reply to the guy in front of her. The trouble hasn't happened yet. The eldest maid immediately realized that she had found the people who made the princess feel bad. The girl tensed, hesitating for another moment about her next course of action. Ligan's words were beating in her temples. Something must happen to the black-haired girl, and the culprit would be blonde. She had to hurry to help her. The time for thinking was gone, and Fayle flew up to the counter, covering the frightened girl with herself. The man's face stretched in surprise when the headmaid appeared so suddenly. Her look was one of confusion. Stretching her arm out to the side, she tried to ward him off from the peddler. No one could figure out what was going on, or why this crazy woman was acting so strange. He continued to stare at her, trying to figure out what the big deal was. The girl behind the counter stopped understanding anything at all. Because of the resulting awkwardness, the man found no better solution than to simply leave this tent and go his own way. At his forgiveness, he waved the girl off and she waved goodbye to him just as sweetly. Fayle watched the man's every move like a kite, preparing for any attack from him. As the man left and nothing happened, a keen feeling arose in the girl's soul that she might have been mistaken. After giving him a glance before he disappeared into the crowd, Fayle stood unmoving near the market stall. Suddenly, a strange circular mark burst out of the ground. Zelm reacted quickly and picked up the princess in his arms and bounced away from that spot, covering the girl with his body. She was very frightened because of such a sudden attack. Strange rays of magical power surged out from the center of the mark. Realizing what had happened, the princess screamed at the top of her voice, trying to get the information to Fayle, who was still standing by the market stall. The girls looked in surprise in the direction where the flash had just occurred, and at this time, a girl crept up behind them. She drew out a short and sharp dagger. The hood fell off her head and revealed blonde hair. With rage on her face, she intended to execute a weapon strike on the unsuspecting merchant. Hearing a rustle behind her back, Fayle looked back. She saw the girl's attacker. The merchant similarly looked behind her back, in shock. The girl froze and stared at the dagger approaching her. At this moment, it was as if time had slowed down. The attacker screamed furiously. The older maid quickly assessed the situation and rushed to the girl's aid, but because of the counter standing between them, she would not be able to get to the white-haired woman quickly enough to save the merchant. She had no way out. She had to do the first thing that came to mind. A hand took the familiar path and reached for the dagger created from the prince's shadows. The girl intended to use it because she saw no other way. Everything was happening too fast. As soon as Fayle pulled out her dagger and was ready to use it, at the same moment Roel intervened. The guy wedged himself between the girls. In an instant he had the merchant's back to him, one hand gripping the black blade of the shadow dagger, stopping Fayle. And the white-haired girl pierced his other arm with her weapon before he could stop himself. A wild look of surprise appeared on the attacker's face. Roel glanced toward the white-haired girl. Drops of his blood splattered on his face. Recovering, the girl's attacker jumped aside in horror and anger, yanking her dagger from his hand. Zelm came over to them. He pounced on the girl from the back, knocking her down and pinning her firmly to the ground. He put all his weight on her so that she had no chance to break free of his grip. The terrified vendor fell to the ground and crawled under her counter. The girl was breathing heavily in shock and was on the verge of becoming hysterical. Zelm was still holding the blonde tightly. She was trying hard to break free of his onslaught. Fayle still held her shadow dagger in her outstretched hand, ready to use it at any moment. But when she realized that the apothecary was standing in front of her, the girl exhaled. The princess snuggled behind her back, peering out from behind the girl's shoulder. Roel smiled with his mouth full. He was the only one who was happy with the situation, as this all clearly showed that the guys had worked together and were able to help the unfortunate vendor. There was blood dripping from the guy's arm. The princess stared at the guy in surprise. Feli was in the same state. The girls had not expected such a prompt intervention by the pharmacist. Gririon and Wales were already running toward them, making their way through the crowd of people in the marketplace. Everyone was very alarmed about the situation. Roel couldn't hide his surprise over the girl's shadowy dagger. She didn't understand what he was getting at yet, and continued to stare at him in surprise. The boy lifted his hand, which was missing several fingers, blood dripping profusely from the stumps. He was mildly confused as he barely touched her weapon. The girls stared at his hand in horror. The others were already approaching them, and the pharmacist started assuring them that it wasn't a problem for him and that everything was fine. Pulling back his robe, under which was hidden a belt with various pockets, the guy pulled out a syringe and demonstrated it to the others. He hated to use his supplies so early, but the situation called for intervention. Without thinking, knowing what to do, Roel inserted the needle into his neck and squeezed the bayonet out. The unknown liquid had gotten into his bloodstream, and thick veins formed on his neck, spreading rapidly through his body. Everyone looked only at him, shocked, for they had never seen such a thing before. Prince Wales in time to close his little sister's eyes, lest he traumatize her further. After a moment, Roel raised his hand, which already had all 5 fingers on it. He flexed them several times, showing their activity. He looked like this moment was nothing to him. The Prince of Linsel was indignant that the apothecary had not warned them before making such a manipulation. His younger sister felt sick at what she saw, though she had time to close her eyes. The girl was too pale. But Roel didn't give it much thought. They all looked at the girl who had committed the assault. They only had to wait for Sadin's warriors, to whom they would hand her over, and then go to their ship. Roel remembered something and waved his hand toward the merchandise counter. The boyfriend reported his own blood spilled during the incident. Small droplets were splattered on the bottles and the counter itself. Roel noted that everything needs to be well scrubbed and not touched. He especially emphasized the girl's dagger. Toward evening, the crew was able to reach their ship, which was waiting for them in the port of Sedens. Feli, along with Prince Gririon, stood in his quarters discussing Roel's abilities. The girl was helping the prince put on the handcuffs, and he went on and on about the pharmacist. No matter what wounds are inflicted on Roel, be it severed arms or legs, he will be able to rebuild his body by growing new limbs. That was the terrifying power of the hero. The girl was surprised to learn that there was such a drug. Adjusting the prince's cloak, she suggested that if she could use this medicine, she could also go in search of the flower. The prince immediately put the brakes on her intentions, as the drug was very bad for humans. It caused extreme pain and could easily kill a person or leave them insane. Gririon recalled his recent conversation with Prince Wales, the latter telling him of the apothecary's endless trials over his body. An endless amount of testing on my body has produced this result. Roel could not stop anything. He, like a madman, continued to experiment until he achieved the very result, making him immortal. The guy's mad experiments didn't stop at just immortality. By replacing his blood with a poisonous substance, he could be the bait that killed without inflicting wounds. Prince looked at his tattooed hand, his voice soaked with bitterness. Greer, adjusting his handcuffs, voiced his opinion on Roel. He even saw a resemblance to his younger brother in him. Feli walked over to him, handing him the sword. The girl raised her eyes to the prince. She found this interpretation of the prince's regarding Faye interesting. Turning back to her, Greer decided with a smile to wonder what she herself thought about it. Holding the sword in her hands, the girl thought about his words and couldn't give her answer yet. There were too many thoughts, and it was impossible to give out in one word. Her mind flashed back to the moments with the younger prince. Then she recalled the moment with today's situation, trying to see the similarities between them. Lowering her head, with sadness in her voice, she issued her thoughts aloud. Immersed in his occupation, the prince agreed with the girl's opinion. Despite all the realization of the situation and its danger, the prince was pleased to know that his brother was worried about him. When he was done with his clothes, Feli handed him a sword. He admitted that he felt awkward because Faye sometimes acted like he was an older brother to him instead of the other way around. Taking hold of his cloak, the girl began to smooth it, bringing the prince's appearance to perfection. She couldn't hide a smile, realizing that it didn't matter who was older. Gurian's face became serious. He agreed with her words. The final touches of preparation, and the sword was already attached to his belt. He grasped the hilt of the sword, feeling its power. The girl similarly cuffed herself, fastening them tightly on her arms. They were fully prepared, collected, and determined. The prince allowed the girl not to hold back her strength. Roel stood in front of the people. He once again circled everyone with his intense gaze. All the people who were involved in this mission stood waiting and ready to set sail. They distributed everyone once more, discussed their plan once more. Everyone knew what to do and when to do it. Someone might have been scared, but no one showed it. Satisfied that everything was ready, the pharmacist said the final word. At this time, Faye, along with the kid, stood at the bulwark, admiring the views of the sea. A light breeze fluttered their hair. The horizon was too calm. The prince's face grew more serious as the ship came in a straight line toward the island. A little more and they'll be on it. Creepy monsters roamed the island, black as night, scary and dangerous. They prowled among the ruins of the island looking for something to eat. There was a creepy voice unlike any I'd ever heard before. The monsters surrounded the man who had risen from the stony grave. He sensed the ship approaching and was in anticipation of this encounter. A crazed smile lit up his face, revealing sharp fangs. The boy, with horror and hellish pain, clung to the severed limb. All his clothes were torn, his body mottled with various wounds. He stopped believing that he would be able to hold out. Panic was rising in his chest. He ran desperately through the thicket of the island and tried to discern his hope of rescue. Blood continued to gush from his severed arm, and there was nothing he could do to help himself. The endless running stopped the moment he came to a previously unidentified clearing. Stopping, the guy began to examine his find. His eyes widened as Roel realized the strange ruins in front of him. Continuing to hold onto his hand, as if oblivious to the pain, he slowly began to move closer. Thinking back on all the information he had learned about this island, not a single book had mentioned these strange ruins. He turned his attention to a flower that was growing on an earthy ledge. His heart raced as he realized what kind of flower he was seeing in front of him. It was the same rainbow flower that could cure any disease, the one that was legendary, and no one could confirm if it was real or a figment of someone else's imagination. But now the lad saw it with his own eyes, and to the last he doubted whether he was imagining it. As soon as Roel reached for the stem of this cherished rainbow flower, something in one fell swoop chopped his hand many times over. The fingers, cut in several places, spread apart. These memories were lurking in Roel's heart. When he was already standing on the ship, and the waters of the sea brought him and the crew closer to the island, all his pain about those days spent on the island flared up in his chest with renewed vigor. He didn't immediately hear someone call out to him. Roel's mood was noticed by the Prince of Wales himself. He was disturbed by this condition of his friend, as there will soon be too much placed on all of their shoulders. The prince looked carefully at the lad, who was leaning against the bulwark. Coming out of his old memories, the apothecary only nodded a couple times and turned away from the deck, looking toward the sea. Wales continued to watch him, but he didn't tell him anything else. The ship was already very close to the magical beast island. There was a slight uneasiness on board from the impending landing. Upon reaching the marina, people began unloading and taking in the first impression of the place. They were met with rocky terrain, as well as they had to spread out some ladders so that there was a possibility of climbing up. Also on board remained a team that had to monitor the integrity of the ship and repel the attacks of monsters who want to sink the ship. The Prince of Distburg couldn't help but notice the heaviness of the air. His face and body tensed, for hearing about this island was one thing, but being here and feeling it was something else entirely. Roel stood beside him and looked around as he did so, reminding the prince of his mission. Loud screams came from somewhere above, as if boulders were about to fall on their heads. Everyone as one stuck their noses up and tried to see who or what was making those nasty noises. A wave of alarm went through the people. Prince Gwirion was similarly disturbed by such unexpected cries. The knight standing beside him exclaimed a warning. The only one who looked the calmest was Roll. He had been on this island once before, and had been through it all. It wasn't unexpected for him to hear such sounds. He began to talk about the intricacies of the place. Feely watched everyone from the sidelines, the girl trying to figure out what Roll meant. She saw him walk up to the princess and Zelma now, handing them each a flare gun. The girl took the rocket launcher in her hands and looked at it carefully, paying attention to all the details, and listened to the instructions the apothecary was telling her. He continued to give details in a completely calm voice, even when he had to talk about someone's possible death. The princess didn't hold back and tried to get a few words in. She was clearly scared. Zelm came up from behind the girl and interrupted her, never letting her finish the sentence about her concerns. She realized with worry her eyes on him. The guy's look was completely centered and determined. He turned to the apothecary about some promise. Roll smiled. He had not forgotten the word given. Taking the princess under his arm, the energy of his power sparked around them. The girl began to search for her brother and Feely with her eyes in desperation. She wished they were all right. She asked them at the last moment to be careful. Having said that, Zelm and Princess Lishan disappeared, vanishing into thin air while sparks still crackled at that spot from the guy's strength. Prince Wales, Roll, and Feely stood looking at the empty place. Seeing something in the air that was approaching them too fast, the prince held his hand up, drawing the gazes of the other knights, and having everyone get into fighting stances and ready to attack. All the soldiers raised their heads upward. The monster approached them too quickly. It looked like a dragon, its webbed wings with sharp teeth working vigorously, keeping its body in the air. It made the same sound they had heard as soon as they entered the island. People watched this monster in horror and tried to speculate on its origin. Everyone had already drawn their swords, ready for whatever surprises this dreaded island had prepared for them. Seeing the target, the monster zealously began to dive toward the people. Its mouth with sharp fangs slightly open, wings were slightly folded in order to quickly cover the distance to the enemies. Stepping forward, Prince Greerian took the monster's blow on his sword, fending off its onslaught. The knight behind him shouted fearfully. He didn't want anything to happen to His Highness. Greerian held his sword tightly, feeling the pressure from the monster's strike. Feeling the power of the creature with his own hands, the prince shouted at the top of his voice that he could handle it. Adrenaline hit his body, giving his body determination. After the first attack, the monster rose up for the acceleration. Greerian was ready, his sword held high above his head. Not far from him stood other knights, ready to come to their prince's aid at any moment. Suddenly the monster raised its head. A fireball began to gather from its open mouth, which was about to become a weapon for it against the humans. The monster's attack was of incredible power. The fire burst out and was ready to destroy all who stood in its way. Feely quickly reacted and directed her water attack at the monster to repel this incredible dragon power. The water swirled around the girl, violent splashes. Two incredible elements collided with each other. A loud pop resounded throughout the neighborhood, the shockwave shaking the ground. Sensing a good opportunity, Prince Greerian decided to take charge of the situation while the elder maid took the brunt of the monster's attack. The girl continued to hold on to her power. The first wave weakened. She proceeded to take the next blow. Water arrows flew at the winged monster, hitting its body in various places. The beast, unable to bear the pain, screamed violently, sparks of flame shooting from its mouth. Distracted by the water attacks, the monster didn't even notice the man approaching him. Just Greer swung his sword. He almost achieved his goal. The monster bent its tail in such a way to repel his sword. The weapon hit the hard claw on his tail. The prince was excited about this fight, blood rushing to his head and adrenaline pounding in his temples. He knew what he was doing. His goal was only to touch the monster. The guy focused on his target. The sword was in his hands. The power around the guy surged. A strong pressure formed in his body. The prince's gravitational force pinned the monster in an instant and sealed its body into the ground. It all happened so fast that the winged man didn't even manage to realize what had happened to him. The guy still loomed over him in the same way, holding him down with only one sword. Grunting in pain and powerlessness, the winged monster lay sealed into the ground. His wings didn't move. His tail was similarly immobile. The monster's breath hitched from such a sudden fall, and the intense pressure of the blow crushing it. From the last of his strength, he raised his head. The unruly body continued to lie on the ground. The jaws opened and a shocking spark of firepower was already beginning to gather there. Prince Grierian didn't give him the opportunity to accomplish what he wanted. With one swing of his sharp sword, the guy severed the winged monster's head. Blood spurted out, splattering the ground around them, and the head flew several meters away from the body. The decapitated monster convulsed and could do nothing more. Drops of blood splattered on the prince's face. He became the first to shed blood on this island, and he did it as decisively as he had ever done in his life. His gaze was focused and brave, and the hand that held the sword was incredibly precise and deadly. When the winged beast was finished, the others approached the prince. Someone was immediately able to identify this incredible power by naming it correctly. Roel was the man. Next to him stood a slightly shocked Prince Wales. He clearly hadn't expected to see that his friend from Distburg also had a little secret stashed away. The apothecary enthusiastically described all he knew of his abilities. Grierian was confused by such fierce attention from the boys. Slightly embarrassed, he admitted that he didn't really like those words. And also he was puzzled by Roel's so intimate knowledge of it all. The Prince of Distburg was silent. He was seized with doubt about one thing. It was not concealed from Roel. He scrutinized the lad's face and asked him about it. Looking at the decapitated monster once more, the boy had a lingering doubt about its strength. It seemed to him that this monster was too weak for the people who visited this island. They continued to examine the monster's corpse and pondered from the occasion. Someone suggested that the winged man could only be a scout. A woman's voice sounded behind them. Prince Grierian immediately turned around to it. The girl turned to the apothecary, who was still examining the monster. Veli couldn't contain her emotions, so she decided to immediately share her suspicions and guesses about the monsters. She felt in her heart that something was wrong. Her hand reached for her heart, and her gaze was too concerned. She remembered the conversation between Roel and Zelm, what they had talked about, and the apothecary's words had caused the always hooded guy to be extremely surprised. Their conversation was interrupted, the ground shuddering with the footsteps of a new monster. The warriors immediately turned towards the island, all tensed, for the power felt very different compared to the winged monster. Veli was ready to snatch her sword. She turned around in horror. Many fearsome and terrifying monsters came into their view. They ranged from small to unfathomable in size. Also flying in the air were winged dragons similar to the one they had recently killed. A huge serpent was at the center of this group, its body wriggling and incredibly strong. Roel turned around and looked at the horde that crawled, flew, and marched at them. His gaze hardened. Prince Wales raised his sword, ready to attack. One could find similarities with ordinary beasts in the monsters, but their size or strange attributes distinguished these creatures from ordinary livestock. The people looked on in horror at the approach of these creatures, with whom they were now about to do battle. Grierian tensed, gripping his sword tighter. The boy raised it. They have no way to retreat now. They need to stand their ground at all costs, otherwise their mission will fail and then this journey would be a sure suicide. Everyone was ready. The strongest and bravest warriors were selected here, those who were willing to lay down their lives for their friends and for their lords. Veli called for water, preparing her for the offensive and repelling attacks. Unfortunately for the princess, there were plenty of other flowers on the island that didn't hold such value. The girl looked at them time and time again, hoping that it would be exactly the rainbow flower and not just an ordinary plant. The girl moaned desperately. He and Zelm were scouring every part of the island to find the flowers and get off this cursed island as soon as possible. The guy knelt down examining another find. While the guy was examining another plant, he inadvertently mentioned that there were no monsters nearby. The girl at this moment, sensing something, abruptly turned around to the other side. Zelm noticed she was distracted and called out to the girl, drawing her attention back. She turned awkwardly toward him. Something was really bothering her. He didn't hesitate to remind the princess of their mission. They shouldn't have been distracted but picking flowers. Even if there was doubt about their origin, they didn't know exactly which one might have been a rainbow flower. Princess Licken agreed with the guy. She remembered why she came here, and it was silly to remind her. Her anxiety didn't subside. The girl's eyes widened, pupils changing their pattern. And for a moment she sensed something terrible. A shiver ran through my body. My heart hammered in my chest, and my ears popped with pressure. All the anxiety she'd felt a second ago seemed to come crashing down on her in 100-fold force. Unable to withstand such an onslaught, the girl plummeted to the ground. She was driven sideways. This was noticed by Zelm. Turning to her, he anxiously began to call out to her. He immediately realized that her ability had manifested. The girl must have seen something, and when he rushed to her with the question, the princess, clutching her head and staggering in place, was unable to explain what had happened to her. She felt an ominous power emanating from someone who craved death and blood. The princess had never felt such evil before. It frightened the girl very much, because of which she could not come to her senses. The monsters approached the warriors. The men stood up to defend themselves, and each tried to wound the creatures. The struggle was fierce. Those who had strength used it. Those with swords tried to inflict wounds on its paws, so that the monster would sooner fall down immobilized. Prince Wales charged another blow and was ready to fall into a panic, but in time restrained himself from this soap. He knew everyone was in the same position now, and he needed to be the leader, or things could go to hell. Hearing a terrifying scream, the guy looked around. One of the monsters had its fangs into someone. Without a second thought, he rushed to his comrade's aid, cupping the monster's head, hot blood spilling out. In its teeth, the monster held the neck of the already collapsed warrior. He didn't have time to save his man. The battlefield was in a state of chaos. Warriors screamed. People tried to fight off the monster's attacks. The princes huddled together and were horrified that things were not going the way they had discussed in the meetings. Feli tried to treat everyone who got in her way, but there were more and more wounded, and she didn't have time to help everyone. Another monster pounced on a warrior nearby the Prince of Wales. On a mountain of monster corpses stood Roll, steam emanating from his body. The guy began to examine what was going on. Winged creatures hovered in the air, circling above the warriors, searching for their next victim. His gaze was tired. He watched as the monsters were far more numerous than he had imagined. Prince Wales noticed him. He glanced in Roll's direction and wanted to know his thoughts on the matter. The guy continued to stare at the battlefield and blood. Annoyance clenched in his chest. For such a number of monsters were only supposed to accumulate after half a day of their battle. The apothecary jumped down the mountain of monsters. His thoughts were of the group that had gone to pick flowers. He hoped they would make it in time and they could leave the island before meeting someone he hadn't talked about before. The prince looked in his direction, demanding an explanation. Hearing the sound of footsteps, it was as if the monsters themselves were afraid and stopped, greeting someone. The people who had come to the mission also froze when they heard the strange footsteps. The two princes looked intently in the direction from which the sound came. Only fear appeared on Roll's face during all this time. Wales bowed slightly. He suspected that those footsteps might have belonged to a man. The stomping was closer and closer with each step, louder. Greerian tensed, the rest of the men similarly frozen in anticipation of the unknown. The pharmacist's fear changed to the look of someone who already knew what was coming next, and he really didn't like it. Roll's voice was detached, he said quietly, but so as to be heard, confirming his greatest fear. He will meet here the one he feared most. A man was approaching the light from behind a thicket. He saw the men before him, who froze in fear and awaited his arrival, and the beasts halted in anticipation. His black cloak fluttering in the wind, the man stepped out into the light. The vampire had snow-white hair. His cloak was black. Scarlet lights burned in his eyes. His lips stretched in a smirk, revealing white, sharp fangs. Prince Greerian was the first to react. He left his friends behind and quickly rushed to meet the vampire. Roll looked frightened at the prince's desperate act. He hadn't expected him to rush mindlessly towards the vampire. Prince Wales only had time to shout at his back, trying to stop him, except that Greerian couldn't afford to chicken out and procrastinate. His goal stood in front of him. Upon reaching his opponent, the guy took a wide swing of his sword. His eyes looked into his face with a caustic smirk. Just a little more, and he would reach his goal. The sword came down on the vampire, the hard blow sending a painful vibration up his arms. When the dust cleared, he looked at his opponent, his eyes widening at what he saw. The vampire blocked his sword, drawing his own. Their swords were now crosswise. The opponent held off his attack with one hand with ease. The prince was alarmed at the thought that he had not seen him draw his sword. It was more accurate to say that he had not had time to do so. But the fact was in front of my eyes. The vampire blocked it, and a second later there was a guttural laugh that filled the space around him. The guy's attack caused unrestrained hilarity in his opponent. He continued to hold his sword with his own and spoke to him. He liked his attacker's attitude, his face contorted with the excited grimace of a madman. His laughter poured through space, filling every inch of the area. Standing behind, Wales heard Prince Distberg shout. He ordered everyone back to the cove, no fear in his voice, only the certainty that the people behind might get hurt. Clutching his sword tighter, the guy unleashed his power. He felt gravity succumb to his command, and everything in this world physical no longer had its property under the onslaught of the prince's sword. The sound was like a bomb going off. The ground beneath the prince and vampire's feet went deep down, shattered by the pressure of his power. The people and monsters standing nearby were hit by a wave of such a strong technique. Prince Wales and Roel covered themselves with their hands, hiding their faces from the rocks that flew in different directions. The monsters roared in anger, slumping beneath layers of ruined earth. Despite being under so much pressure, the vampire spoke to the prince as if he wasn't pinned to the ground, and now the guy wasn't looming over him with sword in hand, hoping to finish him off. The vampire still held his sword on his outstretched arm the same way. It was as if he had no trouble keeping the weight of gravity at bay. His look was self-conscious, despite his position. He continued to speak. Finally, their weapons separated with a single sweep of the hand. There was a clang of metal. The vampire made this lunge, easily overcoming the prince's gravity. Greerian couldn't believe that the enemy was able to handle his power with such ease. His heart skipped a beat. Before he knew it, the vampire was closing in on him. His smirk never left his face, and his words were the kind that chilled the soul. A sharp pain pierced the prince's chest. The wound was deep and blood trickled out of his mouth. His eyes widened, either from surprise or sharp pain. Scarlet, hot blood rushed from his chest. The first to see it was Prince Wales. He screamed with horror. His friend was seriously wounded. Roel stared at him, falling into a mute stupor. He couldn't believe what had happened. The others abruptly turned around at Prince Linzel's shout. Feli got cold inside. She was at this time trying to help the wounded soldiers with her strength. When the girl realized what had happened, terror stopped in her eyes, chilling her body. Time had stopped for her. The girl's prince had been seriously injured. Everyone was shouting to him, but Greerian couldn't hear anything anymore. The ringing in his ears overshadowing the chaos around him. Only the face of the mad vampire still stood before his eyes. The enemy was taking immense pleasure in his actions. He liked the way the blood rushed from the guy. He was savoring this moment. Feli rushed towards the prince without a second thought. The girl couldn't believe what had happened. Her heart was tearing out of her chest. She had the only desire, to take him from the vampire's hands and try to make things right. The enemy spun the prince's foot into the hole he had made with his power. The crumpled body fell flat on the rough stones, without resistance. The vampire wanted to make a decisive strike at the prince, but warriors had already gathered around him, ready to defend the motionless Greerian. He quickly began to be surrounded from different directions, ready to attack at any moment. Noticing this, the enemy tensed up and focused on the warriors. Huge cobblestones flew toward him, laced with chains. They were all bearing toward the same goal, to crush him. The vampire swung his sharp sword. While the vampire was fending off the attacks that came at him from different directions, one of the chains wrapped around Prince Greerian's arm. He was thus attempted to be dragged from the clutches of the enemy. The guy was in a semi-conscious state and unresponsive. The vampire didn't like having his prey stolen from under his nose. He reprimanded himself. From the impact of the rocks, a thick column of dust rose up, preventing him from seeing farther than his nose. At some point with his back, he felt someone approaching. Roel was the one who got close to him, but the enemy reacted too quickly, dodging the apothecary's attack. His fist swept past, never reaching its target. Prince Wales, holding the chains in his hands, pulled on them with all his might, pulling his friend out. He turned to the girl and gave her an order loudly. Feli looked at what was happening with all her eyes. The prince's body flew toward them. She and a few other knights were able to catch him. More knights rushed to them, ready to provide any assistance that might be needed. Feli tried to get through to the prince, but the guy wouldn't answer. The other knights helped her, and also stood up to defend her. The girl also hurriedly assessed his condition, and the wound from which blood continued to pour. Gririn opened his eyes, gritting his teeth. He growled in pain. His breathing was hitched and heavy. The realization had not yet entered his head. He could not utter anything. Horror gripped the girl as she assessed her prince's condition. His wound was too deep with a punctured lung. The blood froze in her veins at the realization of all the implications. The knights were in a panic. No one expected that it was their prince who would be the first to be defeated. The girl tried to gather herself from the thoughts that were bouncing around chaotically in her head. She rolled up her sleeves and stretched her arms out in front of her. The knights looked hopefully in her direction. The older maid gathered her thoughts, putting all panic aside. She stretched her arms over his body, gathering her wits and determination to heal Gririn's terrible wound. Her magic poured through her fingers. Healing power gathered momentum and touched the prince's body. Quietly, the shadow dagger on her belt began to crackle. The girl didn't hear the sound, so she didn't pay her attention to it yet, being fully focused on healing the prince. Another explosion rang out across the battlefield. A thick cloud of dust rose upwards. Roel managed to bounce on a rock to avoid being hit by the blast wave. The fight was in full swing. After such a blow, the prince and the apothecary stared at the spot where the explosion had just occurred. There was only hope that the vampire had been wounded. Roel turned to Wales, slightly annoyed as the guy had used the force without his warning. He didn't like it. Adjusting his arm and wrapping up his sleeve, the prince gave him the answer with equal irritation, that he had no other choice. Things were already not going according to plan. In a commanding voice, the apothecary ordered the prince to do the following. He didn't understand why his tone had changed so much along with his plan of action. They looked at the monsters who had stopped their battle, and as if they were waiting for the next command. The warriors watched them in suspense, but just as hesitant to attack. Roel had made a decision that was no longer changeable. He didn't want more people to get hurt, so he gave that order. Wales watched as he pulled back his robe and reached for another syringe of an unknown drug. His words were too decisive, the kind that could not be refuted. He brought the syringe up to his neck and injected. By this time, the vampire had come to his senses, the dust around him already beginning to dissipate. He glanced at Roel and said with confidence that he had met him before. To Prince Welsh, this was a great surprise. It was a pleasant surprise for the vampire to find a familiar face here. He noted that the guy hasn't changed a bit after 10 years. His grin stretched even wider and he continued to speak, but no one answered him. Prince Wales looked apprehensively at his enemy, who began to laugh loudly. He was clearly amused by what was happening now. Roel continued to straddle his neck, administering more and more injections. The vampire continued to mock the hero standing before him. A number of used syringes were gathered around Roel's feet, all of which he had injected into his system at one time. Without a word, the boy tore from his seat toward the enemy, leaving Wales behind. The one only had time to give him a glance. The vampire fell silent in anticipation of their upcoming fight. Roel struck hard. At the last moment, the enemy was able to dodge by jumping aside. Piles of rocks flew up from the ground. A new cloud of dust rose, obscuring visibility. Drawing his sword, the vampire looked with delight at the guy who had just approached him. Roel's look was insane. Having filled his body with so many injections, the guy felt unimaginable strength and was ready to crush his enemy at any cost. He tried to attack him again. attacking with his bare hands, not worrying about the sword the vampire still held. The one recoiled slightly from the so insistent apothecary. A heave and another blow passed over the enemy's head. He managed to dodge again. He liked how desperate Roll was to hurt him. The fierce battle continued. Despite how many times Roll tried to throw a punch, he had yet to reach his target. The vampire deftly dodged the weight of the guy's fists. Getting ready, the guy took a swing with his fist, and this time his punch hit right on target. The vampire didn't have time to dodge the precise hit, pain shooting through his body. The air went out of the enemy's lungs. From such force he flew aside, but still in flight. Excited by such a fight, the enemy grinned, exposing his sharp fangs. It only took him a second to turn back to his opponent. The vampire continued to hold his sword in one hand, and with the other, grasped Roll's throat, squeezing it with force. His hand continued to squeeze the guy's neck. A nasty cracking of bones was heard. The apothecary's eyes bulged and the air stopped flowing to his brain. Something hit his opponent's face painfully. It was so hard that his head snapped back. The boy reached his hands up to his neck where the vampire held him. He managed to break free of the tenacious grip. He collapsed into the zom. The vampire chided himself bitterly, stepping aside slightly. The enemy gazed at his victim with rapt attention, marveling at his strength. For with his hand he felt the bones of Roel's neck crunch beneath his fingers. There was a strange vapor coming from around the guy. After regaining his breath, the apothecary reached up to his neck and corrected his larynx, putting it back in place. Another nasty crunch was heard. He kept his eyes on his enemy. The vampire's face expressed nothing but madness and anticipation. He wanted more than ever to destroy such an opponent. The apothecary was bearing towards him with a fist, and he was already met by a sword. Their blows converged. The speed was beyond normal vision, and the movements became blurred. During the fight, the vampire managed to ask questions of Roll. For some reason, he cared about a lot of things in the guy's life, or maybe this was his way of trying to beat the spirit out of him. The apothecary paid no attention to them, completely focused on the enemy's movements. The vampire took a strong swing with his sword. The blade went like a flash, hitting the ground. Roll lacked only a couple of centimeters to dodge, and one of his fingers was hit. Blood rushed from the stump. He hurriedly pulled a new syringe from his supplies, wanting to recover as soon as possible. But the enemy did not want to give him this opportunity, so after a second he flew towards the enemy for a new attack. His swing of his sword was striking and destructive. Roll froze, feeling an unbearable pain throughout his body. His limbs were severed in just 1 second. He hovered in the air and his arms and legs separated from his body. It was a terrible feeling, a pain no one could bear. His breath caught and he wanted to scream, but he couldn't get a breath of air because of the shock his body was undergoing. The vampire knew Roll's little secret and the properties of his injections. He deliberately cut off his limbs so that he wouldn't have a chance to use another syringe stashed on his belt. The guy was lying on the ground, unable to make any movement. A sudden cloud of vapor escaped from the apothecary's body, engulfing him. The vampire covered his face with his hands, trying not to lose sight of the cunning Roll. Despite losing all his limbs, he managed to pop a vial in his mouth. With his teeth, the guy bit open the glass and the contents spilled into his system. Roll was desperate to survive this battle, and did what was possible based on the situation. The vampire's self-confidence had no bounds. He even marveled at the guy's cleverness in figuring out the injection. He continued to speak to himself consciously with bloodlust raging within him. His sword thrust into Roll's body. He raised it so that the guy was at the vampire's eye level. Body parts were flying in different directions. He crumbled it like a stew for the dinner table. Getting as close to his face as possible, he looked into his glassy eyes. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth, splattering the vampire's clothes. The one showered him with contemptuous words. He felt his superiority and knew he would soon be done with him. He continued to hold the guy on his sword. His arms and legs were gone, so Roll couldn't fight off such a brutal attack. They stood in the depths of the crater that the Gririon had still made with its gravitational force. Roel's limbs were lying on the ground, and he was still hanging on to the vampire's sword. Unbeknownst to me, it had landed in the enemy's forehead. Wide-eyed, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened, but definitely felt the pain in the head area. It was extremely unexpected for him. Pain throbbed in his forehead. Frowning his eyebrows, he started going over every possible thing it could be. Bringing his hand to the wound, the vampire was even more surprised. A trickle of smoke came from the pupil. Roel's words were too quiet but resolute, even though he found it hard to speak. Pierced by his sword, Roel smiled widely as his weapon from his eye flew straight into the target. Blood dripped from his mouth, chest, legs, arms. Baring his fangs, the vampire laughed through his teeth. Everything that was happening only fueled his state of mind for even crazier things. Of course, this move made him angrier than ever. He grabbed the guy's head with force and began to move his sword back and forth sharply, causing Roel even more pain. The vampire screamed, maddened beyond belief. He wanted to see more blood and suffering. Blood trickled from his forehead, and he continued to scream in the guy's face with rage as he continued to rain down brutal sword actions on him. His hand clutched his face so hard it seemed about to crush his skull. Suddenly, chains appeared out of nowhere for the two of them. So excited and fixated on the apothecary, the vampire didn't even notice that his sword was shackled and the same chain was wrapped around Roel's body. Before he realized what was wrong, the pharmacist was dragged away from his frantic death wish. The stunned enemy stared at the victim flying away from him. Roel himself was dumbfounded by this course of events. From the look on his face, the guy wasn't too happy about being pulled. Prince Wales pulled his friend's stumpy body closer to him. His power with chains did a good job of that. As soon as the prince approached the apothecary, he immediately began to shout indignantly at him. He clearly didn't like the fact that he decided for him and pulled the guy out of the battle without waiting for the signal. Wales showed his hand, which held another syringe containing an injection. He started to speak. He was having a hard time finding the words. Not having the strength to speak calmly, the prince just started screaming. His emotions could no longer be contained, even though Roel's body was mangled. He added a couple more punches on top of him for making him worry about him. Seeing the whole situation from the outside, Wales realized, unlike the apothecary, that the case was extremely bad. It was as if Roel was just now beginning to realize the situation he had been in only moments ago, because now he was truly surprised. The prince poked at him with the finger of his tattooed hand. He was reprimanding his friend as if he were sitting in front of him some little boy who had done a mischief. Thick steam continued to emanate from Roel's body, restoring parts of his arms and legs. Wales moved slightly away from him toward where their common enemy was. The apothecary's arms and legs were already starting to show, regenerating so quickly that it wasn't even a few minutes. Steam continued to ooze from his body, and the prince kept reprimanding him, reminding him that they had come to this island for one purpose, and no one should be self-righteous. Reaching forward, he began to roll up his sleeves, revealing black crinkled tattoos. A look of determination reflected on the boy's face. He looked in the direction of where their common enemy was, and considered that Roel didn't have to vent for everyone. The prince's power activated, a circular seal with sinuous designs, the same as the tattoo on his arm, appeared behind his back. The outstretched arm was a guide for his strength. The chains broke free from the seal, freezing in anticipation of their master's order. Wiping the blood from his forehead, the vampire looked at the new figure on the battlefield with anticipation. A smug smirk never left his lips. Standing in the pit, the vampire drew his sword towards the prince. He became curious about his magic, as he felt it didn't belong to him, but somehow the guy could use it. Roel and the prince were at the top, watching the enemy. Surrounded by his magic and chains, Prince Wales shared information with the vampire about the reasons he had gotten this ability. He remembered himself as a child, and the feeling he had when his body was full of strength but had no magic in it, and also the way there were whispers behind his back. Showing his tattoo once more, he explained how he got it, and also named the technique of such magic. The vampire looked up at him in surprise. He knew this surname to whom the kingdom belonged. The prince introduced himself to the enemy, giving his full name as well as the title he had been given at birth. The chains continued to hover around him. Relying on diplomacy, the prince decided to try to negotiate with the enemy. He was honest about the reason for their arrival on the island of magical beasts. The vampire listened silently as he spoke. The enemy smiled, He was pleased to realize that the prince himself stood before him, not just minor warriors sent on an expedition. After all, no one had ever risked sending the nobles of the kingdoms here before. Anticipating the intrigue of his upcoming words, the boy tickled his fingers near his face. He had something to say to the very prince who had come to this island in his domain. Of course, the vampire wasn't interested in the purpose of their arrival. Bloodlust was the only thing on his mind right now. Prince Wales only hummed. He had tried, but it didn't do justice to his efforts to resolve things peacefully. He glimpsed towards Roll. He had already practically regained his limbs. Steam continued to emanate from his body, regenerating him. Lifting his hand, he wiggled his fingers, the pleasant sensation of their mobility tickling him. Roll smiled. He didn't feel like being AWOL anymore. He was ready to trust his prince. Smirking at the apothecary's words, Wales gathered his wits. Behind him, Feli was trying to restore life to Grarian. He had already been bandaged, but she was still using her magic to save him. They stared at the enemy. Roel felt sorry that he had not allowed himself to help from the start, but had tried to overpower him alone. The fight continued. They didn't need to say anything to each other. They knew what was required of them. The vampire was already anticipating their attack, anticipating new blood to enjoy. The chains snapped out of place, flying towards their enemy. Several dozen chains beamed out from the prince's body. They were bearing towards their enemy, who had already prepared to meet the recovering Roll. The boy rushed forward, ready for another battle. Wales put out his hand and shouted an order to the chains, which immediately began to carry out the will of his words. Roel braced himself as the chains began to do their thing. Metal, magical chains began to swirl around the vampire. They surrounded him from different directions. There was a clanking and rustling sound. Raising his hand, the enemy appreciated the weakness of the chain's grip. He laughed because of such a failed attack, but after a moment his face changed into a surprised one. There were so many chains that they swirled around the vampire, creating a tight ball around him, blocking his body and preventing him from moving. Having caught the enemy in his trap, Wales proceeded to the next step. The guy rushed to his side and began to draw his sword to strike again. As he approached and took a swing over the chains, his opponent's strong arm showed free, clutching the metal in his hand. The prince could no longer recoil as he was in a moment of flight. The vampire picked a good time to free himself from under the pile of metal, breaking the chains holding him back. Their gazes met. The swords were pointed at each other. Wales surprised everyone with his quick reaction. The guy was easily able to dodge the sharp sword of the opponent. The blade swept very close and could have easily severed his head. The vampire tensed slightly after this dodge. It immediately made him realize that he was not an ordinary weakling, but a warrior worthy of a fight. Continuing to swing his sword, he never once managed to wound the guy. Another swing, and again the prince's superb reaction helped him avoid a mortal wound. While the vampire had gone fully into battle with the prince, he had forgotten that there was another opponent somewhere. Roel waited for the right moment and flew up to him from the back. Hearing his voice, the enemy came to his senses. Prince Wales saw an opportunity and swung his sword while the enemy was distracted by another opponent. Roel was just as deftly able to dodge the vampire's attack. Everything was happening incredibly fast. The cohesiveness of their offense was impressive. They managed to take the enemy by surprise. From Roel's blow, the vampire's sword entered the ground, and at the same time the prince's weapon was able to wound his flesh. The boys stopped and looked at the enemy standing before them. Their hearts beat almost in unison. They were focused and dangerous. The vampire flashed his crowning grin, his white fangs showing from behind his lips. Blood dripped from his head and a short laugh escaped his mouth. After the successful attack, the guys spread out in different directions, leaving the vampire centered between them. They were taking a breather for another attack. Rubbing his forehead once more, the vampire snarled that the poison that had gotten into his system was somehow unusual. He couldn't understand why his blood was still gushing from the wound. Raul still expected a faster action of his poison, as it could kill even a dragon instantly. The vampire only smiled. He was tired of playing with them, so he decided it was time to end it all already. The apothecary's face immediately changed and stretched with surprise. The apothecary shouted, Wales bounced away in surprise. The monsters, as if off the chain, ran straight to the island's master. The ground shook with their running, all of them running for the call. The vampire put out his hand. An unknown force burst from it, and the monsters, as they approached him, began to turn into blood, which trickled down to the host. Prince Wales looked worriedly at what was happening. He was trying to figure out what was going on. At this time, Roel rushed to his side, and the vampire was consuming the blood that came out of the monsters. The vampire self-consciously and with a mad grin turned to his opponents, the blood from his wound on his lube, whipped non-stop. But after a couple of seconds, the wound healed and no longer bothered its owner. Cheering up from his snack, the vampire stood up to face his opponents, the bloody power still hovering around him. The boys looked in his direction in suspense. The blood energy continued to swirl around the vampire. He drew his sword forward. He also allowed himself a few barbs at the apothecary, who had naively hoped to kill him with a poison that didn't even hurt him much. Scarlet clots hit the ground exactly where the prince and the apothecary had just been. The guys quickly bounced out of there, trying not to get hit by that force of impact. The prince raised his head and saw a new wave of bloody energy rushing towards him. He prepared to put up a block with his power. The chains like snakes came into action, but a voice behind him stopped his intentions. At that very moment, as the prince hesitated in his actions, Roel framed his body to keep the force from hitting the prince himself. The boy stared in horror at the apothecary, who acted as a shield in front of him. Two scarlet beams like arrows stabbed into Roel's body. He managed to resist this blow without uttering a sound. When such a one weakened, and the force receded back, the apothecary took a breath. He could deal with such pain and wounds, as he still had something in his arsenal to help himself. Except that the prince, if he gets hurt, won't be able to use his injections. The vampire eyed the boys with a look of disdain, the way they spoke fiercely to each other to stand up for themselves. He was sickened by these feelings, unable to contain himself any longer, wanting to end them. He had his own philosophy of this life, your vision of this world. For a vampire, feelings like friendship or love were far away. He believed there was complete power in solitude. A new wave of his bloody power flew abeam, causing the prince and his ally to bounce in different directions away from each other. Despite the gravity of the situation, Prince Wales tried to piss the vampire off even more and started provoking him with his remarks. Except that when he turned around to follow where the beam of bloody energy was going, the guy realized how wrong he'd been, how wrong they all were. After all, that power was heading straight for their people. Hearing the prince's scream, Faley looked around to see what was going on. The warrior raised his head just like that, his gaze tense and his face pale. The prince still lay motionless and in a semi-fainting state. The dagger on the girl's belt sparked and snapped even harder, sensing the approach of another force that could do her harm. The blood whip was already quite close. They wouldn't be able to dodge along with the lying prince from such an attack. The soldier tried to pick up his prince, but the girl was already realizing that everything was happening too slowly. She looked at Gririon and couldn't believe that this would most likely be the last thing she and he would remember. Philly made a desperate decision she had never feared. The girl's only wish was to keep her princes alive. Gririon needed it now, she knew it, and realized that if she didn't do what she had in mind, the prince would simply die. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Faley covered his highness with her body. The girl squeezed her eyes tightly shut, preparing herself for the fatal blow she had decided to take. No matter how hard the soldier tried to pick up and shelter Gririon faster, that time was not enough. The dagger on her belt even more strongly began to activate its power. His shadow particles detached themselves from the blade, sensing danger. The older maid felt a strange surge of power behind her. When the girl turned around, she noticed that the dagger had come into action, and living shadows were hovering around it. When the vampire's energy was close enough, a tentacle of shadow emerged from the dagger, and was able to put up a defense against the scarlet wave of energy. The girl continued to cover the prince with her body. The soldier who was standing on his feet was ready to fight back with his sword, and the other covered the prince with his own. A surprised Faley looked behind her back, unable to believe what had just happened. She had never thought that she was carrying such a powerful artifact from which such power could burst out. Prince Wales froze in place, staring shocked at what had happened behind him. He did not understand where another equally strong energy had come from that could resist the vampire's power. The enemy himself stared in the direction where his power had just failed. The warrior who stood beside Feely was shocked, his raised sword slowly lowered down. The girl herself could not believe her eyes. But the fact remained that her prince's shadow energy had just erupted from the dagger. She continued to gaze into the swirling tentacles of shadows. The girl immediately recognized and remembered them. She had seen this shadow power many times before, around her Prince Faye. Tongues like that had twisted at his will. When danger was at its peak, she continued to stare at it all with her face stretched out, and only managed to utter the name of the technique Faye was telling her with her lips. The vampire stared in the direction of the girl from whom this power was coming from. His eyes, for the first time in the entire fight, were truly surprised at what was happening. When Feely said the name of the technique aloud, the power from the dagger erupted, sweeping out in a wide, all-consuming, shadowy outburst. The monsters that met her path were mercilessly destroyed in an instant. At the last moment, the vampire was able to dodge this sudden attack. His arm managed to get caught, and blood rushed from his shoulder, tearing off his clothing and armor. He was still staring in amazement at what was happening. The girl also remembered the last words Faye had said to her about this dagger, calling it a talisman that would help the girl. It was as if she had heard his voice. The realization of what had happened came to her. She became incredibly pleased that despite the fact that the prince was thousands of kilometers away from her, he was still a small part of her and had the opportunity to protect her in a difficult moment. While the girl was in her reflections, she did not immediately notice how in 1 second a vampire approached her. The enemy stood in front of her. She continued to sit on her knees. The warrior behind her stirred, preparing to defend the girl and the prince. His words were cold and sharp as a blade. He wanted to know the answer, but the girl was in a stupor and couldn't utter a word to him. The vampire wondered why she had such power, and did not fight against him. Then he said the words that made the blood freeze in her veins. Her eyes widened and her face turned pale. The girl didn't know how to react to what he said. At this very time, Prince Wales and Roll were already on their way to him while the vampire waited for a response from the head maid. The prince's chains clinked against each other, the apothecary's fists ready for another attack. They didn't like the fact that the enemy's attention had shifted so abruptly from them to the other humans. After all, as long as they were alive, they were the ones standing between the vampire and their men, protecting and enabling them to leave the island. Even as he heard them approaching, the enemy didn't move. He didn't turn around. His attention fully focused on the girl with the intriguing power. His voice changed, and his mood changed completely. He no longer smirked and didn't seem so crazy when he fought against the prince and the apothecary. It only took him one word. The cut on Roll's body went from his stomach to his head. Blood rushed from his body. His eyes widened from the surprise of such a quick attack. The guy didn't even have time to react. Everything happened faster than a moment. Seeing what was happening, Wales couldn't hold back a scream. He also didn't expect the attack to be so sudden. The vampire picked up Roll's body, swinging it with ease. With one throw, he threw the boy quite a distance. The force was so powerful that he flew, and a road of dust rose up behind him. No one had time to react to such a violent action. Roel crashed through several tree trunks with his body, and on another one he slowed down and slammed into it, leaving a dent. The pain was tearing him apart. Moans emitted from his injured body. Furious at the vampire's behavior, Prince Wales thoughtlessly swung his sword at him, intending to deliver a decisive blow. The chains around the lad shook, the air vibrating from the force. The vampire turned his back to the guy and looked at the girl and the warrior in front of him. She reached for the sword on her belt, and the warrior prepared to defend herself. The enemy made a lunge with his foot toward the girl. Her sword flew out of her hands and shattered into several pieces. Pain racked her arm where the blow had struck. The warrior took advantage of the moment and took a swing in his direction from above. The vampire grabbed his head with one hand so that he couldn't move. It was as if his head was caught in a tight trap, that he had no chance of breaking free from. Wales stopped, shocked at how easily the vampire could take out his allies. With a wave of his hand, the warrior's body flew straight toward the prince, knocking him to the ground, and the two of them flew off to the side. He tried to slow them down with his chains. The landing was not soft at all, and the rocky surface was deeply dented from the impact. The boys were covered with rocks from above, which collapsed. The girl watched in horror as her men showed no signs of life. She didn't have time to do anything. A tenacious hand grabbed her neck, squeezing the girl's throat painfully. She wanted to break free, but her strength wasn't enough to do so. The guy lifted her up, pulling her off the ground. She tried to resist him, tried to unclench his fingers from her neck with her hands. Other than moaning, she couldn't manage anything. He wanted more from her, though, to make Feli use her power again. That's why he so actively began to provoke her. Reluctantly, the girl glanced toward Prince Gririon, who was now being guarded by warriors huddled around him. She knew she had no right to waste her strength, or the prince's life would be on the line. The old maid could not risk so much. Noticing that fleeting glance, it only took the vampire a couple seconds for the answer to the riddle to come to his mind. He tossed the girl aside, just as he had done recently with the others. Feli flew somewhere to the side, unable to slow down her flight. She slammed into the wall with force, leaving a dent from the impact. The warriors near where she landed looked at the girl in horror. The warrior girl came over to the headmaid, sitting down next to her to ask her how she was feeling. At that moment, they heard screams of pain and horror. They both raised their heads and looked in the direction the screams were coming from. There was a vampire standing in front of them. He didn't seem to have done anything but just stood there. But the warriors who were on opposite sides of him were already bleeding and were unable to continue living this life. Blood splattered from their bodies, drenching the ground in scarlet. Reaching his target, he placed his booted foot on the face of the motionless Prince Gririon. He glanced at the girl. His plan was to stir her senses so that she would finally show her power once more. Feeling the pressure on his own face that made it difficult for him to breathe, Prince Gririon opened his eyes. His face twisted in anger as he realized who was looming over him. Recovering and scrambling out from under the rubble, Wales screamed at the top of his voice. The boy wouldn't forgive himself if anything happened to his trusted friend. He started trying to kick the rocks away. The girls screamed as they realized the vampire's next intentions. The heart in Feli's chest was pounding frantically, thumping against her ribcage. Sitting on the bench was little Prince Fei. He opened his eyes wide and looked up at the person who had just approached him. Little Prince Gririon leaned over the back of the bench and looked with his kind eyes into his own brother's eyes. Embarrassed, he began to tell him, as if justifying how he had gotten here. The boy continued to stare at him, but he didn't say anything. At some point, the older brother stopped talking, spreading his arms, meaning, "And here I am." But Fei didn't even react. An awkward silence ensued, which confused Greer the most. Frowning, he exhaled heavily. How many times had he tried to approach his little brother and communicate with him, and each time it had failed. He couldn't feel the recoil from him, and it bothered him. Sometimes when the boy followed him around and never gave up trying to talk and understand his little brother, the thought that he was creepy caught up with him. His demeanor was chilling. The perpetually detached look, as if he was not of this world, as if he was always somewhere far away, scared Grian from time to time. And yet, Fei was his little brother. The sadness in his eyes when he looked at his brother's back, the ache in his chest when he didn't reciprocate. It all made him yearn and despair that he would ever be able to recognize his family. Despite this, he saw Feli smiling sincerely at the little prince, even when he didn't reciprocate. She continued to lead him by the hand. As much as he wanted to give up everything and just remove himself from the desire to awaken his brother's feelings, Prince Gririon realized that this was not a road he was willing to take. He could not give up and abandon his attempts to connect with him. Turning away due to the silence, Greer tried to remember what Wales had communicated with his brother about. This example was inappropriate, for he had almost always seen them in an argument between each other. Suddenly the little prince spoke. His voice, thin and sweet as honey, began to caress his brother's ears, who had already lost hope of communicating with him. He continued speaking, raising his head and looking up into the far dark sky, where beautiful stars twinkled in a scattering. Greer, taking his example from him, similarly raised his head and looked at the twinkling dots. He thought about his words. It was hard for him to understand his brother, but he persistently wanted to do so. Faye broke away from his contemplation and looked at his brother, who was looking up at the night sky. He then suggested he look at the stars together. Greer would have been surprised at such a suggestion. For a moment he froze in a stupor. And when his stupor dissipated, he was incredibly happy to sit down next to his younger brother on the bench. He was incredibly pleased to hear him invite him to spend time together. The older brother began to describe all the feelings that were overwhelming him. He was sparkling with excited energy, his eyes shining brighter than the stars in the sky. This slightly puzzled his calm little brother, so he reminded him to be careful. And so Faye's fear was fulfilled. Behind them they heard the shouts of patrolmen searching the garden for the little troublemakers. Hearing the voices of the adults, the boy shuddered at the words about the headmaid. Even then, she had terrified him. Jumping down from the bench, the younger prince tried to warn his brother of the approaching danger. It was as if he didn't hear that a patrol was already approaching them, ready to hand them over to the older maid. The older brother continued to sit quietly on the bench with his head cocked to the sky, trying to count all the stars his eyes could see. Faye couldn't stand it anymore, and grabbed his brother's hand, pulling him along with him. Greerian watched in surprise as his estranged younger brother tried to save him from future retribution from Feli. The moment was the defining moment in his attitude towards his younger brother. It was then that he smiled, feeling his younger brother caringly trying to save him. As he continued to stare into the back of his now grown-up brother, Greerian understood that the latter had his own world and his own reasons for such aloof behavior. He would still reach out his hand to him no matter what, and then his brother could turn around and be sure to always support him. The prince grabbed the foot that was pressing against his face. Clenching his fingers tightly, he tried to pull the vampire away from him. He managed to get his opponent's foot off his face. The vampire looked at the prince lying on the ground. The sword was dangerously close. The prince spoke the words addressing himself. There was a lump lodged in his throat weighing down on him, and yet he was able to shout the words that were meant only for his brother. But the enemy didn't care about his feelings. His strength was several times greater than his. He was easily able to free his leg from the prince's weakened hand, and it hit him in the head with renewed force, crushing the ground beneath him. The vampire looked at Greerian with annoyance, his face frozen in pain, unable to move. Then his enemy picked him up by the collar and lifted him up so that he couldn't reach the ground with his feet. Pain pierced needles through the prince's body, giving a reminder of the recent wound that still lingered and kept the prince between life and death. The mad grin reappeared on the vampire's face. He swung his sword, wanting to deliver the decisive blow that would end his opponent once and for all. There was nothing Greerian could do about what was about to happen. Opening his eyes, he looked at his enemy. Feli tried to run towards him, the terror on her face frozen, her heart pounding frantically in her chest. Prince Wales, also being trapped, could not sooner come to the aid of his faithful friend. The other warriors rushed to his side, but it was too late for them, for they could hardly come to his aid. Roel was too far away to see what was happening. His body was still pierced by the wound. At the moment when it seemed that nothing could be done, that no one could help him, he appeared. Faye jumped out from behind the rocks like a ghost and immediately flew toward the vampire. His gaze was focused on the brother he wanted to kill. The vampire froze, sensing the new man's approach. Anger blazed in his chest, his rage was unimaginable. The vampire turned around, staring in the guy's direction, seeing his face and the intent with which he flew towards him. Greer couldn't believe his eyes. Perhaps he already thought he was seeing a real ghost. Spreading his arms, he flew from the height of the slope. His sword was already exposed and ready to attack and clash with the enemy. Taking a wide swing, the lad saw his target and flew straight at him. He was consumed with anger that the vampire had dared to threaten his older brother. No one could believe what was happening now. No one could understand how Prince Greerian's younger brother could be here. Letting go of Prince Distberg's grip, the vampire turned his full attention to his new enemy. He held his sword out in front of him, ready to repel his attack. Their swords came together, the loud clang of blades echoing around the neighborhood. The boy's strength was too assertive, the vampire's face twisted with tension. As their weapons slammed into each other, Faye uttered a single word, from which shadowy energy began to seep from the blade of his sword. The blade passed through the vampire's blocking sword and went deep into his body, and when he shouted the call of the technique, its power multiplied several times, throwing the enemy many meters away from the place where they had met. Prince Gririon slumped to the ground, his bandages loose and sliding off his wound. He stared with surprised eyes at the back of his younger brother, who stood in front of him and shielded him with his body and sword. His surprise knew no bounds. The first thing he felt was stupor. Words lost their meaning. He could not ask a normal question. But after a moment his speech came back to him, and he exploded screaming at his younger brother. Feely had already reached them, looking at Faye with the same surprise. Her brother's anger contorted his face. Prince Gririon demanded an immediate answer. The girl walked over to him and grabbed his shoulder, trying to calm him down. She had never seen the prince in such anger before. The younger brother didn't answer anything. He silently listened to his brother's shouts and demands for answers. Then the latter addressed him by name. A while ago, the ship that Faye used to reach the island of magical beasts was still at sea, and was just holding its way towards that place. There was a conversation on board between the Prince of Distburg and his temporary partner, who was assigned to him by Dwarg Zalk. He asked him a question that had been bothering the lad since the moment they set sail. Faye rolled his eyes thoughtfully and deliberately began to stretch his words, thinking how to explain it better. The people from his past life, which he still considered to be his original family, reappeared before his eyes. Fixated on his past life, he didn't want to see the loved ones that surrounded him in this life and let them get too close to him. Turning around and seeing his past self, he could only now realize that those people who were in his present mattered just as much as those he had once lost. The always cheerful Greer and Feely's smile had come to mean more to him than he had realized. Faye held his sword. He was overcome with a lot of doubts, questions, pain. Except he had made up his mind for himself a long time ago. His body seemed to support his thoughts, his hand gripping the hilt of the weapon tighter. A wild scream escaped his lips. He was so tired of holding it all in, and this rage burst out of his body. He admitted what he had kept inside for so long, afraid to admit his feelings for the people in this life. The older maid, along with his older brother, were shocked at this outburst of his emotions. Gririon had never seen his brother in such a state before. His heart clenched at the thought that his younger brother wanted to protect him. By this time, a vampire had begun to rise from the rubble. Shaking off the effects of the blow, the enemy grinned in anticipation of another intriguing fight with an unexpected opponent. He liked the fact that the situation had changed and the events had become more interesting. Using his power, the vampire, destroying another monster, replenished his strength with bloody energy. The winged monster turned into a mess of blood. Faye stepped forward. He didn't need to explain anything. He only said her name. The girl understood what he wanted from her. For only a few seconds she hesitated, looking bitterly at her prince's back. The older maid picked up Prince Gririon in her arms and ran. He tried to break free and stop her, but his strength wasn't enough to resist. Faye slowly walked forward. The youngest prince of Distburg raised his sword. His decision to protect his loved ones gave him incredible determination and strength. The vampire was bearing down on him with an attack, bloody energy raging around him. Faye was ready to repel his strike, shadowy tentacles with sharp spikes headed towards his enemy. The insane smile never left the island master's face. He was eager to bleed his new opponent. Faye was completely focused on the enemy. Their swords crossed. A ringing clang echoed around the area, drowning out any extraneous sounds. The vibration from the collision hit their bodies. The power was equal, and the two opponents felt it. The sword sparring continued. Everything was happening too fast. Sometimes it seemed like they were swinging their arms without weapons, as the speed of the attacks made them simply disappear from sight. The vampire felt his superiority as he managed to inflict a few minor wounds. Faye became alarmed, the light bloody cuts making themselves known. With a straight swing of his sword, the prince shouted a summoning technique. A shadowy wave erupted from beneath his feet and raced towards the vampire. The enemy deftly jumped aside, dodging this attack. The vampire's amusement vanished when he sensed something strange. His face immediately changed and tensed with a feeling unknown to him. Behind him, a shadow stretched out behind him with a black sword with many shadowy threads sticking out of it. He didn't like being trapped. The shadow sword was sticking sharply into the ground, its threads taut, holding the enemy in its grasp. He didn't wait. He acted as fast as he could. After the Spada attack, the guy summoned his power to move on to a new attack. Sharp spikes erupted from his shadow, ready to strike the enemy's body. The vampire put his arm out, covering his body. The shadow pierced his arm. Raising his sword, the enemy laughed. A wild laughter escaped his lips. He waved his hand, shaking off the shadow that had just pierced him. Snapping out of his seat, the vampire attacked the prince. The boy put his sword up just in time, blocking his enemy's blow. His hands trembled, but he stood his ground and withstood such an onslaught. Holding his sword, the enemy's weapon, the vampire swung for another strike from his leg. Faye noticed his intentions. The blow was so strong that the prince's body flew off and crashed into the rocks. A column of dust rose up. The vampire flew away from that spot sideways. Without giving a chance to rest, he attacked the guy again. Faye was able to bounce off the blast of his bloody energy at the last moment. A new attack and the guy once again bounced aside. Everything was happening quickly. They didn't give each other time to rest. Decisions were made in the same second. Faye felt that the vampire outmatched him in strength, and he urgently needed to decide what to do next. Since his body wasn't that strong, he feverishly pondered what he should do, in parallel, dodging the attacks. A slight panic was brewing in his soul. He needed to find a way out of this situation as soon as possible. Suddenly, the image of his teacher from his past life appeared in front of him. His bitter words that day stirred his consciousness and made him act. Remembering this, Faye stopped abruptly. Forgetting the battle, a loud laugh burst out of him. Without paying attention to anyone else, the junior prince started talking to his teacher, as if he was now standing in front of him. All of this was accompanied by insane laughter. Not realizing what had happened, the vampire was taken aback by this reaction of the guy. Another madman had appeared on the battlefield. Faye laughed uncontrollably. His laughter had never sounded so sinister and shrill before. Everyone who saw and heard it now stared at him dumbfoundedly. Faye's chest tightened. She had never seen him like this before, and it really hurt her to see the state of her prince. His older brother, not having time to recover from the shock, became even more astonished. The others just didn't understand what was going on. Faye swung his sword, raising it above his head with the point towards the sky. The shadow power surged beneath him, reaching for his hands. He summoned his power, and it reciprocated, filling him with blackness. Thin tongues began to wrap around his arms and legs, tugging tightly together. They didn't miss any part of his body, enveloping even the fingers on his hands. The vampire focused on what was going on around the boy. He could feel that his energy had changed, and the prince himself was becoming different. It puzzled him, and there was a desire to see where this would lead. Vui enveloped himself from head to toe with his shadow power. The blackness continued to bubble beneath his feet. He looked directly at his enemy, satisfied that he was able to transform his power. His attitude had completely changed, as had his appearance. Shadows rose and fell like tongues of flame, responding to his will. His shadow, which had come after him from his past life, clearly remembered every defeated enemy it had touched then. Standing now before the vampire in this world, in his new life, he could clearly feel the presence of his body from his past. Reunited with the shadows, the boy crouched down in full readiness for action and defense of his loved ones, for whose sake he was ready for anything. The shadows continued to curl around his body, ribbons wrapped around his limbs. The astonished vampire hadn't expected such a surprise from his new opponent. He watched him closely, but he had never seen anything like this before in his life. The youngest prince of Disburg, in 1 second, moved behind the enemy's back. The vampire did not immediately notice it. He continued to stand with his sword in his hands and looked at the place where the guy was. At the last moment, he managed to put a block with his sword. The prince caught him off guard with such an active and quick lunge. Their swords once again played a tune of ringing metal. Noticing that the lad was attacking again, the enemy put his sword in front of him. He went on the defense and didn't have time to lunge to attack. A new blow, a clang, and the vampire was once again pushed to the side. The prince's shadows evolved in the wind, falling off his shoulders as if they were a cloak protecting him. The vampire didn't like this turn of events anymore. The guy did not give him a break, began to act much faster, and the blows became more powerful. Now for the enemy, it was no longer like a game. Faye continued to advance, his face lit up with a satisfied grin. It felt good to feel stronger now. Another blow that the vampire barely managed to fend off. He continued to retreat, and the prince attacked relentlessly, blow after blow, trying to break through the enemy's defenses. Getting as close to his enemy as he could, Faye raised his crazed gaze to him. He was too close to him. The air around them shuddered. The vampire put out his sword to block another blow, but it was too late. The prince managed to inflict a wound, blood sloshing from his enemy's shoulder. The master of the island felt a sharp pain, his face stretched. He did not immediately believe that someone managed to wound him. After the successful hit, the vampire immediately began to retreat. Without turning his back to the prince, he bounced a few meters away from him. He glanced at his enemy, his face expressing annoyance, his hands crinkling with the desire to finish him off sooner. Faye realized that that wound wasn't too deep and wouldn't help him finish off the vampire. Despite being wounded, the vampire gave into a new frantic outburst. In all that time of interruptions on the island, no one had ever managed to intrigue him like this before. He could feel the excitement of what was happening. Raising his head, the enemy decided to speak to the boy. He wanted to share his thoughts on him. Faye stopped and listened silently to what the man had to say. A gusty wind shook the vampire's cloak, and bloody spots began to appear under his feet, transforming into magical circles. A single wish came to him, and now he could see nothing in front of him but the prince. Faye was alerted by the vampire's new surge of power. He continued talking to him, as if nothing had happened. When the enemy spoke of the prince's older brother, irritation filled his soul. Feeling the vulnerable place of his opponent, the vampire continued to press on this place. His emotions were unrestrained and again broke out, pouring poisonous words all around. The anger in the younger prince's soul grew, his shadow power surging, forming more and more blackness around him. A sharp look appeared on the boy's face. Opening his eyes, he looked at the vampire's madness. Tom really wanted to see the similarities with the prince, but Faye knew that there was a real gulf between them. Shadow swords grew out of the guy's shadow, more and more of them as his anger grew. He remembered again the day Tiara had died in his own arms, how he had seen her eyes dim, and the pain that had built up in his soul. Drawing his sword forward, the boy pointed it towards the vampire. There were no other moves for him now. If the enemy was driven by bloodlust, then his thirst was for the protection of his loved ones, so that he would never have to experience that pain again. He was not afraid of the hell that might await him after this life. He was not afraid of death if it was for the good of his kin. Radis's words flashed through his mind. His look, his smile, and the message he had tried so fiercely to put into his head. Smiling Tiara, his great love, forever unattainable and unrepeatable, the one who once believed in him. His teacher, the only one who saw the potential in him and led the boy all the way forward. The last moment of his teacher's life, a smile mixed with blood, eyes brimming with hope for his student and sadness at the same time. Duvet raised his sword upwards. His stance was filled with courage and unwavering determination. The shadows continued to ripple around him. He closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts that had changed too much in his mind lately. Philly was watching, her arms folded. The girl was very worried about her prince. Grieren was still in shock, but he couldn't sit still. So leaning on the soldier tried to look in his brother's direction. No matter how much it hurt him, it hurt the girl to see him like this. She knew what he had to go through to stand up for them. Her eyes were filled with sadness and worry. The determination in the prince's gaze, a flame burning in his soul. He was more belligerent than ever in his life. The forces of the two opponents were spreading out across the battlefield. Bloody magic circles and shadowy tentacles were heading towards each other. If the vampire had a desire to play and enjoy the suffering of his opponents, Faye had only come here to protect his loved ones. He didn't care about his enemy's game. Shadows wriggled on his body. They pulsed with his gestures and words, wholeheartedly submitting to his will and desires. And right now, the prince's desire was only one thing: to finish off the vampire. The enemy grinned, his former fangs bared, his eyes glittering with scarlet fire as he anticipated the fight. Scarlet blood swirled around him as the prince stood against him, his sword raised, shadows reaching upward with sharp spikes. The vampire jumped with laughter. The prince had called him a maniac, but judging by what was going on here, he thought that title was more appropriate for the guy. Looking at his hand, he ran his fingers over it cursorily. He wanted to know who stood before him, and suggested he introduce himself. Faye said his full name without hesitation, his voice sounding low, not like before. The boy kept his eyes on his enemy. The vampire tasted his name, repeating it slowly. He seemed to taste each letter with his tongue, assessing its flavor. Werner also said his name, and he also wanted the guy to memorize it, as he believed that death would be too quick for him. After all the talking, their voices fell silent and their bodies came into action. The vampire came at the guy with renewed vigor, ready to tear the guy apart. Faye managed to defend himself from the first attack, his whole body taut and focused. Werner was in awe of the guy's strength. He had already split his shadow sword so many times, but they kept appearing in his path again and again. Fighting off the attack, Faye assured him that they would as long as he had all the shadows of this world in his power. The prince noticed that the vampire didn't have that much power over his supplies. Everything he used to fuel his body had a way of disappearing and not being replenished. They continued to clash with each other. The monsters that came to the aid of the enemy were also caught in the crossfire. This remark of the prince irritated Werner even more. He laughed and took another swing at him. He was amused that his strength could be underestimated by someone. With the power of thought, the vampire was able to summon more of the monsters that lurked in the backwoods of the island. There was a wild roar and the stomping of approaching creatures. The soldiers scurried about, stunned at such an abundant arrival of monsters in their direction. He became even angrier. He didn't like that he had provoked the enemy, and now the monsters were even more numerous, but they all went on the offensive against the soldiers. His shadow power grew behind him. Summoning his shadow technique, the guy released a wave of black swords towards the monsters, which immediately descended on the monsters, piercing through their bodies. The Wanis were ready to fight back, but what a relief it was when the prince was able to help them disperse this horde in time. The youngest prince looked at the vampire with anger, a look that expressed a deep hatred for his essence. Dozens of swords were pointed at Werner, all of them hovering in the air, ready to fall on the enemy's head. Despite all this, he continued to smile wryly and felt his superiority, completely unafraid for the fact that he might lose this battle. It seemed to Faye that the vampire was saying strange things. He tried to understand him, but so far he was having a hard time doing so. He concentrated on what the man was saying. The boy glanced at his sword. He asked him a question, though, as he really couldn't understand what was going on and why he was saying all this. Werner spread his arms, his power surging, swirling around him. It amused him that his opponent still hadn't yet realized what he was talking about. With hundreds of years of his life behind him, enough dead had gathered that he had struck with his sword. Werner assured the lad that he wasn't the first of his kind, with the same fire in his eyes and desire. The enemy's eyes narrowed, and he stared intently in his direction. He had more to say on the matter. Those words that just now sounded like arrows crashed into Faye's body. It was as if his enemy had seen right through the guy. His eyes widened at the fact that he had figured him out so easily. His heart thudded in his chest. He'd never told anyone about his past life. The vampire's statement like that hit him in the butt. The reaction he saw made the vampire realize that his assumption had hit exactly the right spot. He continued to press on the sore spot, all this said with a pleasant smile on his face. The vampire continued to swing his sword and tease him at the same time, feeling that he could mentally crush the guy's spirit. It was a fatal mistake for the prince to show his true emotions to his enemy. He attacked him not only with his sword, but also with words, pressing him to the very core of the boy's soul. Varen's sword whistled through the air. Faye fought back, the clang of metal against metal. The vampire didn't stop, energized by the new surge of strength. Eventually, of course, the prince grew tired of listening to this. His voice was quiet, but the vampire heard him nonetheless. They continued the fast-paced battle. Neither wanted to lose, both had aspirations too high. Their attacks continued, then offense, then defense. Spinning as if in a dance, they continued the insatiable fight. The prince shouted at the top of his voice, furious at the way Werner talked about him, as if he knew something about his life. This time, the prince's attack was unimaginably strong. Blood rushed from the vampire's body. His arm was cut off and flew down, and he continued to stare mesmerized at his opponent, not even paying attention to the significant losses in his body. Werner continued to press the prince morally. He wanted to piss him off, to turn his soul inside out. Faye bounced back after the attack, his severed arm flying downward. The vampire continued to speak, not noticing such an important loss. Blood poured out of his stump in rivers, flooding the battlefield with scarlet. Covered in cuts, Werner tilted his head to the side and glanced once more at the guy standing in front of him. All his thoughts were too aggressive, words he spoke with irritation in his voice. Their gazes were too divergent, but the last words still took the prince by surprise. He felt a prick of pain. As if under hypnosis, he believed what the man had told him. With widened eyes, he stared at his enemy. Blood trickled out of the severed limb and spread across the ground, landing under the prince's feet. The blood suddenly came to life, surrounding the lad in its snare. The lad was flustered by this, dazed. He tried to find a way out of this trap. Faye looked at the trap he had fallen into and couldn't yet figure out how he could get out of it. Werner was pleased with himself. By cutting off his arm, the prince had done him a favor. Blood continued to ooze from the stump, filling more and more of the space around his opponent. The trap around the prince closed, creating a sort of ball with needle-like ribbons of blood streaming down it. They moved in a chaotic pattern, and the guy was trapped inside this ball. Werner stood back and contentedly watched his creation. Faye felt a wild pain throughout his body. His muscles were tearing, blood was oozing out, and it was happening time after time without stopping. The pain began to haunt him relentlessly, tormenting his body. The only thing he had left was faith in his shadow power. He tensed, trying not to panic, trying to figure out how to proceed. The solution came quickly. Use his power and smash that orb. He swung his sword, summoning the spada. The shadowy energy responded to his will and flew in the indicated direction. Except it couldn't shatter this cocoon he was trapped in. Anger boiled in his veins when the attack failed to produce the desired result. He continued to think feverishly. A new wave inside the orb attacked his body. The pain was so intense that he couldn't help but scream. Everything around him swam, and the needle-like leans continued to sting wherever they could reach. Gritting his teeth, he tried to endure the torture as attack after attack ravaged his body. Blood flowed from everywhere, fueling the bloody orb. While Faye suffered trapped, Werner stood by the orb and kept talking to it. He liked that the situation had turned out this way, that the prince had cut off his arm in time and he didn't have to resort to the technique himself. The vampire took a step closer to the orb, contemplating the torment of the prince inside while still talking to him. A scarlet bloody magic circle appeared behind his enemy, and he himself was already in close proximity to the ball. His every word was energized with a cheerful note. He was looking at the guy with an evil smirk, taking unthinkable pleasure. Even though Faye had fallen into such a trap, he tried not to let up. The prince would try to the last, dodging the blows. The wind blew towards the vampire, developing his dark cloak. He felt his superiority and kept talking to the boy. Behind him, something of immense size appeared. The monster was incredibly large, had a strange, elongated face, sharp fangs, many fluffy tails, long ears, and powerful clawed paws. Werner raised his head slightly in his direction. The enemy began to describe his monster. Faye, through the murky wall of the balloon, saw this monster. The prince got cold inside. After getting permission and sensing the fear of the humans, the monster turned its one-eyed muzzle towards the warriors who were in great fear at the sight of this beast. The vampire's eyes poured a scarlet color. His anger grew and pulsed throughout his body. He wanted to see more death and blood. Faye could do nothing. Trapped, he stared at the vampire's mad face and heard his horrible words. Never before had the prince felt so useless. Pain tormented his body, and the vampire's words were destroying his soul and mind. Fury reflected on his face. He swung his sword, trying to break through the trap. And Werner kept teasing him, endlessly hurting him with words that pierced deeper than needle ribbons. A wild roar erupted from the monster's throat before going on the offensive against the warriors. Its maw opened, revealing a row of sharp and dangerous fangs. Rage continued to grow in the prince's body. Time after time he summoned his shadow, ordered it to do his bidding, but all was in vain. He couldn't let anyone get hurt. The sharp pain continued to ravage his body, not giving him even a second's respite. The faces of his loved ones surfaced in his mind, the ones he had so diligently avoided all his life and tried to keep away from him. Now he wanted with all his heart to protect them. Tearing up his voice, he screamed once more, trying to summon his shadow. Blood ran down his face in thin streams. His voice was torn, but he never finished his call. Long chains rose into the air, surrounding the monster. It raised its head in surprise as it watched the iron chains wrapped around its body. Faye looked in surprise in the direction where the clanking could be heard, his eyes widening when he saw the chains that enveloped the monster's powerful body. Varen similarly turned towards his pet with displeasure. Wales released his chains, enveloping the monster. He held them tightly, controlling its direction. Beside him stood Prince Gririon. Despite his wounds, the lad couldn't stay away while his brother fought for them all. Unfortunately, those chains couldn't harm the monster, but they could delay it considerably. The monster looked around in surprise, not realizing what had happened to it. The two princes stood beside each other. Both had heavy wounds, but they couldn't afford to sit on the sidelines. As long as they could move, the boys would do every last thing. Their resolve was unwavering and steadfast. Gririon, with force, struck his stumpy sword against the chains that held the body of the huge monster. Prince Wales had to exert a great deal of strength to hold them in his hands. A wave hit his body, but the lad dared not complain, clenching his teeth as he continued to hold on. The crown prince shouted out his gravity technique. The force went through his sword, penetrating the chains holding back the monster. He put all the power he possessed into this strike. The monster felt the extreme pressure brought down by the gravitational force. Because the Prince of Linzel was holding the chains, he also felt this power on him. Trying to resist, his body trembled. The moment the monster opened its mouth to let out a roar, 2 vials flew into it. Whoever threw them knew what they were doing. The explosion rang out, echoing around the neighborhood. Chains continued to restrain the monster's body, gravity was pressing it to the ground, and a substance had just exploded in its mouth. The one who had thrown the explosive vials into it was none other than Roel. He had already recovered his body and could move as if he had never been injured. Flying towards the monster's face, Roel swung his foot and gave the monster a good kick. The monster's head snapped back, the chains tightened, and gravity made it impossible for it to dodge. Behind the apothecary, a senior maid was hurrying. She held a sword and ran towards him. The girl jumped, hovering in the air. Faye swung her sword and a scarlet stripe appeared on the monster's white coat. And a second later, blood gushed from its neck, pouring all around. From the impact on the island monster, the girl's blade shattered into small pieces. She clucked unhappily, berating herself for not being able to inflict stronger damage. Feely was enraged at the wasted power. She continued to hold the destroyed blade and looked towards the monster that was still alive. The water dragon came to her aid, changing the girl's body. Her face was covered in fine scales. She turned towards her prince and shouted at him, calling for action. Faye still continued to be trapped in the balloon, trying unsuccessfully to force his way out. The vampire watched his actions but could not stop him. Hearing the elder maid's voice, the junior prince of Distburg raised his head. His heart skipped a beat. She had swarmed him, wanted him to get out and help them. Thoughts crept back into his mind. He paused, trying to make sense of the new feelings that had come over him. The blood continued to drain from him. The pain he felt had long since lost its hold on his body. He looked at his brother, who stood up despite those wounds. who still fought, even if he lacked strength, at the girl close to him and his new friend, who were now trying to destroy a monster dozens of times bigger than them with their bare hands. Seeing it all, hearing their voices, feeling everyone's bravery, regardless of the situation they were in, Faye stretched out his arm, filling with shadow energy. Ribbons of shadows surrounded his hand. All of his teacher's invigorating words he remembered all at once, all the things he had ever heard from him, at different moments of his defeat. Those words that had kept him moving, acting, fighting. The shadows continued to coil around his arm, connecting his body to his sword. The boy was setting himself up for decisive action. His mind was completely detached from the mutilation that the bloody ball was relentlessly inflicting on him. The smile on Radis's face brightened before his eyes. The man had always kept his cool, and was willing to defend those he loved to the death. Opening his eyes, Faye looked up at the murky wall of the balloon. His face was contorted with anger, his heart thudding in his chest. He would no longer lower his head, but would chew his way out of this trap. The shadowy ribbon pulled his arm tight, sealing him with the sword. Becoming one with it, Faye felt stronger and more confident. Taking in a lungful of air, he raised his sword solid with his arm and prepared for a decisive attack. The vampire had been silently watching the boy's actions all this time. When the latter noticed such a determined attitude of his, Werner began to worry that now the guy could do something that no one had ever managed to do before. Summoning all his determination and strength, the guy made a swing of his sword, summoning his shadow technique. A black, viscous shadow burst out from beneath the prince's feet, rising in a high wave. The attack was so powerful that it pierced through the bloody ball holding it back. The wave traveled far forward, chopping the monster in two, rising high towards the sky and swirling at the end. The monster's body was chopped into two halves. Everything happened so fast that the monster didn't realize what had happened to it. Feely and Roll dodged such a strong gust of wind that accompanied the guy's strength. As soon as the balloon burst, the prince immediately rushed out, jumping out from that spot in one long dash. He only had one goal left to accomplish. The sword was still shackled to his body by the shadows. He took a breath of fresh air, filling his body with a sense of freedom. The vampire's eyes widened. He was still counting on the fact that he was able to break the guy's will, and he would just drop his hands and stop fighting. But since he had already broken free, there was only one thing left to do. It took a second for his emotions to change from surprise to anticipation. The prince took another swing of his blade. He saw his target in front of him and prepared to lunge at him. The anger was pouring out of him. He couldn't hold back. He shouted his name at the top of his voice. Feeling this fervor, Werner also made a swing and prepared to lunge towards his opponent. The enemy also shouted the guy's full name at the top of his voice. The closer they got to each other, the louder the guy shouted his name. It was as if the strength of his future attack depended on it. The vampire must have felt the same way because the prince's mood was completely transferred to him. They flew at each other, shouting the enemy's name. The moment their bodies crossed each other, it was as if time had stopped. Even the wind stopped ruffling their clothes. The vampire froze, in a lunge, his sword arm outstretched. The smile continued to be on his satisfied face. The Prince of Disburg froze in the same lunge. Time had also stopped for him. Shadow ribbons surged and settled around him. Faye's face was focused. He wasn't sure what had happened. He still stood still, unmoving, waiting for something he didn't know himself. Blood spurted from the prince's chest and shoulder, the vampire's sword managing to nick him. He felt that sharp pain on his body, yet Werner's wound was disproportionate to his. A torrent of blood rushed from his enemy's body, spilling onto the ground. Time stopped, running down the dial of life once again. Feeling all the pain from the wound, the vampire continued to smile, realizing that he hadn't had the same success when he attacked the guy. His body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out of him, forming a scarlet puddle beneath him. The sword fell out of his hand, and his body stopped moving. He wasn't the only vampire living on the island of magical monsters. They had found their home in this piece of land. For years, he'd spent years waiting for a strong opponent whose strength he could appreciate. Lying in his own blood, face down in the ground, The vampire thought back to his summers gone by. Prince Fei approached him at this time. Covered in blood, the lad lowered his head and looked at the vampire lying near his feet. Werner's position was not an enviable one. He could still speak, so he told the guy that he had managed to inflict a fatal wound on him. From the last strength, the vampire hung onto his arms and managed to turn over so that he wouldn't lie face down in the ground. He wanted to see his punisher. Fei, with sword in hand, silently watched his actions. Werner raised his eyes to the boy. He could see him now. Blood was gushing from the corners of his mouth. He could no longer stop it. Everything was already lost to him. Fei continued to stand silently. He listened to what Werner was saying. His words were like a compliment. He was satisfied that he would die at the hands of a strong opponent. The prince felt incomprehensible feelings. He felt uncomfortable. And for the vampire, it was simple. Despite his condition, he found room to smile. In the end, anyway, Werner recognized the superiority of the guy, and the fact that he was stronger and was able to defeat him. Fei heard about his wish. It was too simple, and perhaps it seemed to him selfish. To live to find a worthy opponent, to die. The point of the sword stopped a few centimeters from the vampire's throat. The boy froze at the last second, holding the sword dangerously close to the vampire's throat. Even at that moment, Werner didn't stop teasing the guy, as if encouraging him to finish what he'd started sooner. In his last moments, the vampire couldn't contain his emotions and expressed his philosophy of life. He wanted the prince to hear him. As soon as he spoke, the sword plunged into his enemy's throat, ending him once and for all. Fei clutched the sword tightly, blood spurting from his throat. He thrust it in even harder until the point sunk into the ground. The vampire's words were foreign to the boy. Fei looked at his life differently and saw meaning in other things. Today, when he was ready to die for the sake of his loved ones, his thoughts were only confirmed. Even though Werner could no longer hear him, the prince continued to speak to him. The boy drew his sword from his body. Blood flowed thickly down the blade. He then looked towards the sword that belonged to his enemy and reached for it with his hand. He picked up his sword and stood over the vampire's body. A few more phrases were spoken to someone who couldn't hear him, but it was important for the boy to say it. Dozens of wounds opened simultaneously on the prince's body. He was pierced with such pain that he almost cried out in surprise. His clothes were quickly soaked with fresh stains. The prince gritted his teeth tightly to endure the agony. It came to him that when the shadowy power left his body, all the wounds that had been inflicted in the bloody ball had now opened, as there was nothing else holding them back. Leaning on his sword, the boy could feel the power leaving his body. He tried to summon a shadow to shut it all back down. Thin stalks of shadow flowed around his feet and no more. Through clenched teeth and shivering due to the pain, the realization came to him that there was a significant loss of blood and lack of strength. His eyes began to darken, and the ground beneath his feet went away, making his body wobbly and weightless. After a while, the prince was already lying on the ground. His head was in the girl's lap. The prince looked up at her. She stretched her hands out over his scarred body. The boy continued to talk to her, trying to be as convincing as possible. Fei lowered herself over his body. The girl wrapped her arms around her prince's neck and pressed herself tightly against him, hugging him. Fei smiled and told her that he was almost in one piece, and she shouldn't worry so much. The older maid looked at him with great worry. Her eyes were wet. A little more and bitter tears would flow out of them. She was so tired during this time and so much nerves had been spent. Fei continued to look at her. To him, her look seemed not only sad but somehow accusing. The guy had this scraping feeling of guilt creeping in. His eyebrows furrowed and he wanted to see if that was really the case. She helped him up and frowned and told him what she thought about it. Her voice was shaky in places. A girl who wanted him to finally realize that he might be worried about her. A couple of inarticulate chuckles escaped him. Throwing an arm around her shoulders, Fei confirmed that he had already figured it out. The boy's gaze swept around, surveying the area. The girl continued to look at him and assess the condition of the injured man's body. Somehow the guy managed to get to his feet. He was still wobbly and exhausted. With the girl's help, it was easier for him to move around. They didn't walk very far before someone was waiting for them, and a man's voice called out to the prince. The one who called the prince was Roel, a guy who had survived dismemberment, many terrible wounds, now stood in front of the prince as if he hadn't even participated in the battle. Only his eyes gave him away. They were too tired. He had found a new cloak somewhere, and was waiting for the moment when he could talk to His Highness. The guy stopped and dropped his hand from the girl's shoulder. He looked at the apothecary standing in front of him. Feely looked worriedly at the prince, trying to support his wobbly body. The girl didn't feel like letting him go. Roel quickly inquired and told the prince of the poison's actions. He spoke calmly, fully revealing the plan of action. The prince's face changed. He didn't really like where the conversation was going. Then he asked his next question. In someone's hands lay a recently harvested rainbow flower. The person who had found it had packed it according to all the recommendations, digging it up with the stub and putting a protective net over the top so as not to harm it. Princess Lishan constantly felt an ominous force. The entire island was imbued with a terrifying aura that the girl saw and felt. Her body was shaking all the time. It was hard for her to concentrate on anything. By her side all the time was Zelm. Despite this, they were both at the mercy of the island. Something strange, scary, and huge came across their path. Something that could easily strike terror. The boy and girl looked around. In the thick of the forest was a horror that stalked them. Despite everything Roel had just told them, Faye judged his strength sensibly. As much as he wanted to help people, his body was too damaged after being imprisoned in the bloody ball. He honestly admitted that. Then the apothecary held out an object in his hand. Faye looked at it and lowered his eyes to the guy's hand. In Roel's hand was a syringe containing an injection to restore blood. The boy told him that he had been able to help Prince Gririon with this medicine, and he had one last shot left that he wanted to give to Faye. The prince's eyebrows furrowed even more, thoughts swirling in his head. He asked the guy standing in front of him a question. Without waiting for an answer, Faye continued speaking. His attitude was not so positive. Feeling his body, he would suggest resting even though he wouldn't even look at it if he felt better. The girl stood behind him, ready to pick the boy up at any moment. The prince's words brought a slight smile to Roel's face. He was amused to hear such a thing from a warrior who had recently been willing to die for his loved ones. Faye abruptly grabbed the older maid's hand and pulled her toward him. From surprise, the girl yelped and gave in to his onslaught. The prince had his own thoughts on the matter. Despite all of Roel's words, the prince didn't feel obligated to protect anyone else but those he really cared about. He sidestepped the apothecary and pulled the girl behind him. Faye was flustered by such an assertive boyfriend. Though the prince didn't feel obligated to stand up for others, a sense of guilt crept into his soul. He froze for a moment. Roel lifted the syringe he continued to hold in his hand and tossed the boy the following words. He didn't turn to him as he spoke. On the other side of the clearing stood the two princes. Gririon looked in their direction. Prince Wales was having a hard time standing on his own. He had a warrior helping him by supporting his body. Royal's words caused Prince Faye to think. He paused, a maelstrom of conjecture swirling in his head. He couldn't be so blind as not to see the truth that lurked right in the palm of his hand. His brother was totally devoted to his country, loved his people, and was a good prince who made informed decisions. There was a man in a wheeled chair, for whose sake the prince was willing to take a risk to help him. The seat at their family's table emptied. The brother began to distance himself, and appeared less and less often in public. Roel turned to the prince. His words sounded with a hint of sadness, but he wanted to convey his thought to him, and change the boy's mind to change his mind. At this time, the warriors were gathering their strength, helping the wounded, picking up the scattered weapons. Prince Gririon was helping by handing out instructions and counseling with Wales. Faye continued to stand and listen to what the apothecary was telling him. The words were getting deeper and deeper into the lad's soul. Roel found it hard to contain his emotions, his tone rising. He wanted the prince to hear him. The boy's heart fluttered, and a struggle broke out in his soul. Roel's words had gone too deep into his mind, and he knew the lad was right. Irritation tickled through his body. The guy turned around abruptly, heading toward the pharmacist who still held the syringe in his hand. He snatched the shot from his hands, and in one motion, he slid the needle into his body and pressed the bayonet, letting the drug into his system. With the syringe still in his body, Faye uttered his condition. He set a time limit that he was going to meet. He didn't want to do it, but he also realized that they had no other choice. What followed was a series of orders that Roel had to follow. What he heard stirred Faye. She turned to the prince. She no longer liked his demands. Roel was very surprised by such a striking change in the guy's behavior. He looked at him with an elongated face and didn't know what to answer. After the injection, his shadows came into action and began to come to life under the lad's feet, responding to his call and voice. Picking up his sword, the prince perked up, the shadows rising higher and higher up his body. He glowed with confidence, reminding those present of his rank. In this way, he wanted to remind everyone of who he truly was. He didn't see himself as a savior. He needed everyone to still consider him for who he had been all these years. Despite his protests, the prince still made the decision to help those left on the island in search of the rainbow flower. As they stood and discussed a plan of action, the others were already rushing towards them. Prince Greerian was walking on his own, but Wales was assisted by a loyal soldier, supporting him. Still struggling with his contradictions, Prince Faye looked over his shoulder, his gaze stopping in one place. Werner's sword was sticking out of the ground like a guardian watching his opponent. The boy stared at it and continued to think, catching himself for acting too arrogant. At some point he spoke. Even if the vampire would never hear him again, those words were meant for him. The sword continued to stick out of the ground in mute silence, as if the spirit of the vampire remained in it. He was watching the guy's actions and was clearly displeased with his action. What the prince and the elder maid heard was clearly not to their liking. They protested with one voice, closing their eyes and turning their heads. It would be hard to reach them. Their looks showed resistance. Roel was ready for such a reaction. He gave them the terms on which Prince Faye agreed to continue the mission and help those who remained on the island. The boy himself looked at his brother and Faye, peering out from behind the apothecary's back, afraid of the anger that might come over him. The others watched their altercation in silence. Roel was now trying to convince them that they should leave the island, as the prince had been badly wounded. The latter resisted such arguments in every possible way. While they were arguing with each other, someone spotted a flare in the air and loudly informed everyone about it. Shouts began to echo across the field in confirmation of what they had seen. From the center of the island, a thin stream of smoke from the flare was coming from the flare. There was a loud howl, and everyone turned around to look at the monstrous sight. Long worm-like outgrowths surged upwards. They wriggled, searching for their prey. The situation was tense. Roel looked worriedly in the direction where the monsters were wriggling. Prince Greerian was shocked by the new appearance of the monster. They couldn't believe their eyes. The only person who remained calm was Prince Faye. He concentrated on watching the wriggling monster and asked a question to the senior maid. The girl was distracted from that sight and looked at the guy with frightened eyes. She didn't immediately realize what he wanted from her. Realizing all the risks and that the people who were in the thick of things now needed his help, Faye had already stated his desire to go there to help without a second thought. His gaze was sharp and absolutely fearless. At this very time, Princess Lycan and her associate Zelm were fighting for their survival. Dodging the terrifying worms, the boys were making their way through the thick of the forest, trying to find a way out of this trap. The monsters stalked their prey, each worm sprout ending in sharp teeth and small eyes that watched their victims intently. Zelm had his back to the girl who was trying to run as fast as she could. Her heart was pounding out of her chest. It was hard to breathe. Fear enveloped her body. The guy cut off with his scythe the toothy heads that were getting too close to them. The situation was out of their control. They couldn't break away from the monsters chasing them. As they ran, Zelm tried to think through their plan, but everything he could think of was a hopeless failure. Fear gripped them in a vice, a note of despair sounding in the girl's voice. She didn't want to die here and was trying to find a way out of this situation. Zelm was just as on the verge of a breakdown, but still kept his head clear. Suddenly the girl stumbled. Her legs couldn't run anymore. She flew to the ground. The guy noticed this immediately and rushed to her. The monsters were still chasing them and were too close to them. He covered her with his body. It seemed like this was the last moment of their lives. Lishan clamped her eyes shut, unable to hold back any longer. He was to protect the girl to his last breath, even at the cost of his own life. Faye flew into the field with swarming monsters at the most opportune time. When the guys had already lost hope, the prince swung his sword, cutting apart the monsters that were trying to eat the humans. Blood flowed in rivers, the monsters howled, and their heads flew to the ground. The frightened boy and girl opened their eyes when they heard those strange sounds. They saw blood pouring out of the monsters, and someone was ruthlessly chopping them down. Faye was completely focused on destroying the monsters, and was satisfied that he had gotten there in time. And the guys hadn't had a chance to get hurt by those things yet. A frightened Zelm swung his scythe, ready to defend the girl from the vampire's attack, assuming that Faye was that enemy. Lishan clung to her friend, trembling with her whole body. The prince couldn't resist yelling at them and proving that he wasn't a bloodthirsty creature, but had come to their aid. Faye got straight to the point. There was no time for clarification. When Zelm heard the familiar name and plan of action, he knew immediately that a comrade in arms had come to their aid. Hope sparked in the boy's soul once again. While they were talking, new monsters were rushing towards them, ready to destroy them and devour them. The guys tensed up. Faye was ready to stand in their defense anyway, his sword raised and ready to attack. The girl gave a dazed shriek as Zelm scooped her up into his arms. Faye wanted to say something else, but he was suddenly yanked back, never letting him finish his word. A magic circle opened up under Zelm's feet, and he cradled the girl in his arms and held the prince by the collar, who was clearly in shock at being yanked like that. But their time was running out. Explanations would come afterward. The boy's face was focused. He was in a hurry to leave this place sooner rather than later. His power shimmered around their bodies, activating the action of the magic circle. The monster came as close as possible. Faye was ready to fight back with his sword anyway. A thunderous roar rumbled from the mouth of the worm, which approached the guys at point-blank range, ready to make an attack. 3 bodies slammed into the ground where the boys had just been. A column of smoke rose up, mixed with discharges of magical power. There was a rumbling sound that shook the ground. Faye, Zelm, and Princess Lishan were flying through the air in the next second, falling out of the magic circle. The guy with the scars on his face continued to hold on to the guys despite the fact that they had already moved. The prince opened his eyes and was surprised to see that in just an instant, they were in a completely different place. He never fully realized what had happened. A magic circle had formed over the abyss and the sea was raging below them. The waves were crashing restlessly against the rocky shore. The boy's face stretched when he saw the sea beneath him. It was too sudden for him. They still continued to fly swiftly downward, the girl unable to hold back her terrified cry. Zelm did his best to hold her back, but Faye was already released from his grip. The impact was not as soft as she would have liked. The prince gritted his teeth and rubbed the back of his head, which took a good bump against something hard. Surprisingly, they landed not in the sea, but on the deck of the ship he had sailed here on with the crew of the Dvorg Zalch. Only now did he notice that his landing had been softened by the boy who had been ordered to go with the prince. Zelm, accustomed to his strength, was able to land on his feet like a cat on soft paws, and the princess was caught by Roll, who was waiting for them on this ship. Faye looked around and noted that they were on the ship. The boy was still in a state of shock, as he was not privy to all the plans of the crew. Looking back at the island, somewhere in the distance monster worms were still raging. There were terrible growls coming towards the ship, clearly disgruntled monsters, as right out from under their noses the prey was gone. Zelm headed indignantly towards Roll, demanding an explanation from the lad. Their plan had not gone as they had expected, and he was surprised by the appearance of a new character who had not even attended the meetings with them or sailed with them to this island. Faye, though, standing off to the side, heard everything. The merchant's kid was still reeling from the shock of having people dropped on his head out of nowhere. The princess turned sideways to the guy, speculation beginning to creep into her head as to who it could be. As soon as she looked at him, her power activated, her eyes changed, and a terrifying wave of visions came over the girl. It was as if she had been doused with cold water and plunged into boiling water. Faye felt her power on his own body. A heavy pressure crept in. He looked back to the girl standing in front of him. A maelstrom of his memories from his past life swirled between them. Joyful, angry, painful. All of it burst into their heads at once, flickering between them unbidden. Smiles, laughter, tears, death, despair. It was as if the prince was seeing his dead teacher in real life, hearing his last words. Everything was mixed in with his other memories of him as well. Faye grabbed his head, which was beginning to hurt badly. The wave of the past pounded restlessly in his mind. Flash after flash they flashed in a chaotic pattern. Princess Lishan saw and felt it all. She was surrounded by painful images of the prince's past life. Wherever the girl looked, she saw only pain and abyss, which opened its clinging paws in the soul of the guy. And also the girl saw and felt that last moment of his life and what he felt then, how his hands took the sword in utter despair, how the point entered his throat. Unable to endure such horrible leading, the girl twisted. Her stomach twisted and vomit rushed out. She tried to cover her mouth, but it was too late. The girl vomited in front of everyone right onto the deck. She collapsed on the wooden planks of the deck, continuing to vomit bile. Roll and Zelm looked fearfully at the princess. The apothecary tried to understand what had happened to her, kneeling down beside her. The guy in the black cloak immediately decided that it was Prince Faye's doing. He started pulling out his scythe in a rage and swiftly headed in his direction. Coughing, the girl came to her senses, her head still reeling from what she had seen and experienced. But she managed to stop her friend, assuring her that Faye was not their enemy. Her throat was parched with the bitterness of vomit. The prince continued to stand there in mute shock. His hand was covering one eye, his head was splitting apart. He tried to realize what had just happened. Zelm looked up at the boy, calling him by the nickname he had given himself once long ago. He didn't want to believe that this guy had come here and saved them from the worms. Faye felt a huge emptiness inside of him. He absolutely hated what this girl had done, even if it wasn't on purpose. He was only now starting to come to his senses. Lishan was still sitting on the floor. The guys were trying to figure out what was wrong with her and help her in some way. A strange, lonely man stood holding his white cloak with his hand. His head was wrapped in the same white scarf, hiding his long black hair. The Prince of Distburg slowly began to approach the girl. He called out to her. The boys immediately raised their heads at him. Faye unceremoniously walked unceremoniously close to her and tapped her pubes with his fingers. The girl yelped at the sudden slight pain. Roll stared at him in surprise. The boy shamed her with mild irritation for getting in his head. The girl looked at him in surprise. Her eyes had taken on a normal look, and now she just saw a guy who was disgruntled. After such a heated and emotional outburst, the girl tried to come to her senses and catch her breath. Her cloak was stained with vomit, and there was a small puddle next to her. He took another look at her and urged the girl to use her ability less, as it could end badly for her. The girl lowered her head again, remembering the visions she had accidentally managed to pull out of the guy's head. Faye continued to look down at her. He didn't really feel like discussing what he had seen. His head still hurt, and all those memories left a painful imprint. Lishan was also depressed and didn't feel good. She also didn't feel like discussing at all. Faye nodded his head, considering it a wise decision. Deciding to switch to another topic, the prince curiously inquired about the rainbow colors that Lishan and Zelm had gone inland for. Completely oblivious to this, the girl felt as if she had been electrocuted. She turned sharply toward the apothecary and demanded an answer. Her voice trembled as she imagined that she might have lost the flowers they had struggled so hard to pick. Roll raised his hand, which contained the flower that the girl had managed to pick at the very last moment. The boy was pleased with their work. A kind smile stretched across his face. The girl relaxed when she saw that the flower was in place. She brought it up to her face. Hope filled her soul. The guy's past life flashed before his eyes again. He watched the girl smile as she held the flower in her hands, that he himself couldn't contain his smile. He couldn't resist stroking her. Lishan closed her eyes and felt the touch of his hand on her forehead. The guy smiled at her once more. He was glad that it was over, and they all managed to accomplish what they had planned. Her hand automatically reached for the spot where he had just touched her. The girl stared at him and couldn't look away. The sailor's voice echoed throughout the ship, announcing that a warship was approaching. This attracted the attention of everyone present on deck. Prince Linsel's ship was several times larger than the ship Faye and the crew of Dwarg Zalk arrived on. Being next to each other, the vessel seemed toy-like compared to the ship. Bending over the bulwark, Prince Gririon and the senior maid began to call out to the younger prince, trying to get a glimpse of him at the bottom of the ship. Their faces were too anxious, as they didn't know until the last if he had made it off the island in one piece. Standing on the small craft, Roel looked at the distant island. The boy saw no pursuit by the monsters and was pleased that they had managed to escape. The others similarly glanced in the direction the apothecary was looking. Memories from his past life flashed through the younger Prince of Distburg's mind again, people he once loved. They were smiling at him as if they saw what he had done today. Faye lifted his head, and after a moment he felt an incredible heaviness on his eyelids. His eyes slowly closed, a slight fog appeared in his head, his body became heavier and heavier. And suddenly the boy could no longer stand upright on his feet. His body collapsed to the wooden floor of the deck. Roel was one of the first to notice that he was getting sick. He started to call out to him, but the prince didn't answer. The others looked just as surprised at the guy who had passed out. The guy's eyes were closed. He had fallen into a world without worry or struggle. He had done what was required of him. He had protected his closest people. The streets of the city were crowded with people. Everyone was in search of their goods, solving important cases or something else. The bustling alleyways were living their lives. Faye looked unhappily at the bare hook. He was indignant because the fish had once again eaten all the bait, yet he had failed to catch anything. Next to him was a warrior who was fishing the same way. While the guy resented his failure to catch fish, the warrior looked at him in slight confusion. After a little thought, he still asked the question that interested him. The prince baited the hook once more and cast his rod into the water. The warrior also sat with the cast rod, listened to the prince's answer, and waited for a nibble. The water was calm, and the line was moving in smooth circles. Hearing familiar footsteps, the prince already knew who approached them without even lifting his head. He reacted tiredly to the lad who had come. Roel was glad to see the prince in good health. The guy smiled as he fidgeted unhappily in his seat. Faye continued to express his displeasure. He didn't even look in the direction of the apothecary. The guy in his usual white robe scratched the back of his head, a bucket and the same fishing rod in his other hand. He had obviously come here to relax and think about his own thoughts, but he was pleasantly surprised by this encounter. Walking closer to the prince, he was still making excuses and feeling embarrassed about what had happened in the Satan's kingdom. Recalling this, Faye's fingertips shook. He was clearly holding back from his last strength. After visiting the island of magical beasts, the two ships had sailed through the sea by a route that was considered safe. They needed to return through the Satan's kingdoms. Upon their return, a real storm began to brew between the Satan's government and their expedition group. There was much arguing and bickering, but most importantly, they were unable to hide the presence of Prince Faye on the island, despite the fact that Distburg's soldiers kept their mouths shut. In just 1 week, the news of the magnificent prince had spread to every corner of the country. It was written in every newspaper, printed in every pamphlet, and carried in letters to the towns. All attention was focused only on the youngest prince of Distburg. Thinking back on it all, the lad almost twitched with nerves. He also remembered their last conversation with the merchant, who only wanted to take a bigger bite. Her eyes lit up when the boy returned the ship to her. Roel sat down next to the prince, made all the arrangements with the fishing rod, and cast it into the water. Even when Faye turned to him and demanded in a raised voice that he return to his measured life, the apothecary didn't move. Then he reminded him of the offer the Prince of Wales had made him. Remembering those words, the prince froze. He wanted to disappear at that moment. The knight, who had been sitting silently listening to their conversation all this time, suddenly turned around and interjected with interest. Roel immediately began quoting, also verbatim, the words of the Prince of Wales himself. Faye looked up at him with irritation as the apothecary had a clear talent for impersonation. He even changed his voice to make it all sound like the prince himself was speaking. Prince Wales had proposed to marry his younger sister to Prince Faye, and when Roll's train of thought came to the knight, he jumped with shock. This news caused a storm of emotion in the boy. Faye paled at the memory of this conversation. The image of the innocent and vulnerable Princess Lishan stood before his eyes. For the knight, the shock did not end. He ranted so quickly that it was a great miracle that he was given such an offer. After all, until this day, all offers coming from the House of Distberg had been rejected. Faye threw a glance at the warrior and was shocked at the lad being so informative. When the prince announced his proposal, he looked very much in high spirits, but Faye himself spit all over the table at that moment from such a surprise. He was clearly not ready to change his life. Roll thought it was a good idea to make such a loyal and strong alliance. He wasn't even ashamed to hint that he wouldn't mind turning to the prince if he ever needed help. This infuriated Faye even more. He really didn't like this all that much. Continuing to hold their fishing rods, the boys discussed the situation further. Roll tried to convince him that having allies would be a very good thing. The prince himself, on the other hand, was afraid for the girl's feelings and about his bad reputation that could hurt her. Certain words sounded to which the prince paid attention. He became curious as to what Roll meant. The boy glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. The apothecary reminded him of the girl's ability. Because of this power, she couldn't find an approach to people because she saw their true motives. She needed an honest person, and it seemed to the guy that Faye would be perfect for her. Finishing his thought, he once again confirmed his words that no one would fit such a role for her better than Faye himself. The prince didn't answer anything. He silently looked at the expanse of the sea and the distant horizon. Faye lowered his gaze. There were too many thoughts in his head. He wasn't sure of anything now, and Roll's words had clearly hurt his soul. The rod continued to hover motionless over the sea. The words were hard for the boy to say, but at least they were his true thoughts. Despite such a generous offer, the prince could not accept it. It made him sad to think about it now, but even after talking to the apothecary, he only confirmed the correctness of his decision. Still, Roel did not stop backing down. He wanted the prince to think it over one more time before giving a final answer. The prince looked at him carefully. The boy turned his head back to the sea, nodding slightly. Roel's words had not been spoken in vain, and the prince would indeed think about it. The apothecary was pleased that he had been heard, and was able to convey his thoughts on the matter to his majesty. Now even such an ambiguous answer was balm to his ears. When Roel had achieved some success in their conversation, he pressed his head into his shoulders and recalled the ill intentions of Prince Uls, to whom various thoughts began to creep into his head that the prince was unsuited to his sister for some other reason. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud shout from the knight. He felt a strong blow in his fishing rod and began to shout that a fish had bitten. The two boys stared in surprise at the overexcited fisherman. The knight held the rod tightly, which bent the other way from the tension. There was clearly a good fish there. He turned to the prince, hoping that he would be quick to help him now. But the lad's enthusiasm was not on the knight's side. Roll decided to help him out with a couple tips and slowly began to tell him about the art of hooking fish. He didn't have to finish his instruction, as a second later the rod snapped and snapped, leaving the fisherman holding only a stick and reel. Faye, who had come up to him with a net, was staring at the stubby rod. What happened was clearly a low blow. The knight collapsed to the ground with an anguished cry. He was so hurt that he couldn't pull out such a catch. Faye tried to calm the guy down, but he erupted even more. No sooner had this situation settled down than a terrifyingly familiar, commanding voice sounded from the roof of the neighboring house. The senior maid, seeing her prince, called out to the guy in a furious shout. His whole body shuddered, and his heart skipped a beat when he heard her voice. The girl glared angrily at the guy from on high, her anger building up in her chest. She was already dressed in her usual black and white dress with a white bonnet on her head. Her screams echoed throughout the street. The girl was clearly not in the mood. The knight and Roll similarly stood up in a string, as they too had gotten their way. They felt as guilty as the prince himself that the girl had come here for. He ordered him to stay where he was, and to make sure the boys didn't get the guys for letting the prince escape. Roll grabbed the prince tightly and wouldn't let him go anywhere. While she was coming down to them, a real war broke out on the pier between the prince and the apothecary. One knight was most afraid for his health. Tears came to his eyes. He feared the eldest maid's anger more than anyone else. A sharp rustling caught the boys' attention. They all looked at the prince's fishing rod. The reel was rapidly unwinding the fishing line. Forgetting everything, they rushed to the rod, for something had finally bitten into it. When Faye took it in his hands and pulled on it, he felt a pleasant tug that he had never felt before. At that moment, the guy was ecstatic and experienced a sense of earthly happiness for the first time in a long time. The maids were excitedly discussing something among themselves. The girls obviously did not know how to deal with the problem that had formed. A woman's voice and a question sounded, and the maids turned around to see who had entered. The girls worriedly started talking about a strange bouquet that they had never seen before. They didn't know what to do with it, as by regulation, it shouldn't be there. The head maid was absent, and they were too puzzled about the matter. A bouquet of red and out-of-the-ordinary flowers was shown to the girl who entered. She gasped as if she already knew what the problem was. The maid came in and immediately began to explain who the bouquet could have belonged to. The girls were surprised at this, as they had never paid attention to such trifles before. They asked the maid to take the bouquet to its destination. Ratifa, putting her hand to her forehead, gladly agreed to fulfill this request. Her glasses sparkled. The girl was alert and ready to lend a helping hand, especially since she was the one who spent most of her time cleaning the prince's room. Humming a tune to herself, Ratifa took the bouquet and went to deliver it to its destination. The girls whispered about it for a long time, discussing His Majesty's predilections. She walked merrily through the castle, still humming her favorite tune and bouncing to the beat of the melody. Ratifa was in a good mood, closing the bedroom doors behind her, her voice quiet. She was alone in the room with a lush bouquet in her hands. A slight smile still continued to light up her face. The scent from the flowers wafted to his little nose. She walked to the table, poured water into a bowl, and started talking to herself. Ratifa didn't worry about being overheard. She knew she was alone here and could say anything she wanted. She took the first branch of the flower in her hand, lifting it slightly and inspecting the beautiful plant. All of this Ratifa did with incredible care. The girl reached for her round glasses. Taking hold of the rim, she removed them from her nose. Ratifa placed the glasses on the table not far from the bowl of water. She took the scissors. With her other hand, she lowered the amaryllis flower into the water. The name the girl said belonged to a man who had died in Prince Faye's past life, except she couldn't know it, and certainly the prince himself had never uttered it. The image of Ratis came to her mind, that magnificent man who always smiled, had only one arm and yet was brilliant in battle. Continuing to hold the stem of the flower, the girl dipped her scissors under the water, and there she cut off a small piece, trimming the stem. Then the image of the teacher surfaced in her mind. Still as reserved, moderately strict, and moderately kind, Ratifa took the new flower and looked into the reflection of the water in which she had cut the stems. There she saw the girl for a moment, a smiling face familiar to her to the point of horror. Closing her eyes and clutching Amaryllis to her chest, she remembered herself in her past life. The girl was the same Tiara from Prince Faye's past life. Opening her eyes, she looked once more at the scarlet flower in her hands, admiring its perfect beauty. She dreamily lifted her head up, reminiscing about her former appearance. Of course, in this life, the girl looked different. She thought of all the bodies of her friends who had died with her back then, and thought of the guy blaming himself for their deaths. Ratifa remembered herself next to her teacher, the way they looked at the young boy, who with all his heart wanted only to protect them. As she continued to pick through the flowers, Ratifa discussed her memories in a voice. She remembered well the promise the boy had made to her, and in this life, she wanted him to fulfill it. Satisfied with her reasoning, she took another look at the bouquet she had just neatly trimmed. Ratifa remembered him from her past life, his smile, his eagerness, and the fire in his eyes. She remembered the feeling she had for him, how her face would flush with color when she looked at him, seeing his smile, hearing his laugh. Even though the guy had no idea who she really was, the girl wanted to see him in action, to see him finally fulfill his promise. Tiara clearly remembered Shizuka's face, his black hair, his smile, his laugh, his demeanor. The way he lost time after time, but always found the strength to get up and keep practicing. She looked up somewhere, dreamily wondering if he had found a cause that would make him live. And it was at this very moment that Faye and his friends were pulling their first fish caught on a rod. Roel watched with joy as the boy endeavored to spin the reel and pull the fish. Faye had already managed to get down from the roof and started yelling loudly at them. The knight was carrying a fishing line despite his fear of the older maid to help the prince pull in the fish. Lishin sat at the table and watched with a smile as Zelm, pulling his hood over his face, searched the library for the right book. The two princes continued their conversation amongst themselves, satisfied that their mission had been successful, and Prince Wales didn't have to start a war with the Kingdom of Sadens. And Faye himself, at this point, was incredibly happy, pulling his first fish to the surface. Roel was helping the lad, the knight blocking an angry older maid who was trying to get through to her prince and give him a couple slaps. The girl kept busy with the bouquet, but all her thoughts were only of the days they had shared together many years ago. The black sun hovered over the land, dropping a fiery rain on the ground. Anything caught under it burned immediately to the ground. People tried to flee, but they were destroyed by those who were responsible for all these horrors. If they were not killed by the heat of the scorching black sun, they fell by the swords of men. But these terrible men were resisted. People tried to save someone despite all the destruction and fear. They rebelled against this force. Tiara was in such a group which led the resistance to these forces. As a young girl, she had taken up the sword and fought for her freedom and life. On that day, they managed to destroy that black sun, which caused irreparable harm to the ordinary innocent people. The one who managed to split the sun then was her teacher. His white cloak was billowing wide in the wind. The man was collected and focused on his actions. Having finished with the group of enemies and the black sun, they continued on their way, surveying the surroundings. The fire raged all around them. The air smelled of cinders and burnt human bodies. But the people did not pay their attention to this anymore, having gotten used to this reality. They continued walking forward, seeing no point in putting out the fire. Without turning around, the teacher immediately explained the reason why he didn't see the point of putting out the flames. His voice had long since stopped shaking at such words. The girl continued to walk slowly behind her teacher, scrutinizing the flames. In the thick of the most fierce fire, she noticed something strange. It seemed to her that someone was moving there. Next to the flames sat a small, terribly frightened boy. His eyes were filled with terror. The child was clutching tightly to his chest the burnt body, most likely the body of a relative. The illusionist shouted out the sight of a survivor. The girl looked in that direction and saw him as well. The boy saw the strangers approaching, jumped to his feet, and furiously rushed towards them with his fists. This child decided that those people who were trying to help were the ones who had destroyed his village. He dropped his body and fearlessly rushed towards the people to kill them. The teacher's face stretched out at the child's so fierce behavior and desire to destroy them. Then he knocked the boy out with only one blow. The illusionist crouched down beside him, examining the child. Tiara was no less frightened then and hid behind the teacher's back. The man looked at the child who was lying on the ground. The boy wasn't moving, but he was breathing. It was then that the teacher noticed something about him. He crouched down beside the child. Tiara followed the man. The illusionist turned around, wanting to understand what had happened. The man lifted the child by his clothes as if he was holding a cat by its fur, and announced to everyone his decision to accept this boy into their group. The others turned around at him in surprise. No one expected him to see something like that in this kid. If it wasn't for the teacher, they would have just walked right past him, and the kid would most likely have died eventually. Finding himself unconscious after a fist flew into his face, the kid found himself accepted into their small family. The girl continued to hum her song from her past life. Most likely the flowers she held in her hands had stirred her memories so much. The girl remembered those first few days they spent together, the irritation she felt when the guy cried, how she had hit him in anger and they had been separated. He had been completely unable to stand up for himself back then. Tiara looked at the guy's back and heard his words, his changed voice and his desire to become stronger. Then her feelings started to change. Shizuki picked up his sword and decided for sure to himself that the power would help him protect his loved ones so he wouldn't have to lose anyone else. The girl saw his sharp gaze and strength. He spoke calmly, and it was the first time his words didn't cause a storm of irritation and resentment in her. Ratifa continued her story. It was as if she were talking to the flowers she was now caring for so tenderly. As time went on, her feelings changed radically towards him. From hatred, she began to admire him with awe in her heart. Leaning closer to the flowers, she smelled their luscious fragrance. The girl was still talking about her past life, thinking about the emotions the guy had evoked in her back then. She also admitted her feelings quite quietly. Despite the fact that she was alone in the room, the girl was still afraid to say such words out loud. When she came to her senses, she laughed out loud, pretending that she was only joking. The truth scrambled in her heart. She calmly walked over to the table, where her round glasses lay, which she used to hide her piercing gaze every time she looked in his direction. The finished bouquet in a vase, the girl placed it on a small round table. Admiring her work, Ratifa continued the conversation without waiting for answers. The girl made a decision that it was time to clean up. She stretched her hands out to the wrapper in which the flowers had been delivered, and her attention was caught by the ribbon that lay on top of the wrapper. She remembered the last time the prince had demanded an answer about the missing bow. He needed to know if the ribbon was on the bouquet. Ratifa raised the remaining ribbon to her eye level and shook it unhappily, worried that it could easily have been used to harm the flowers. Unexpectedly, she noticed the white letters, and at first she didn't pay much attention to it. But then, looking more closely, the maid read the message. It was as if she had been electrocuted by the message that was hidden in the ribbon. The girl's heart thundered in her chest. A chill ran through her as something cold licked her back. She turned around anxiously, not realizing what it could be. Ratifa quietly opened the bedroom door and peered out from behind the door. There were soldiers running frantically down the corridor, causing even more excitement in the girl's soul. The maid stopped one of the soldiers and demanded an answer. The one didn't stop and shouted at her to go to Prince Shutin. The warrior looked overly excited. His next words stunned the girl. She couldn't imagine what could have happened to make the soldiers so nervous. Their mood was transmitted to her as well, with cold vice gripping the girl's body. In Linsel's palace, the medicine was finally completed and put into her hands. The ampule lay on a red silk pad, and the box also contained detailed instructions for use. Prince Gririon picked up the ampule, hope fluttering in his soul. He was very glad that their efforts and losses had not been in vain. Roel was a master of his craft and was able to process the iridescent flower, turning it into medicine. As well as another vial of the same was given to Zelm, who had helped them in the extraction of these unique and mysterious flowers. The prince didn't mind that he had to wait longer than he would have liked. He was well aware of how valuable this medicine was, and that it was meant for very important and close people. Roel stood at the prince's bedside, suggesting that he stay a while longer, until the boy's strength was finally restored. Gririon sat on the bed, holding a valuable box in his hands. Through the open window, the apothecary saw Prince Fei passing by. He called out to the lad, teasing him. The younger prince wasn't in a good mood as it was, and then there was Roel and his jokes. Gririon smilingly asked the boy if he caught anything. Fei, not thinking long, jumped up to the window, shaking his head and showing an empty fishing rod. A loud stomping sound was heard from behind the door of the room. Someone was in a great hurry, and a moment later the door swung open loudly. In the doorway stood the headmaid. The girl was breathing heavily from the fast running. Everyone turned their heads towards her worriedly. The two princes stared at the headmaid in surprise. They had rarely seen her in such a state, and worry rumbled in their chests. Faeli raised her eyes to the princes. Her expression was anxious. The girl was too nervous, causing her voice to shake in places. Apparently something had happened in Distburg because she was urging them to return home immediately. Not yet fully realizing the situation, Prince Gririon calmly continued to reason that they were already planning their imminent return, and yet Feli's anxiety was transmitted to him as well, so he asked the girl what had happened. Her hand trembled as she clenched in her fist a piece of paper with a message that came from the mainland of their kingdom. She began to speak, and her first words touched their father. Time stopped for them at that moment. The princes looked at the girl with wide-open eyes. Someone had made an attack on their King Philip. She didn't know who or what had happened. The message was too short, but it was enough to start her thinking about getting them home as soon as possible. Back in the distant past, when a guy's life was in another man's body, he and his comrade-in-arms were walking through a battlefield where no one was alive anymore. There were corpses lying around, and the stench of the dead, but they didn't pay attention to it anymore, having gotten used to this musty air. A guy with swarthy skin and dark hair turned to face Shizuki. He looked at the guy with his dark eyes. It seemed like he could see not only his body, but also his soul. The boy touched young Shizuki's face with his fist. The boy didn't pull away. He silently listened to what he was telling him. The boy took Lazenya's fist away from his face, covering his hand with his palm, assuring him not to worry about him so much. Shizuki realized that he didn't have the same abilities as the other guys in the family. Still, he knew that with his perseverance, he could become stronger. The boy moved closer and touched his forehead to his comrade's forehead. He wanted him to hear his words and think about what the vampire had said. Pulling away from him, Shizuki looked closely at Lazenya's face. The boy was detached, his gaze seeming blank. His lips parted, and he began to speak. The voice was quiet, ingratiating, and frightening at the same time. Lazenya's eyes were blank and dark. His mouth kept moving, and strange words came out of it. Shizuki pulled away, not understanding what the man was saying. Shizuki's blood-drenched face and the words that Faye still couldn't make out made the guy wake up from such a vision. His heart was pounding loudly in his chest. After calming down, Faye looked around. He was in his bedroom. The time was still late. The boy's heart slowly calmed its gallop. He began to contemplate all the things he had just dreamed about. Pressing his hand to his face, the prince realized that it had been a long time since he had thought of Lazenia. He continued to think about him. It seemed strange to him that he could know about the vampire or Faye, since they were two completely different lives. A few assumptions twisted around in his head confusingly. Which of them were true, and which were figments of his imagination, he didn't fully understand yet. In front of his eyes was Shizuki with blood in his eyes. He didn't know what that could mean or why he was having such a dream right now. Not wanting to wallow in these thoughts any longer, Faye flopped back onto the soft pillow and wrapped himself more snugly in the blanket. He remembered them all, faces, voices, names. They were all his family from his past life, his nearest and dearest. The prince, despite his fatigue and his desire to push all thoughts away, continued to fidget in bed, unable to find his sleep. His eyebrows furrowed as he realized he hadn't seen everyone's faces, but the only one he could see, his own. Clutching the pillow with his hand, he buried his head harder into it. The boy strained his memory, but still couldn't even recall his name from that life. The head maid called a meeting for all the servants in the castle. The girl explained the new regulations in detail, as well as the rules of caution. The girls listened attentively and nodded in agreement to each new rule. One of the maids turned to the girl as she was rapidly about to leave, after the orders given. Faye froze in place and told her with slight irritation that Prince Faye was unwilling to follow the rules as usual. The girl closed her eyes, thinking about how many problems she would have to solve, and also what she would do if she didn't get obedience from the younger prince. The maid who asked the question chuckled awkwardly. The older maid had already approached the prince's bedroom. She stopped at his door and thought about her own thoughts for a while. Her hand reached for her sword. She remembered the day Prince Faye had approached her and gave her his sword since hers had been destroyed during the battle. The moment she was about to knock on the doors, she heard a painfully familiar voice. A wheelchair was coming down the hallway. Faye looked back to the person who had called out to her. Seeing the second prince shooting in front of her, the senior maid crouched down in a deep curtsy. She saluted and inquired about his well-being. The prince's voice sounded cheerful and resounding. Although he was confined to a wheelchair, he was thinking positively and had a bright outlook for the future. Prince Shooten looked at the door they had all stopped at and asked the older maid if it was the entrance to his younger brother's room. The manner of the question was slightly arrogant. Fei politely mumbled at this expression. The guy in the stroller saw the sword on the girl's belt and asked her to hand it over. The older maid fell into a stupor. It wasn't clear to her why the prince needed the sword that Fei had given her. The girl staggered. She couldn't resist the prince's wish, but she also didn't want to part with this sword. Placing her hand on the hilt, she hesitated to give the weapon to him. Jester, seeing her confusion, once again insisted that Fei hand over the sword. They all entered the room together. They were met by the maid Ratifa, who on seeing the prince immediately bowed courteously to him. Fei entered the room last. Shooten looked at his sleeping younger brother and let loose a few barbs in his direction. Unexpectedly, the second prince raised Fei's sword above his head, swinging it for an attack. He pointed it towards his sleeping younger brother. The sword flew with a whistling sound towards Fei lying in bed. The older maid ran towards them in shock. Ratifa watched in bewilderment at what was happening. The weapon came down on the prince's bed, shattering the pillow with ease. Feathers flew out of it and slowly began circling the room. Except the younger prince was no longer there. Jester frantically began to turn his head, not noticing where his brother had disappeared to. The girl who had brought him and was nearby prompted him to look up at the ceiling. The younger prince hovered above the ceiling, holding tightly to the beams with his feet and hands. He was shocked at this awakening, his heart thudding in his chest and his face twisted with anger. Fei saw his older brother at the bottom. He looked at him with admiration, and also couldn't keep silent about the heroism that everyone was discussing. The younger prince was furious at the whole situation. Unable to bear his own emotions, Fei exploded with a shout at his brother. He didn't understand why he was so insolent and decided to put him in danger. The second Prince Shuten expressed his displeasure at his younger brother for not visiting him, and was always worrying about Prince Gririon. The girl who was standing behind the prince and driving the wheelchair was Princess Nadia. She stood rankly and slightly detached. Nadia raised a small pocket watch to her eyes and indicated to her younger brother to get ready soon because time was running out. The second prince cheered up and told his brother that he would be dining with them today. Fei still continued to sit on the ceiling. His shock still hadn't passed. The head maid intervened in their conversation. She didn't like it at all that they were going to go outside for lunch. The girl thought it was too dangerous because she couldn't let them go out until she had the guards ready. Fei continued to provide valid arguments. Something terrible was going on in the castle right now, and all the maids were armed. She feared for their lives. These arguments were not enough for Prince Schoten. He turned to Fei and said that they could all be his guards, and there was no point in calling other soldiers. The second prince looked at the older maid and continued to speak, pointing a finger in the direction of his brother. Fei felt as if he had been electrocuted. The irritation from such a rude interference in his rest was making the guy mad. Fei jumped off the ceiling, heading for the open door. He wasn't going to listen to his older brother. He really didn't like this whole situation. Fei stared at him stunned. Jester and their sister only turned their heads in his direction. The younger prince saw his salvation in the open doors and headed straight there. He didn't want to spend time with the second prince and the first princess. When he was about to cross the threshold, suddenly Ratifa jumped out from behind the doors. The girl covered the exit with her body, falling towards him. The fall was not a good one. She knocked over a bucket of cold water on the prince and also tangled him in the floorcloths. Fei roared with anger, trying to push the girl away from him, who clung to him tightly. She awkwardly began to pull away from him, each time asking for forgiveness for such clumsy behavior. The girl hurriedly began to explain to the younger prince, such a treacherous attitude. At this time, Shuten watched with a cute smile as Fei was blocked from retreating. The junior prince lifted the bucket from his head, angrily looking at the maid who should have been at his side. The girl lowered her head and had one more thing to add. She pulled out of her white apron pocket a booklet of the restaurant where Princess Nadia had made reservations for them. Radifa was drooling just at the thought of going there. Faye erupted into screams over such a nefarious bribe. Eventually, after a while, he had to change his clothes and go with his older brother and sister. Feely also accompanied them. The youngest prince looked as if he was not being taken to dinner, but to hard labor. The restaurant tables were set in a beautiful garden, with low hedges fencing off each section, and a magical dome protecting the freedom of the guests. Prince Shutin put a tidbit of the dish into his mouth and groaned with pleasure. They all sat together at a round table full of delicious food. The princess and the prince were discussing the flavors of the dishes, while Faye watched them in suspense. He didn't want to be here at all. He felt bad in their company. Faye stood to the side and scrutinized the area. The younger prince was tired of watching their sweet cooing. He folded his arms across his chest, still not touching his food. The boy looked at his brother with a serious face and demanded the reason for this meeting, even though Faye guessed what it would be about. His brother, without a smile, looked up at him. As they continued to dine, the second prince began to speak. In his manner, he rebuked his younger brother for not daring to speak on the topic for a whole month. Faye, with irritation in his voice, began to recall the day when they had first learned of the attack. The feelings that he and Grian had experienced at that moment came rushing back. They had been in a hurry then, in such a hurry that they had to use the post horses. When they arrived at the castle, the first thing they did was go to the king, who met them at his desk. Philip was then signing some royal papers and looking at his sons with great surprise. And what a shock the two brothers were then when they saw their father safe and sound, minding his own business. And instead of a warm greeting, the boys were then hit by their father's anger. He shamed them for their inappropriate behavior, told them what they had done wrong, and he yelled at them on top of it. Gririan and Faye were shocked by everything that had happened and couldn't come back from that state for a long time. The irritation from the memories was once again reflected on the younger prince's face. Jester only laughed. He was amused that his brothers had blundered in front of their father. Even though the king had been attacked, he could not be injured. The first princess intervened in the conversation. She lowered her eyes and calmly reminded everyone at the table that their family had always been warriors and knew how to stand up for themselves. Since long ago, back when their grandfather was in power, everyone knew of his power. Therefore, it was not surprising that their father, King Philip, could easily deal with several assassins. Prince Shutin glanced with a smirk towards his sister, as if she knew something about what really happened. The girl twitched, but didn't show it. He continued talking as if it was all their older sister's fault. The girl glared angrily at the second prince. Her displeasure was pronounced. Their dinner continued and the tension at the table grew. Faye was nervously picking at the food on his plate. Prince Shutin put forward his assumption that the Empire was involved. The head maid intervened in the conversation. She honorably apologized for it, but she couldn't keep quiet. The second prince turned his head towards the girl. She raised her hand and put forward her opinion about it. The girl didn't think that the Empire could have been involved in the attack. If one thought back to the past, that peace had been made between their kingdom and the Empire, and even the imperial princess had become a concubine, still Crown Prince Philip. This was the guarantor of their peace. Prince Shutin continued to tell their family history, how the imperial princess became queen, and how she was welcomed into the family. The girl then gave birth to 2 princes. She was happy with her young children. Shutin then reminded Prince Faye that imperial blood from their mother also flowed in their veins like that. Faye listened to him intently, trying to understand what his brother was getting at. Picking up a table knife, the boy waved it and smiled, thinking that this was the motive for the Empire. He even speculated that the Empire might have attacked their older brother, getting him out of the way, so that someone with their blood in them could sit on the throne. The only catch was that one of the princes had felt the affliction since childhood, and the other had proclaimed himself a trash prince and was doing everything he could to confirm his status. Vi continued to listen to Shutin, while their sister silently continued to eat. The girl did not interfere in this conversation. Also, the second prince noted about the rumors that were going around Faye's behavior. People speculated that he was acting this way on purpose to avoid being a threat to Prince Gwirion. Jester looked at his younger brother and told him straight to his face that he was already a trash prince, and that Gwirion was just overestimating the guy. Feli, who was standing behind him, could barely contain herself from intervening. For the princess sitting next to her, this attitude towards her younger brother was not new, so she acted as if nothing had happened. The younger prince's irritation was growing. Despite their past, things had changed drastically now. Prince Fei had turned out to be a hero. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, the rumors of his fame had overtaken him. Prince Shuten, on the other hand, had miraculously defeated his ailment. The prince's face became serious, which was unusual for him. He turned to his brother, talking about how the Empire might have had a hand in the attack, because things had changed. They couldn't believe to the last that the Empire could have started plotting against their father and Crown Prince Gwirion. Jester spoke philosophically. He poked at a piece of meat with his fork as if engrossed in his speculation. Then he began to develop the themes of the conspiracy, suggesting that the quiet time would soon be over, and the gears would turn that would start the mechanism of splitting their kingdom. The princess, hearing the conversation about herself, turned slightly away from her brother and exhaled. Feli continued to listen to their conversation in silence. The prince raised his index finger up, catching his brother's attention. Fei looked at him with displeasure. The prince had finally given away his plan. That was the reason for this whole meeting. He seemed confident in his proposal and wanted his younger brother to join in the capture of the enemy. Fei clearly didn't expect such an idea from him, and was shocked to say the least. Prince Shuten turned his younger brother's attention to his sister, who was willing to help them in this endeavor. The girl stood up from the table and slammed her palm on it. Something whistled sharply right beside the older maid. The girl was startled by the surprise and bounced aside. She looked excitedly at the first princess. Between the two brothers, Princess Nadia drew her sharp sword. The girl looked at her brother Shuten with disbelief. It was her turn. The girl wanted to make sure that neither of them wished to harm Prince Gwirion. The second prince looked at his sister with a smirk. He guessed that the girl could arrange something like that, so he was not surprised by her behavior. The question sounded direct and stern. She slowly looked around at the brothers present, wanting to know the answer. It seemed to her that even if any of them started to sly, the princess would sense it immediately. Fei's eyebrows drew together on the bridge of his nose at such a question. Prince Shuten couldn't help himself and just started laughing. Perhaps behind that laughter was some resentment towards his sister for being able to think so badly of him. He had been sick and in bed his entire conscious life. Even when there were glimmers of improvement, the prince always kept pictures of his family close by, admiring his siblings. His heart fluttered every time Prince Gwirion came to visit him. Jester raised his head and put his hand to his heart, and confessed that he only wanted to do this out of sincere love for his family. His appearance was cheerful, his cheeks slightly flushed. The girl closed her eyes and pondered his words. She didn't want to be fooled. Then, without lowering her sword, the elder sister turned to Prince Fei, wanting to know his answer to her question. Fei didn't give an answer right away. He started walking a little on the other side, answering her question. The girl watched him intently. The sword in her hand didn't even flinch. As he fell silent, he remembered the words that Lasenia had said to him. He still couldn't figure out if it was real or just a dream. A second later, Fei leaned back in his chair, put his hands behind his head, and smiled broadly. He reminded those present of who he really was, and he certainly didn't want to change that. More than that, he would like his older brother to become king as soon as possible. There was no way he would want to change his lazy life for the title of king. The younger prince also nodded after thinking some more, and agreed to consider Shuten's proposal. The boy smiled approvingly, while the princess was still watching him intently. While important matters were being discussed at the bottom of the garden, two men in white capes were watching the royal family. Fei caught his wave and continued to tell them that the life of a king was clearly not for him, because he didn't want to become a hero either. He said it all as nonchalantly as possible in his style of communication, the lazy trash prince. Two people were still standing on the roof of the restaurant, their clothes billowing in the wind. The two men were listening intently to the conversation that was going on below. The men's clothes concealed their identities. Princess Nadia received satisfying answers. The girl tilted her head to the side, lowered her weapon, and returned her sword back to its scabbard. The princess sat back down in her seat. She remembered the day Faye had been sent to Athus for reinforcements. The younger prince smiled as the girl recounted what her father had told her about it. It amused him to hear it. But his father's words were the real truth. Nadia turned sharply to her younger brother, recalling the way he had talked her father into sending her to Athus instead of him. Faye hoped she wouldn't find out about it, so he was slightly shocked when he heard it from the princess. Prince Shattering intervened in their conversation. He reminded the girl that she was no better than Faye, because the girl was just as much trying to change her father's mind as the younger prince was. The princess didn't like her brother's train of thought at all. She reminded him that she was at arms, and pulled her sword slightly out of its sheath to prove it. Jester immediately decided to switch to another topic of conversation. He felt slightly threatened, despite the fact that it was all a joke. Returning to their conversation, Shootin's voice changed and became serious again. He turned to his brother and asked him a question. By this time, the older maid had cleared away the empty plates and was pouring tea into cups. Holding a hot cup in his hand, Faye glanced at his brother. The question from the second prince's mouth sounded too direct. The boy almost choked on his tea upon hearing it. Filey took a step back, lowering her eyes. She was so flustered that she couldn't control herself, and intervened in their conversation again, wanting to know what the second prince meant. The jester didn't like the fact that the older maid once again interfered in their conversation. With a note of irritation in his voice, the guy asked the girl not to interfere. The princess sat silent again. She had heard everything that interested her before, but now she looked detached. The prince tapped his hand on his legs, which were still not obeying him. He couldn't get up from his chair and swing his sword to punish those who dared to attack their king, because the lad wanted to make sure it could be placed on the younger prince's shoulders. Faye darted his eyes at his older brother. He thought he had never seen him so serious before. The jokes were put aside, and all that mattered was the answer his younger brother would give him. The older maid almost dropped the kettle from her hands. She wanted to object, but Faye stopped the girl. The first shock passed from the younger prince's face. He relaxed and spoke in a calm voice. It wasn't the life he aspired to, but for his brother's sake, he would be willing to do that too. When he asked a question about Athus, the older maid lowered her head sadly. The girl remembered what had happened there, and how many people he had had to kill. She wished she could turn back time and prevent the prince from picking up the sword. The other prince heard what he needed to hear. He nodded approvingly, realizing that his brother would be able to do what he was incapable of right now. Faye kept looking at the prince, but he didn't say anything. Then he decided to ask him a question himself. Jester pretended to have forgotten, and his brother kindly reminded him of another matter. The second prince didn't say his request right away. He started from afar, so Faye couldn't understand what his brother was getting at. The younger prince furrowed his brows and listened to his brother intently, trying to understand what he meant. That's when Princess Nadia intervened in the conversation. The girl began to talk about heterogeneous people. She also told about the fact that the Empire was the instigator of the extermination of these races. All heterogeneous people hid their existence and lived underground, trying to keep a low profile, so they wouldn't be killed. The girl sadly remembered the times when Prince Shattering was still a young boy. The attitude towards the headmaid was terrible. The healed wound on Faye's heart once again gave a crack. The girl felt uncomfortable remembering those times. The princess never paid attention to Faye, pretending that the girl simply did not exist. The girl was subjected to every possible accusation for any illness of the little prince. The maids who came from the Empire with their mother accused Faye of wrongdoing the most. Even when the king intervened in the matter, standing up for the maid, the conflict continued. Because of these conflicts, the girl was assigned to Prince Gririan as a bodyguard. She gladly accepted the new position. Faye was shocked because of the fact that he was only now learning the whole truth. When he saw her for the first time, he thought that the girl had only recently started working at their castle. Due to this background, Prince Shattering had asked his younger brother for a senior maid to always be by his side. He was worried that the girl might provoke the Empire and become their target. Shooting was in his repertoire. He managed to add some barbs to his brother even in such a serious conversation. Faye tactfully pretended he didn't understand what he had just implied and was ready to defend the older maid in all seriousness without anyone's guidance. When the Seklo dome shattered into small pieces with a crack, the brothers' hearts skipped a beat. Not yet realizing what had happened, they froze for a split second, startled by such a sudden sound and crack. The youngest prince jumped up from his seat and drew his sword. Something sparked along the hedge and grew into a veritable conflagration. Faye looked toward the bushes in shock, and the second prince, sitting in his chair, shouted that it was a spell. From the other side of the garden, screams of frightened visitors were heard. People started jumping up from their seats in terror, worried for their own lives. When the magical defense was destroyed by the fire, Prince Faye only now saw that the restaurant was full of people. His sword was at the ready. Princess Nadia was just as ready to fight back against the attackers. The princess immediately gave the first order to the head maid, making her responsible for putting out the fire and making a way for the guests to evacuate. Faye started to carry out the order at the same second. Magical circles appeared behind the girl. They were of different shapes, connected to each other and moving. She froze, afraid to move. Yet under the pressure of fear, the princess lifted her head up. The girl stared in horror at the strange magical symbols above her head. Faye immediately sprang into action, the shadows beneath his feet stirring. Shadow swords rose into the air, their points were aimed at the strange circles. The boy summoned his power. After a second, he stared in surprise at the place where the strange magic had just been, and now it just disappeared. The older maid rushed over to him, the girl trying to figure out what was going on. Faye searched with his eyes for the source of this power, but saw nothing around him. He assumed that the one who inflicted this magic was far away from this place. There were two men standing above the dome, the same ones in white robes. The magic that had just done damage in the restaurant courtyard was circling around them. One man was controlling the fire, and the other had strange black circles around him. The princess looked around anxiously. She assumed that the attackers wanted to harm her. Prince Shooten agreed with her assumption. The princess was born of the king's lawful wife, and therefore was as much of a threat as Prince Gririon. No wonder there had been an assassination attempt on her. The girl looked at her brother with irritation. She took out her sword and began to poke him in the face with the hilt. After all, she suspected the guy of bringing her here as bait. Faye watched them anxiously, not knowing who to worry about more. Sensing a new threat, Prince Faye and the senior maid resumed their strength. Dark shadows swirled around the boy, ready to attack the enemies. The girl's water power surrounded her body just as prepared to attack. Shooten, sitting at the table, raised his voice. The prince and the head maid turned towards him. He raised the card in his hand and showed it to his companions. The prince had a whole deck of cards. One of them he placed on the table, pressing his 2 fingers against it. The boy smiled contentedly, looking at what he was about to do. Princess Nadia peeked over his shoulder with curiosity in her eyes. Putting magic into his voice, the lad spoke a word, and then touched the card on the table with 1 finger. Bright light poured out of it. Magical power began to surge out. After a few moments, a dome formed around them. The guys began to look at it with surprise, raising their heads. The enemy's magical elements remained outside the defense. Prince Shooten watched with an equally amazed face as his power spread over their heads, covering the area with a small dome. The enemy force tried to break through the wall of defense but was defeated. The dark orbs simply vanished upon contact with the dome. Faye was still worried about the guests who were left unprotected. Prince Faye was looking around carefully for a threat. Shooten, on the other hand, was just gaining momentum. He still had a lot of cards that he was only too eager to utilize by showing off his abilities. Everyone looked back at Prince Shooten anxiously. Their faces were very frightened. When Faye saw his brother's enthusiasm, the guy twitched. He immediately remembered the disease he was suffering from. He remembered how Roll had broached the subject of the disease during another fishing trip. Faye had listened to him carefully then, as it concerned his brother. When it became unclear to the others how it worked, Roel made a direct example of it on a pail, filling it to the brim with water. Because of the illness that Prince Shooten had, He could continue to draw power even though his vessel was beyond its capacity. With sadness in his voice, the apothecary told him that children with the disease did not live to the age of 7. Roel could not explain why the second prince of Distburg had lived to the age of 16. He only speculated that his vessel might have dilated, and that gave him time. While Faye was remembering their conversation, the second prince raised his hands, making the cards fly up over the table. The guy knew what he was going to do. His movements were confident and precise. Prince Shooten put his hands together. Energy sparked around him, responding to his master's actions. Even though the guy was in a wheelchair, he had boundless strength. The triangle symbol was folded from his hands. He gathered his wits and loudly uttered the summoning magic word. The air grew heavier around him, and a vibration went through the area. In a second, domes appeared over all areas of the restaurant where people were present, designed to protect innocent people. The magical elements of the opponents began to crash into the domes created by the prince. They began to vaporize with a crackling sound as soon as they touched the surface of the defenses. The sound was too nasty. Faye and Faye watched what was happening with surprise and fear. Raising his head, Faye warned everyone that a new enemy force was approaching. His shadow surged beneath him, ready to repel the attack. Only now was the boy able to see that the black magic circles were taking on outlines similar to those of a human. Each element had a head, body, legs, and arms with sharp spades and swords. Before even reaching the protective pool, the magical figures simply began to vaporize before his eyes, with a nasty hissing sound. Faye didn't understand what was happening or why they just disappeared. The girls looked around, trying to find where else the magic might have remained. Jester was holding back with his magic power the cards that were responsible for the domes over the entire restaurant area. The princess was the first to notice that the fire that was similarly trying to break through the protective dome was gone. She was puzzled. Shooten turned his head to her and suggested that the enemies who had attacked them might have simply escaped. Prince Faye's mood was more determined than ever. The guy was sure that the enemies were still here. He wanted to go scouting. Faye, hearing about his intention with worry on her heart, turned towards him. Without wanting to hear anything, he jumped towards the dome and crashed into it with all his might. It was just as self-inflicted, as if he'd jumped into a concrete wall at a run. Faye stared at her prince in horror. The prince clutched his flushed face, which had just crashed hard into the dome wall. The eldest maid rushed over to him. Faye held back from howling in pain with all his might. His older sister was watching from the sidelines. After coming to his senses, Faye turned to his older brother and broke out into an angry scream. He was afraid to even look in his direction. An awkward "ah" sounded from him, as if he remembered something but forgot to say it. The princess looked in his direction, and Faye had already prepared a damp cloth to wipe the younger prince's sore face. Prince Shooten fidgeted awkwardly in his seat. The boy brought his finger up to his mouth. Although he was incredibly strong, he had yet to use his magic, so he didn't know how to remove the protective dome yet. When the meaning of his brother's words came to the younger prince's realization, he simply exploded with anger. Faye, standing behind him, opened her mouth in surprise. When the attack stopped, the screams of the people trapped in the domes began to come from underneath the other domes. Everyone was trying to get out, but no one could. People began to panic. Their sister, in a calm voice, suggested waiting until her brother's magic was exhausted. There was only one catch. The guy had barely used up his power and had enough more magic in reserve to keep the domes going for 3 or 4 days. Jester turned to his brother and nervously suggested that he use his sword to try and break his dome. Faye hesitated at this decision. He was worried that it might get him into trouble. Then he turned to his sister, hoping that she could help him. But the girl defiantly turned away from him with annoyance and asked the older maid to bring her more tea. Prince Shooten realized that he was alone with his problem, and only he could solve it by himself. He felt pressured by everyone around him. Faye dutifully began to pour tea for the princess. Then Faye asked the girl to pour him a cup as well. The older maid decided to try to help the prince. She told him one of the options he could try, and if everything worked out, the magic barrier would disappear. She wasn't sure what she was saying, but it was still worth a try. Just as well, she added that it might take time. Jester felt a great weight of responsibility continuously pressing down on his shoulders. The screams of the visitors who were also locked up and wanted to get out were heard all the time. Everyone turned sharply toward his brother, waiting for him to act. Shooten was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The guy squeezed his pant leg and said something inaudible. Faye couldn't stand it and mocked him. Suddenly the guy lit up and gave a whole monologue about how it was all the fault of those who attacked them. He said it so confidently that he even believed his own words. The two attackers were walking through the streets of the city. They tried to keep in the shadows, so they chose the most unsociable streets for retreat. One of them stopped and wanted to find out the reason why the other had decided to retreat. The one who made the decision spoke calmly and judiciously. He remembered the hero he had seen and his strength. The second was not satisfied with this answer. Irritation appeared on his face. The second still decided that they were foolish when they decided to retreat. He didn't see a problem with these guys, and frantically talked about how they would have handled them. Continuing to be indignant, the second guy gave away the plan they wanted to commit. If they managed to kill the princess and the head maid, they would be able to get the princes on their side. The first guy didn't answer anything, but the second attacker couldn't settle down and followed him, talking about their mistake all the time. He fiercely believed that they should not have retreated. The man started pointing his finger at the decision-maker. The first man made a sharp turn on his heels. He stealthily took out his dagger and thrust it into the chest of the second guy up to the hilt. He felt a shocking pain and his eyes widened, unable to believe what had just happened. The other guy's body began to collapse. He cowered, slowly sliding to his knees. Blood stained his white clothes and hot streams of scarlet blood flowed from his mouth. The man knew the characters of the princes well. He immediately realized that their plan was initially a failure, hence his decision to be more reasonable and retreat. If they continued, they would most likely be caught and tortured. He looked at the dying guy. His decision was also made for a reason. The man felt it was better for the guy to die now. He pushed the guy's body towards the ditch. The dead man went straight into the water without any resistance. There was a loud splash. The man made a smooth gesture with his hand. His dagger rose up, drops of blood collecting on top, forgetting about gravity. He then pointed the dagger into the water and it dived quietly. He looked at his blood-stained clothes and exhaled heavily. Resigned to what had already happened, he reached for his cloak. The white fabric slid off his shoulders, revealing another garment on the back of which was the crest of Distburg. The one who lurked beneath the white cloak was the true traitor. The man wore clothes with the coat of arms of the royal family, which meant he was a member of the palace. Grian's eyes were burning with anger. The prince wanted a quick explanation, and it was immediately clear from his look that it was better not to joke now. As soon as they entered the common room, he immediately blocked their way. Scouten's eyes were running around the hall, looking at the walls and more, but he tried his best to avoid his brother's gaze. Feely smiled nervously. The girl couldn't answer anything, and Faye stood there as if he wasn't involved at all. The answer that Shooten gave him did not suit his older brother at all. He became even more angry, and the shouting became much louder. He really didn't like the fact that the second prince had interfered with his sister and the younger prince. King Philip himself was sitting at the head of the dinner table, listening to all this shouting and trying to just get away from it all. The maids continued to stand by the wall, afraid to move and fall under the crown prince's wrath. Nadia did not listen to her brother's shouts, so she simply walked along the table towards her father. When the girl leveled with him, the king stopped her and wanted to know what happened there. The princess froze, pondering her next words. After a bit of silence, she revealed that the people who had attacked them today were not the ones who had attacked the king a month ago. While they sat under the protective dome, the girl analyzed everything that had happened. She came to the conclusion that those who attacked them weren't even trying to harm them. The two brothers continued to annihilate each other with glares. Grian was still angry, and the other prince didn't feel guilty. Jester raised his tired eyes to his brother. He had something to say, and he still didn't feel guilty about anything. Faye's one eyebrow crept upwards when he heard his name, and about how the next assassination attempt would be completely on him. Little Shizuki was sitting on the ground with his head tucked into his knees. Next to him sat Lasagna. He didn't say anything. He was just there for him. A girl started walking towards them. Seeing the boy, she was glad she found him. The girl immediately guessed that the boy had a fight with Tiara, but still she asked him about it. Shizuki told her in a quiet and sad voice what had started it all. He also added about Tiara teasing him. Lasagna looked back and forth at the boy and then at the girl who approached. She walked around Lasagna from the back and sat down next to them. She felt like explaining herself to him. Anna had no bad thoughts. The girl explained to him that she had a desire to keep the boy safe. She smiled all the time, for she was kind. He still sat with his head down. It seemed to him that the world was falling apart, and no one could help him now. Tiara defeated him time after time and proved his weakness every time. She was sad to hear that, and yet she smiled at him and shrugged and told him that he wasn't the only one who thought so. The boy wanted to say something, but only one letter came out. Anna looked at him, waiting for the boy to continue. After a little while, he did finish what he was having such a hard time saying. Shizuki was afraid that because he wasn't strong enough, he couldn't be relied on, and someone might die because of him. Anna couldn't stand his torment. The girl brought her hand to his head and touched it lightly. She was amused by the words the boy had just spoken. As heartbreaking as they sounded, the girl wanted to turn everything into a joke so that the boy would think less bad thoughts. She continued to sit next to him and stroked his back. Her voice sounded gentle, like a mother's lullaby. Prince Fei saw his last vision. His eyes began to open, and the image from the past slowly faded away. The boy abruptly got up from the bed. His brain immediately began to process the information he had seen. The only thing he couldn't understand was why he started dreaming about people he hadn't seen for so long, even in his dreams. Even though he was in his bedroom, the guy's sword was lying beside him. He could draw it at any moment and bring it down on the enemy. Just like that, his shadows were sprawled all over the room. They were everywhere, on the floor, on the bed, on the walls, and even on the ceiling. The boy was on guard. Anyone who stepped into his bedroom would not be able to pass unnoticed. He also thought about the fact that he should have warned the maids not to enter his room until he woke up. Otherwise, the girls might get hurt. Despite the fact that it was still deep into the night, Fei felt quite awake. The boy turned his head towards the window. He easily opened the window sash and looked outside. Silence enveloped the castle. There wasn't a soul in the courtyard. Fei felt a light, fresh breeze on his face. He felt like going outside and getting some fresh air. The boy walked along the empty roof of one of the palace's buildings. It was too quiet. He tried to walk slowly and almost inaudible. Walking a little further, something caught his attention. He turned his head in that direction. The lights were still on in the enclosure on the other side, where Big Brother Grian's room was located. Fei wondered about the reason why his brother still wasn't resting. Then he remembered how his father had punished him and Shooten by forbidding him to go outside. The boy still felt that he had not been punished fairly. At some point, thoughts of Anna from his past life crept back into the lad's head. He remembered the way she looked. It was as if right now the prince was looking at her back. Her character was too kind and peaceful. The girl wanted to protect everyone close to her, and was also willing to sacrifice herself for peace. He remembered those days when he had just been rescued. The boy did not know how to hold a sword yet, but the girl helped him to learn, supported him in every possible way, and was too caring and kind. In the most difficult moments for him, Anna came to him and tried to lift his spirits. She never abandoned the boy, believing in his strength. Fei remembered her smile, so kind and caring, as if she gave it only for him. The girl had a pure heart and a broad soul. Sinking into the depths of his own memories of his past life, he sat down on the ledge of the roof. The boy crossed his legs, put his arm around his sword, and continued to think. It was strange to him to this day that such a peaceful man could carry a terrible weight on his heart. He had once found a girl dead. It was incomprehensible to him why Anna had committed suicide. Assessing her condition in horror, it came to him that she did it to herself. He spent a long time analyzing what he saw, and yet each time only one answer emerged. Kneeling before her, Shizuki realized that this girl simply could not bear the weight of this cruel and terrible world. He had been killing himself for a long time because of what she had done, blaming the whole world that caused her to kill herself. Faye felt the girl's betrayal to this day, for the fact that despite all the promises she made to him, the girl still left him of her own accord. He was reminded of his older brother Shuten's words about killing a man. The voice he used to say those words still echoed in Faye's head. The prince gripped his sword tighter. He was determined to do anything so that his family wouldn't have to go through this feeling. Sitting on the roof of the palace, looking out the dark windows, the boy was confident that he could kill anyone for his family. The moment the prince's foot stepped onto the carpet of his bedroom, Faye greeted him. The girl sat against the wall in his room and waited dignifiedly for the prince's return. She had a sword in her lap, which she was ready to use at any moment. Faye got really stressed when he heard the girl's voice behind him. Faye exhaled noisily and continued speaking to him in a calm tone. The girl explained to the prince about his rash act. Even when she wasn't yelling at him, he felt even lousier. The prince glanced at his watch, surprised that the girl was in his room so early. He had rashly decided to play a joke on her then, and it had been a fatal mistake. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the splash of water. A couple of seconds later, Faye stood completely doused in water. Despite this, the older maid handed him a towel. He grudgingly accepted it, but didn't say anything as it was his own fault. She did not look in his direction, but still curiosity took over, so the girl asked him a question about the night walk. The prince gave her an answer. The older maid listened silently, but her hands were trembling slightly. She tried to hide it behind a towel. Prince Gririon finally came out of the palace. It was early morning. He hadn't gone to bed, so his mouth opened in a wide yawn every 2 steps. He noticed his brother walking along with the eldest maid. It was a great rarity to see him so early in the day. Suddenly, someone grabbed him and clamped a hand over his mouth. The prince didn't have time to do anything. He was caught off guard. Grierion's heart rumbled in his chest because of the danger. Faye paced behind the older maid. The girl led him to an unfamiliar place. This was the first time he had seen this structure on the palace grounds. Faye kindly explained to him that it was the cafeteria for the castle staff. She passed first, and was already climbing the steps to the entrance. The girl and the boy entered the spacious hall. She began to tell him about the place. Then they walked to the kitchen where Faye took out a bowl of contents. Faye looked into it curiously. The older maid didn't answer the guy, but simply twisted some beautiful buns out of the dough, then lowered them into the oven. Faye watched with interest as they began to rise there and become ruddy, and the head maid herself continued cooking at the stove. After a while, Faye served some cooked dishes on the table. Everything was hot and looked very appetizing. The first thing the prince decided to try was the buns he kept watching. The boy took one in his hand and shoved it into his mouth. A moan of pleasure burst out of him. His mouth filled with sweet flavor, and the bun itself was incredibly soft. He looked toward the headmaid, offering her breakfast as well. The girl bowed dutifully but declined, assuring him that she would eat a little later. The prince noticed that the portion she had prepared was not for one person. Faye had to admit that she cooked with more at once, worrying about the prince having a hearty meal. He was uncomfortable with the fact that the girl was standing against him and not sitting down to eat breakfast with him. Because of that, the prince insisted that Faye sit next to him. Since Prince Faye insisted that they have breakfast together, she had to sit at the same table with him. The girl adjusted the sword on her belt. She was slightly uncomfortable. Taking a freshly baked bun in her hands, she wished her prince a pleasant appetite. Faye watched as she tried not to look in his direction and continued to eat. There was silence, only to hear the clatter of the spoon against the plate and the way the prince chewed his food. The eldest maid was also silent, enjoying her morning breakfast. The sounds of their meal echoed throughout the room. Suddenly it was the prince who spoke first. The girl jerked in surprise, and only then did she realize the meaning of his words. He did not raise his eyes to her, and yet he continued to speak. His voice was calm and quiet. The boy was twirling a spoon in his plate. The older maid raised her gaze to him. She was saddened by the thoughts going through his head. and at the same moment, the same black spheres they had seen during lunch at the restaurant appeared above them. Fei jumped up from her seat. She anxiously looked around for who had summoned the magic here. Fei was looking around the room in a concentrated manner. The girl immediately recognized this magic. It was the same as yesterday in the restaurant. Black magic elements hovered in the air under the ceiling. Someone's footsteps were heard. The prince got up from the table and headed in the direction where they came from. The girl stayed at the guy's back. Their enemy stepped out into the hall of the room. Above the headmaid and the prince still loomed the power of the enemy, ready to fall on their heads at any moment. The guy who had attacked Prince Grian flew aside with his back hitting the ground forcefully. His face twisted in pain from the impact. The prince turned towards the direction from where the other man had appeared. He demanded an answer, and the attacker still lay on the ground, unable to let down quickly. Prince Shutin and his sister Nadia were heading in his direction. The girl was driving her younger brother's carriage. Prince Scutin's voice was low and serious. There wasn't that funny smile at all. They were all out of jokes right now. Grian looked at his brother with incomprehension. The words he said caused a lot of emotions in the prince's soul. But he did not let him finish his question. Interrupting the crown prince, Shutin continued to speak. Grian folded his arms on his chest. He still couldn't understand what his younger brother was implying. The girl was next to Shutin as he spoke about his speculation on everything that had happened in the castle lately. It was obvious that the boy had spent more than an hour of time thinking about it. Prince Shutin started talking about the rumors that had reached them from the Sadn's kingdom. The princess then continued speaking. She was looking pointedly in the direction of her brother Grian. Prince Scutin continued to tell his theory about who might have leaked the information. He brought his thought to the point that the only ones who could know everything were the warriors. Prince Grian immediately realized what his brother was getting at, so without letting him finish, he finished his thought for him. While they were talking, more warriors who served and guarded the princes came out on the road. Grian continued the thought. It was strange to him that someone who was only a spy would not want to sail to the island of magical beasts and risk his life. Then his younger brother informed him that he and Fei had discussed this theory after yesterday's attack. He looked at his older brother, who was surprised at this turn of events. Jester had told everything he knew that day and put forward his thoughts. After listening to him to the end, Fei speculated who this spy could have been. As much as Fei didn't like his guess, he gritted his teeth and told Shutin who the traitor could have been. Yesterday, he had replayed in his mind all the events that had taken place during their stay in Athus and Linsel, and the image of only one person who fit all the parameters appeared in his thoughts. In the cafeteria hall, a man with a painfully familiar face stood before the prince. Now he was dressed differently, and in general his appearance was not the same. Standing before him was someone he had spent a fair amount of time with, someone who had sworn to protect him. Fei looked unhappily into the face of the knight he had sat by the sea with, more than once, fishing rod in hand. The traitor exhaled heavily. He realized that he was already a suspect. His dark magical figures continued to hover above the ceiling. The man similarly held his sword in his hand, ready to repel attacks. Fei was also holding his sword the same way. Because the man felt that all suspicions were following his footsteps, he decided to no longer hide and come out in front of the prince, face to face. He addressed the prince as befitted by the rules. Fei raised a stern look at him. The boy still hoped to the last that their suspicions were wrong. Standing in front of each other in a spacious room with black magical elements flying overhead, the traitor asked his question. He continued to tantalize them with tales of the privileges that Prince Fei would have. A small black sphere circled above his palm. The prince was shocked by such a stupid question, especially when this traitor knew his relationship to his family. The man laughed, realizing how silly his suggestion sounded. The conversation turned to the fact that there would be consequences for the prince's refusal, since there were too many heroes in the empire that might be sent to Distburg. When the traitor spoke of the kingdom of Distburg and the fact that the empire had the intention to destroy it, his body trembled with anger. It seemed that it even hurt the man to even think about it. The man continued to convince the prince of the rightness of making such a decision. It was as if he cared about the prince's fate, and he really wanted to help him. The traitor could not withstand his own emotions, and spreading his hands in a raised tone, continued to speak. He was sure that the truth was on his side, and wanted the prince to consider the offer. When Faye spoke, the man froze. As he spoke, a memory surfaced in front of the boy's eyes of his past life, where he sat alone on a battlefield with nothing but emptiness and mountains of corpses surrounding him. His words were hard and sharp. Faye looked at His Highness with pain in her chest. He had once again revealed himself to her in a new light. She thought she knew him well, but each time a new door to an uncharted world opened in him. Smiling indulgently, Faye shrugged his shoulders. He didn't want to experience loneliness anymore. He knew how painful it was. Drawing his sword in front of the traitor, he reminded him why he had picked it up in the first place. There couldn't have been any other options in the prince's mind. The boy had only one path in this life and would choose only that. The former knight was taken aback by such a statement. In his soul, until the last warmed hope that after their conversation, he could persuade the prince to go to the side of the empire. But his plan was crumbling like a house of cards. The man's body was trembling and he was visibly nervous. Realizing that no more words would help him in this negotiation, the man humbly ended the conversation. Small magical elements were accumulating around him. No more words were needed. The guys started attacking each other. From under the prince's feet, his inky shadow burst out, heading towards his enemy. The man lunged forward, the elements around him coming to life. Before their clash, Faye admitted that he wasn't all that angry with the guy. Perhaps he even understood him, but their paths couldn't be the same. The prince's words brought a smirk to the man's face. Their swords crossed against each other. The prince struck with a hard thrust. The boy felt the force of the blow. A vibration traveled through his arms and body, and a loud clang echoed through the hall. They bounced off each other. Faye didn't want to give him a chance for a breather, so he quickly made another lunge towards him. The traitor felt a sharp pain in his cheek. The prince's blade managed to touch him, releasing some blood. Putting his hand out in front, the man directed his magical elements towards his opponent. The prince immediately blocked his intent, causing his shadow swords to pierce each element. A moment after the shadow sword entered the sphere, it began to change its color. From black, it began to turn into a bright orange color. Noticing such a change, Faye tensed up. A moment later, there was a loud explosion in the hall. The guy was thrown aside. He raised his head and looked at the place where the magic element had just been. Satisfied with himself, the man created more magical elements around him. He couldn't resist bragging about his ingenuity. It turned out that the traitor could equip his spheres with explosives that would detonate as soon as they came into contact with something. He also said that a barrier had been placed in the hall that prevented sounds from traveling beyond it. No one would be able to know what was going on in the hall and come to the prince's aid. Faye appreciated the man's preparation. Even though he was a traitor, the boy admired his resourcefulness. Watching the prince for so long had given the traitor a good chance to strategize well against him. The man knew who he had to fight and could not be unprepared. Ordinary strength would not be enough to win. Raising his sword above his head, the traitor raised his voice and shouted that he had a special plan for victory. Judging from how confident his actions were, he really did have a strategy to achieve his goals. Creating even more magical elements, the man directed them all towards the prince. His power was bubbling. He knew he could only win if he pressed him with quantity. Such a decision seemed strange to the prince. After all, the traitor knew what had happened in Athus. The shadow from beneath Faye's feet lashed out. Sharp, shadowy swords rose above the lad, each point glaring toward the enemy. When the traitor heard the prince's words, a sinister smirk appeared on his face. He had no doubts about his actions and knew what happened then. That's why he prepared a plan of action here as well. Faye stopped, trying to understand what the man would do now. The magical elements that had been created changed their course from the prince and headed towards the older maid. The girl recoiled back, frightened, not knowing what she should do now. Her heart rumbled in her chest. After cursing, Faye abruptly slowed down and ran towards the senior maid. The girl's surroundings were full of spheres that could explode at any rustle. The prince rushed towards her without a second thought, wanting only for her to remain unharmed. Prince Faye picked up the girl. He managed to get to her before the spheres activated their explosives. Fei was too frightened from such rapid events. The guy turned to her and ordered her to cover the girl's ears. The older maid immediately obeyed her prince without question and pressed her hands firmly to her ears, clasping her eyes shut. At this very moment, the prince struck with his shadow power at every magical element. Dark swords pierced through the black spheres that hovered over them intimidatingly. A violent explosion sounded, and they were thrown aside. Fei held the girl tightly against him, trying to dodge the heat of the explosion. He couldn't let her get hurt. Opening her eyes, the older maid looked into the pall of smoke that formed after the explosion. She noticed something stirring there. The girl turned the prince's attention in that direction, and at that moment, a traitor flew out of the white thicket. The enemy flew towards them, aiming his sword at a specific target. Fei realized that this strike was meant for her. Her heart skipped a beat. The girl dazed and stared at the sword flying at her with horror on her face. Fei didn't let that happen. He kicked the traitor in the neck with his foot. He grimaced in dull pain. The blow hit the target, and the enemy flew back, knocked off course. Fei held the older maid tenaciously in his arm. They landed on the floor, smoke raging around them. Fei informed the girl that the traitor had made her his target. Fei started coughing loudly, choking on the thick smoke. The man loitered in front of them, liking the way the prince was fiercely trying to protect the girl while revealing himself. Knowing a certain secret, the traitor with a smirk decided to share it with the prince. Fei didn't understand what he was getting at. He listened to him while keeping a close eye on the man's actions. The conversation was about Fei, which made the girl shiver. He told him that the elder maid was a descendant of the priestess of the sacred mountain. She was worshipped at that time and lived in a large country of mixed races. He continued talking, giving away the girl's secrets. Fei was shocked at his knowledge, especially that she could summon heroes with her voice. This caused a storm of emotion in her. The older maid jumped up in excitement. Her face changed. Too much of the truth she had been hiding came out. The girl lowered her head and admitted that she no longer had the power that the traitor had just told her about. It was now clear why the girl was considered a threat by the Empire. Despite her intentions, she was a danger to the Empire. Fei stood beside her and listened to everything the traitor had told her. The true reason why the Empire had sent spies was revealed. They were commanded to spy on the girl, which they had successfully done. The traitor shrugged his shoulders and made a new proposal. After the death of the head maid, there was a chance that the Empire would retreat from its intentions and spare the Distberg kingdom. Fei couldn't believe her ears. Her whole body trembled. Fei let go of the girl and stepped forward, blocking her with his body. The older maid raised her head. She felt like the world was crumbling in her hands, but the prince gave her no reason to doubt herself. The prince reasoned on the matter. He was sure that if the king and the crown prince knew the true reasons why these assassination attempts had started, and that the Empire had decided to destroy Fei because of fear of her power, they would have responded as he did now. Anger flared in the boy's eyes. The mere thought of having to sacrifice someone for survival made him angry. No longer able to contain his emotions, which were raging like a fire. The prince raised his sword upwards, followed by dozens of sharp shadow swords rising from the shadows. He was angry that his family had chosen to underestimate him, so he would gladly show the traitor where he belonged. The boy held out his sword towards the man, shouting a summoning word, one that had power over his strength. The swords in the air immediately obeyed their master's power and headed in the direction he indicated. At the same moment, Fei returned to the girl, picked her up, and jumped out of the thick white smoke that rose again from the exploding magic elements. A plan appeared in his mind, but there was no time to discuss it. So he gave the girl an order. She looked at the guy with horror, but without hesitation was ready to trust him. Since she was the target, the traitor headed in her direction. The girl ran along the beam on which they hovered. The man jumped out of the smoke and flew straight towards her, ready to deliver a killing blow to the girl. He extended his sword arm, swinging hard, his face twisted with exertion from the tension of the moment. The head maid looked at the attacking man with a frightened face. It was as if they had frozen in an instant. The sword passed through the air and the girl stopped in front of him. The traitor looked at his sword with bulging eyes. not realizing how it was that he could miss. After all, his actions were calculated to the last detail. The girl didn't fall, as her feet were chained to the shadows that sprawled across the wall. When the enemy noticed the shadows at her feet, he immediately realized that the prince used his power to prevent the girl from falling, and then the traitor missed. While the traitor realized what had happened, behind him Faye was already approaching him with all his might. The enemy had time to turn around and put his sword in the block so that the guy could not hurt him. Only that didn't help the traitor escape. The force of the prince's attack was so powerful and so aggressive that it pushed through his block and the two swords entered the man's body. His eyes bulged, pain pierced his body, and blood hot and thick spurted in a rapid stream from the wound. As Faye hovered on the ceiling, the prince delivered a decisive blow to the traitor's body. The black wave slammed into him, causing irreparable damage. His sword split in two, blood spurted from his body, drenching his white robes in scarlet. The man couldn't even say anything, a state of shock taking over his body. Falling to the ground, he clutched his chest wound tightly with his hand. It was hard for him to breathe. The pain became unbearable. Coughing and hoarse breathing came out of his throat. The traitor's magical spheres began to fade. He had no way to maintain them as he was seriously wounded. Grasping the ledge, the man tried to hold on to keep from falling. Faye raised his sword once more, his shadow swords rising into the air. Only one swing left and they would all come crashing down on the traitor. Before making his final move, an image of his teacher from his past life and his instructive words appeared in the prince's mind. Faye recited his teacher's words while holding his sword high above his head. Holding onto the wound in his chest, the man began to rise to his feet, his body trembling treacherously. But his attitude was determined. The prince's shadowy swords pointed their sharp ends towards the traitor. Faye wasn't lazy to talk about his teacher's wisdom and how much he admired him. A chuckle escaped the traitor's lips. He still harbored hope that he could achieve his goal. As long as he was alive, he would not stop and give up. The man pulled out a small, sharp dagger from his hiding place. Gathering his last strength, the traitor made a dash towards the prince. He raced towards him, wanting only one thing. Faye pointed his sword in his direction and gave orders to the shadow swords. Those obeyed their master's volley and rushed towards the enemy. The man covered his head with his hands, but he deftly maneuvered between the shadow swords that were crushing down on his head. Despite his unenviable position, he managed to bounce away from the swords attacking him. However, not everything went smoothly, and some of the swords wounded his body, cutting through his skin. The man roared in pain, falling on his side. At this moment, Prince Faye was already flying towards him, ready to attack him. The shadowy force rained down on the place where the traitor had just been. He managed to bounce back at the last moment. The shockwave threw him aside. He landed on his heel with all his might, hitting the floor painfully. The dagger he clutched so tightly in his hand flew aside. The traitor lifted his head, a shiver occasionally creeping through him. The wound on his chest throbbed mercilessly and flared with pain. Faye pinned the man against the wall. His sword was a few centimeters away from his enemy, and his shadow swords towered over his foe. Despite the position he was in, the man still smiled and looked at the guy fearlessly. The traitor tapped his hand on his legs, which he said had stopped serving him. The enemy's voice was relatively cheerful. Taking a pack from his pocket, he raised his hands as a sign of surrender and asked for permission to smoke the last cigarette. He realized there was nothing more he could do. Faye did not forbid him to do so. He continued to stand in front of the traitor with his sword raised. Realizing that his story would soon be over and that he had nothing more to lose, the traitor decided to tell some more about the Empire. By this time, Faye had managed to get down to the floor and was slowly approaching her prince. Faye stared at the man in surprise. He hadn't yet fully realized what the man wanted to tell him. The man lit his cigarette and took a good drag. The smoke drifted upward, filling the room with the smell of tobacco. At the same time, with his head down, he continued talking in a perfectly calm voice. He talked about the terrible things that were happening in the Empire. He divided the people into two groups, the crazed killers and the skillful manipulators. His words flowed like smoke from a cigarette he clutched between his fingers. He wished the prince had a clearer picture of the forces he would have to face in the near future. He was already trapped and realized that in a few moments his life would be cut short. The man took another deep drag, letting the warm smoke enter his lungs. His words echoed throughout the hall, which was a shambles after their battle. Faye silently agreed with his words, and the traitor raised his gaze to him, smiling slightly at the boy. Looking him in the eyes, he asked a question. The prince's sword was right at his neck. The traitor did not seek to escape or resist the fate the prince had in store for him, except that his question threw Faye into a stupor. He hadn't expected such a reaction from himself. His hand holding the weapon trembled. The man noticed this and lowered his head, talking about how easy it was for him to read the guy. He began to analyze the guy's behavior, pointing out the places where there was danger for him. Thinking back on all the moments they had spent together, that was the impression he had of him. The prince did not find himself for an answer. He realized that the traitor was right. The man realized that the prince agreed with him just by the mere sight of him. The cigarette was already running out, reaching almost to the filter. He took it out of his mouth and continued talking in a quiet voice. The man looked at his feet, not concentrating his gaze. Dozens of shadow swords were raised, and as if guards were watching for the traitor. The girl was already very close by. Her face looked sad. It hurt her to look at the traitor, but it hurt even more to realize what Faye was about to do.